Okay, stream should be live. Hello, welcome. Uh, don't see anything on the actual video, but YouTube will take a second to sync it up. So again, today we are working on the Tetris roguelike. Just restart the game. So the idea being that we're gonna add some more quality of life features. I feel like I need to get a working Tetris working before I go on to adding like the roguelike stuff. So there's some quality of life stuff, especially for testing purposes. Like I'd like to be able to press it down and have the blocks snap to the bottom of the screen, or at least move very quickly. As you noticed just then, apparently you can move things after the fact, which is a proper Tetris thing. Like if I land, I can. Oh, I didn't do it quick enough. I should be able to move. Oh, apparently I'm not working it properly. I don't know how much to do it that first time, but you're supposed to be able to like land and have like a few frames of like leeway to move sideways, but apparently it's not working, which is interesting. See, I can move then. So something's not working properly there. Like if I'm already in the process of moving, it works. Maybe moving down doesn't count as moving. Anyway, at the moment we have it so that if you clear, like if the player control piece moves down, it clears it entirely. But I'm pretty sure it breaks when the piece that's moving down is not the player's piece. Like if I set it up, which is again why we need that pressing down speeds things up so that this is quicker to set up. But if we basically set it up so that clearing will cause a piece to fall down. To be honest, I don't know how I'm going to do. I think I need to do this. Something like this, maybe. This is why we definitely need a way to clear blocks quicker. Or like to place blocks quicker. So setting this up. So this will give us three possible clears once we stack blocks on top of this. And then when we clear this, you'll see the bug that we're going to work on next, which is that as the piece falls, it clears layers, which is only supposed to happen with a specific like roguelike piece of designing of like if there's a lightning or like a cell, then the line will clear immediately. But if there's no lightning cell, then the blocks need to stop moving before they'll clear. So you'll see that in just a second. Last block to place. And like this. So it's going to clear that row, and then see how like as it goes down, it's clearing the rows. So that's incorrect behavior. So I'm pretty sure the reason for that is when we go to board here, it's pretty sure the clear rows is run every frame, clear line. So if we go up to the top, where do we implement clear line? Down the bottom somewhere. Plug it. So clear line. Here, fixed first. So that should probably be fixed last, I guess. No, it's clear moved. So no, fixed first for clear moved. I'm just yeah, clear line. Okay, so you need to happen in fixed update. So apply gravity, spawn next, and clear line all happen. I should probably chain them as well, because update board, update moved. Spawn shape apparently happens in update, that's fine. Okay. We might have to chain them because we may have to apply gravity, but I think update move happening first. Actually, that happens after. Well, actually to test this, we should definitely add the ability to slam pieces down. So player moves. Interesting. So this gets pressed. Okay. So the question here becomes, I think it's, we just need to go like, because this runs every tick. I think. And then the plugin player move. Player move runs on update. So if we go here and we say if settings dot just pressed. Oh, no, pressed, because we want it to work no matter what the player's doing. Player input, move down. How do we should go check the gravity, see how gravity works. I think we just, translate A to Y if target. So we need to copy this logic, except target is player target, yep. So we can just say underscore, I think. Oh, we already got access to target here, so we just moved equals true. Like so. It's saying I should probably turn these into a like that. Okay. I don't know if they should update last. Because technically they're moving down. Because it's going to happen every frame when we're holding it. It should zip to the bottom pretty quick. And well, at last, like, so if you're holding sideways, it still updates while you're taking across. Technically, like half a second shouldn't pass before them hitting the bottom. Like, they should be pretty quick to the bottom. I don't know if I need some kind of shadow thing to tell you where it's going to land. I know some Tetris games do that, where it's like it'll show you where the block's going to land if you press down at that moment. But I don't know if that's necessarily required. Okay. Come on, why are you taking so long to compile today? I've taken that long before. Make sure my computer's not slowly dying. It's just not doing anything. Weird. That's not a good sign. I don't know what the hell is using so much of my hard drive. I don't think I'm using that hard drive. G drive. Maybe I am. Alright, anyway. Let's see if it worked. So if I go over here and bring this down. It looked right. Ish. Yep. That's looking good. Alright. So let's find it if putting that in the right spot. The right thing to do. So again, we need to put a piece here. 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 Stack there. Stack there. Stack there. Alright. Oh. So something's definitely weird about the when a piece locks in place. We've got that not quite right. I probably shouldn't be using fixed update. I should make my own scheduler that I can't put it down. Oops. Okay, we need to stack more blocks up. Got this. Well, just have to clear a Tetris out first. I forgot to clear the line. Oh, that's not looking good. I don't think that was supposed to happen. Definitely look good. All right. So something's clearing the movement, and clearing lines is running at the wrong time. So my bet is that gravity's ticking first, so we should probably clear lines. Where is it? So applying gravity board. The clear lines. Clear lines, I'm pretty sure checks to make sure that the block moved. Don't update. So when are we setting block moved? When we apply gravity, we set the block to have moved. So that's... Well, actually, let's see if it's the player target. Oh, because only the... No? Just the shape? No, shape doesn't move. What do we check? What is a block? Yeah, block. Okay, so we need to make sure that when we move something with gravity... We also update that the block has moved. And I'm pretty sure block has last. Block dot shape. No, so it just has moved. Okay. I guess because the blocks can only move down if they're not. Right, I think that's all the block has. Yeah, okay. So that means that gravity now updates that the block has moved. Let's see if that works. Okay, so I need to come up with a better way to fill the board, really. Oh, that didn't work. The block should not be empty. Oh, I don't know what happened there. Well, that's not working. The only thing I changed... Did I not set blocks to the correct thing? Board. Clear moved. Update moved. Okay. So apparently updating the blocks moved there is incorrect. Updates the spawn shape, spawn single, spawn next. So clearing a line checks to see if block has moved. So if I just turn that back off, does that... My only thought is that it's maybe that gravity is no longer applying. Oh no, because shapes and blocks are not the same thing. So it's probably that the gravity is no longer existing. Yeah. Okay, so it's not that I'm updating moved, it's that I'm... So... we need to get the blocks here, like this. And then we need to go for block in shape dot blocks. You know. Or dot this block state contains block equals should really make it iterator. Shape dot I don't know, board get block plus shape dot center. Turn that into an iterator. If okay. Then we say if let okay block equals blocks dot get mute block continue. We just want to also print an error saying that you didn't find the block. block. That's correct. Then we go here and go, you need to be mutable so that we can change you. So, and then we say block dot moved. This is almost certainly why I had it. I think it's true. Right, this should at the very least mean that it should work. My only thought is that it's possible that gravity's ticking at the wrong time, like if gravity's ticking after. Okay, they are falling down. So we definitely fixed that issue. So we're gonna do that, okay, straight down. Stack 1, stack 2, stack 3, you, and go all the way against the wall and stack you. Okay. Well, it's kind of working. At least you see that the block comes down. Now, what's the issue with that? I think, again, it's the issue that gravity doesn't run first. So I reckon what we need to do is guarantee that gravity is the first thing to run. So we need to put gravity earlier in the schedule. Right. All right. Okay. Yeah. So we look at gravity earlier in the schedule. This is post update. Wait, why are you having post update? That's probably what was breaking it. Clear lines needs to happen. Update board, update moved, clear lines. Like so. That might work. The idea being that it was clearing the moves, and then if gravity didn't happen before it tried to clear lines, they weren't moved. That's ended up being one tick out of shape. But update moved was always happening on the frame after, which meant that, like, theoretically I could get rid of all that stuff in gravity now, because I think I'm not 100%. Imply a certain level of understanding that I don't have. Oh, that did. Okay, I don't know how it's ending up with empty. We should probably fix that crash at some point, but I'll let it sit in my brain a little longer. But why exactly it's running out of... Okay, it's because something is happening earlier than it should. We need to fix it now because it's causing too many crashes. Okay, so what is causing our deck to... When do we refill our deck? Plug in. Okay. First, refill deck. So you run in first, which means that the only thing I could think of is that if we go to board and we say it's probably this one. No, clear move. Spawn shape. So nothing else runs in first, I don't think. Pre-update. Update. Post-update. Fixed first. There's clear moved. Yeah, so like they okay. So let's find the actual crash point. Blocks should not be empty. Okay. So that's... Okay, that's interesting. Right, so it's not what I was thinking. It's not. So how the hell are you getting an empty block? Because we're trying to translate before the new shape spawned in. That's interesting. Alright, fine. If let some I don't know how to fix it, so I'm just gonna equals that's probably the easiest way. Just get rid of the export. And we're just gonna put a to do like so. And the main reason for the to do is that in the future I'm probably going to end up with some kind of bug because of the fact that I'm just ignoring inputs rotations if the block is empty. In theory, it shouldn't cause a problem because if it's empty, then it would have crashed. But it's more like the shape can't be correct anyway. But I'm worried that it's going to result in some kind of output issue where shape's going to end up a certain way. I'm not sure. I get the impression I really need to put like some kind of thing there to stop that from. So put one there. Turn you sideways, put you there. Fill you. Fill you. Go sideways, one down, sideways. Okay. I don't know why sometimes that block takes a really long time to settle. But sometimes it doesn't. That's a weird little bug. Should really look into it. Alright. Yay! Okay. It's working now. Ooh. Okay. Hey, okay. Okay. So yeah, I need to work on that next because that is definitely the thing that's causing the most confusion in my head, at least for placing blocks, is why exactly sometimes they let me move like a lot longer after it passes. It's got something to do with the ticking of the fixed update. Like I should change the fixed update. Because if I made my own schedule, I could make it tick so long after like an input's happened. So if the player presses sideways, the tick will take a little bit longer. Usually that I feel like people would spam left and right to try and lock pieces in at a specific height. Then you just turn gravity into a timed thing on its own. It's like it needs some kind of cooldown once it touches the ground sort of thing, like before the player's input is locked. Don't spam that. So if we go back to here, back to deck. So the player moves. Like, how do we determine when it locks? Remove player target. That's how we determine. So if last Y is greater than 3 ticks. I think it's 9 ticks per second or something. Oh, go back to main. Ticks a bit. 3 ticks per second. So that gives you a whole second. That's interesting. Interesting. I'm wondering if I just remove this. Is this actually important, or did the fact that just rearranging the order of the order of operations fix the thing? I suspect it's just the order of operations probably fixed it. So we go shoot. Turn you sideways. There you. There you. There you. There you. There you. No, that's not stop for that. No, that worked. Last one. Okay, then we just need to finish this. Yes, it's just an order of operations thing. Okay, cool. Cool. Oh, that's probably the wrong. Do that anyway. All right. All right. So how do I make use? So we set the move to Y in the last. Okay. That's when we apply gravity, and then so it's 3 ticks after gravity stops getting applied that we clear the block, or we remove player's target. So what's the best way of doing this though? Clear the player's target. See, the issue with it is it feels very like not unpredictable, but like because technically it could touch the ground when you're pressing down, like a tick early or like just after a tick means that like you may get a full second, whereas it could also touch down just before a tick, in which case you only get 2/6 of a second. But even then, like it feels weird that I don't ever seem to be able to get it to move like when I want it to. I feel like I need to remove the tick system and change that to like a clocking thing, because then I can do things like give the player control like a timer that once it hits the ground, it's like it keeps track of when the last Y was. I just feel like I should probably make it that if it doesn't get to move down, it removes player's control. Because the only time I've ever really had a problem with it is when it's me pressing down. Because then in theory you can get to the bottom like way quicker. So what you could do is go and translate, which means that we can say that this should go inside again. Like this, right? we say, hey, if you're pressing down, and then we say if shape moves, do that, else so when you command, this is more of a hack than anything though. That's what I don't like about this. Entity dot remove player target, like so. So basically, if we press down, we set last Y and move to 0. If we don't get to move it, as in if it's already hitting the bottom, remove the player target. This means that if the player smashes it into the ground, you immediately lose control of it. You don't get to then move it sideways. Okay. Interesting. Oh. Now you gotta be really careful doing that because it's really fucking easy to stack them too high. I also feel like I need to make my Tetris blocks smaller. Because it's really getting to that point where I can't see over the top. Yay, Tetris. Alright, cool. So what's next? Probably like a scoring system. So if I get like a new module UI, I'm just curious if this will actually work. Make a Bevy UI module that allows numbers a score to be displayed. Okay. So that's a pretty terrible way of doing that. To say like incorrect, but I'm just gonna start. I wrote it by myself, but like that was actually not bad. Use heavy preload. Plugin. Let's plug in. Okay, so we need a resource called score. Technically, I think that goes somewhere else, but score, which is going to be an I32 because negative score is going to be a thing. I feel like it, and if I'm going to have like dumb things like minus signs, I may as well Put like that. So we need to make you a resource. So derive resource. And we use Bevy's preload, please. Okay. So up here we say use preload. So that resource score. Score over 0. Now I'm getting to make a font. Okay, we need to make that public apparently. Yeah. Okay. So next is to go to UI. So we need to use our create preload as well. So I'm thinking I'll go with a custom font, just because one, I kind of want to make a Tetris-y font, like Tetris-y looking font, and two, because I feel like it might be easier to try and manipulate sprites around than it would be to well, make a custom font with text, because I don't know how to make a custom font. So we need to say something like struct font handle is a handle to an image. I also think I need a the texture atlas layout. I think it's a handle to texture style, like so. And then we would need a enum font index, just like this, and then it's gonna be like, you need the letters digit 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, and then empty. Except I should probably have empty at the top. D equals 0. So I'm going to go back to here. I'm going to go wait, stop. So we need to go like new. So probably one each pixel like 16. So I don't know if you can do math. 16 times, oh, well, 160. I was going to 16 times 10, but then I remember that that's just 160. So we need to go view show grid somewhere, image configure grid. Grid is 16 by 16 pixels. Thank you. Fucking image configure grid 16 by 16. So right. So what we kind of want is we want to, first off, I want to redesign this a little bit. I wanted to do it right at the beginning of the stream, but I forgot. So we don't want this all being 1. Right, so we're going to go paint bucket. We need you to be in percentages. FFFF. So I want you to be 90%. Alright. We should probably magic wand this whole thing. First off, I need to scale that down to 32 because it's too big. So we need to edit. Image, canvas size. So 64 is too big, so 32 by 32. How do I cannot get you to scale? Okay, fine. Resize. So I reckon we'll go with 3 layers because we just halved its size. So that would be 3 pixels. Here, you need to go to you. You need to be set to, I guess, 10%. Paint bucket. Paint bucket. Okay. Now we've got that. So then we would need to go like this. And then paint bucket this 50%. Right. So we want to go this bit. I guess technically it needs this bit as well. So from there to there would be so 10, I reckon 30. Wait, 30 would be the wrong spot. Was 70. 90, 70. 700, that's a bit high. 70. But wrong fucking tool. Paint bucket. 70. Okay. Then we want to select this bit and we want to go 60. Okay, so 70 is the wrong number. Must be. What would be the correct number then? No. Okay, so the next one would be like 40. Um, 40, 30. I need to go back to 50 to do the little diagonally. I don't know if this is correct, but we'll see. I don't put that. Pencil. I don't know if that's going to work any better. Anyway, let's export as block. Annoying. So first off, we have to go back to our game. We have to correct the fact that the blocks are now 32. So we update the board. No. Main. Somewhere I spawn a map. It's gotta be in main. Setup. Right. So it's not 64, it's 32 now. 32. So 0 plus is just 32. Why? Same as 0 plus here is just 32. So this will hopefully make the whole thing fit on the board a little bit better. You need to be smaller, but I'm not sure. Calculator. 128. 20. Okay, so 20 times 30, 64. I think that should be right. Scrolling the camera, we just cap you at like 500 then, because we made the board half as high. They're all 32s. Now, something makes me think that I've got to fix something in here. Here. 32. Alright, let's see if this makes the board smaller. Okay, it has. So now it's at least small enough that I can fit the whole thing on the screen. I feel like I want to make it taller, just for the sake of making it taller. Oh god. Alright, we need to feel like a delay. Maybe in the respawning. Tetris. Okay. What's it doing? Right, so we made everything 32. Back to making a font. To make a font, we need to, like, first off, add now for channel. Delete that. Okay. So we need to go something like this. Go like 1. Except I need to say select it. I need to make it way smaller. Uh, 10. Okay. So I need you to be 15 maybe? 20? Okay, so that's size. So we go back here, then we go here. Yeah, okay. Yeah. First off, first cell stays empty. And then we go pencil. Alright, turn this off. It's a very dodgy looking 1. 3. Not quite. First off, we need to go. That's the center. It's a very dodgy looking 1 again. A very fat looking 1. So I feel like it needs to be more like this. Then I need to see something like get rid of these. That's definitely too tall. Yeah, leave like all of that for now. Go like that. Okay, so we have a 2 line along the bottom. 3, 3. Got 3 line in the top. I think I got the opacity set wrong. Got 2, so it would be here. Interesting. So I feel like I need that to be 3 wide. So for the 1, we'd want like... So for one thing, we probably don't want 16. We want an odd numbers. So let's go to image, canvas size. So if I make it 15, that's 5 blocks. 6 blocks would be 6 times 3 is 18. Okay, and then we want to go image, configure grid, make 18. Wait, 18 is not an odd number. I don't know if that's correct. Anyway, we'll find out. When I go pencil, yeah, okay. Like so. Right. Okay, so it's not the best one in the world, but for what I'm going for, it's probably going to be pretty good. So we want to set you to being like 30%. So go like that. It goes. Like this. Oh, no, that's wrong spot there. I feel like this is too bright, too dark. So we probably want to go something more like 40%. Maybe. We're gonna go select all the colors. Okay. Then we want to go back to selecting nothing. Then pencil. Right, we want to go 50%. Yep. Alright, and then we want to go we want to say not 100%, but instead 60%. 60% seems too close. Oop. Oop. I completely missed this one. What the hell? No, wrong color. This color. All right. So now we have a 1. And it should look better when I add color. So, pretty plain. But when I load that in, I'll be able to like apply a tint to it and hopefully get like an actual like one that looks like it's made out of things. All right, no, I want to go here. I want to go like Control C. Can I? Clipboard image. Okay, cool. So if I go pencil clipboard image. So to do a 2, the 2 is going to be the same thing. So go 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and then the 2 will need something like more like a Z at this point. Is that a 2? I feel like a 2 needs more like this. Get rid of this one. Get rid of this one. Is that a 2? I'd say that's a 2. Okay, go back to pencil. Okay, 3 time. Now 3 is going to be a little bit more difficult because we're really pressed for space. It's more like a backwards E at this point. That's the 3. Okay, 4, same kind of concept. We're going to start from the top. It's a 4. Okay. 5, we should probably just get the E and the 2 and flip it, but that's a 5. 6. So, and 6 got to start like 3 across the top. Now, I need enough room to make a circle. I don't think that's the right spot. No, it's not. Undo. Whatever the fuck I just did. And I also accidentally copied something else. So let's Control X that. Do this. Okay. So I need to go here. Here. Six gets pretty fat apparently, so that seems wrong. We probably want to go maybe here. So I reckon we want the 6 to look like that. Now, also in theory, like I could cheat a little bit for like the creative like design sort of thing. There's no reason that these tetromers, like little blocks, need to be on a grid. Like in theory, I could put one like here to round the 6 out a little bit, which I might actually end up doing. Just because that 6 looks a little round. I mean, like I want to like oval the 6 a little bit. So what we can do is something like here. Right. Where do we here? Is that 4 from the end? So I don't 4. I'm gonna do like that maybe, and then that. Maybe I need to be too high. That won't work. It's a very funny looking 6. So 6 needs to be not quite so tall. The issue is I'm kind of running out of space to put things. Could, in theory, put like this. So it needs to be a little bit taller. We could probably do something like this, maybe. This 6 looks really bad. Maybe if I cleared out that bit and replaced it just with like a short little bit like this. I feel like I need to move these down as well. Is that a 6? Kind of. I'm looking forward to getting back to a simpler letter, like 7. Alright, then we need to make an 8. 8's also going to be really annoying because I think I'm going to do the same thing as the 6 where we go like sort of off-century bit. So we're going to make it like 3 wide. And then yeah, 8. And then we need to make a 9. Okay. So to make a 9. 9. Okay. And 9 needs to be shorter than that. So maybe here. 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 Okay, so we just need to move the whole thing down. Looks like a P really, but anyway. Ah, damn it. X, V. Move you down to there. Don't think there's any way to make that better. The only thing I can really do is make it. Oh, that's not what I want to have selected. Let's just label that and go. Pencil here. So I reckon something. Again, I've made it very P-shaped. Is that a 9?
I guess we can call it a 9. It's not like we have letters to worry about.
We might in the future. But at the moment, we have our numbers. Oh, we don't have 0. God damn it. 0. Okay, 0 shouldn't be too hard because if we find like the exact middle, which is here, I think. I feel like it needs to be wider. So I reckon if we put maybe here, 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 and then here, 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 and here. I am curious what this is going to look like in color because I suspect it's going to look significantly nicer in color. Anyway, these are nice little tetrominoes. So a file, export this out as font. Okay. We go back here, we go UI, we go, hey, load font. So, we need access to commands as well. You can say commands dot, insert resource, which is going to be a font handle. Give these names. Okay. Like that. Okay. And then okay. I think I spelled image wrong, didn't I? Yep. Age. Okay. So we're here. We say your image is asset server.load. What do I call it? Font. Font. Dot PNG. And then your atlas is going to be asset server.add texture atlas layout. From grid. Tile size is uvec to nude. They were 18 by 18. Columns, it should be 10 by 10. Padding, none. Offset, none. I need to derive you as a resource. Derive resource. Okay. There we go, app. Why did I do this as its own thing? It should just be. This is really stupid. Don't mind my brain. Import from world. This is the correct way of doing this. From world for font handle. Then we don't search from world. Then we say let s set server equal world dot resource asset server paste this in, do this, just return that. Okay, so then we go here, we say app dot init resource font handle. Okay, we go to main, we go somewhere here, we initialize all the plugins. So here we say UI plugin, like so. Lovely, lovely. So technically digit 0 is here because we started at 1. Okay, then we go fn spawn score. So first we need something like struct score. Struct score forward. Okay, then we need to go commands.spawn. We just need it to be empty, so I think we just need a transform from translation something. I'm just gonna call it 0 for now, and dot with children the dot This is why I should use UI. Maybe we'll use UI, so we'll just call you a node bundle. so. And then with children, like so, and we say like c dot spawn image bundle. No, it's just image. I think it's just called image. No, wrong image. UI image. Image node. Oh, okay, getting ahead of myself there. We need access to the font. UI. Which is font handle. Like so, except you need to be a res font handle. Thank you. Like so, okay. So then we go here, we go, we can be done, we say for 0, for I in 0 dot n. I think that works. Okay, so color is just going to be color. Bevy color palettes CSS red. Okay. Image. Ooh, can I? Yes, text atlas. I see it on the list. So we say font dot image dot clone and texture atlas is some texture atlas. Good. So we may as well go 1 to 11 because then we don't have to do math, and we say layout is that an option? No. Okay. So font dot layout atlas dot clone. No, not clamp, clone, please, thank you. Index is just I. Okay. And then we got you. Dot into like so. Okay. So you need to be drive component. Like so. So our scoreboard, and then here when we spawn a node, we also give you the scoreboard so that I can do fancy stuff with you later. Okay, so at the moment we're just going to spawn one of every letter. We come up here, we say hello, yes, please add systems spawn score. Okay, we don't use any of these yet, but that's because I haven't actually got around to.
Oh, okay. So the plan now
to like work out a score. Now, that's hideously large. Hideously large. I should also like make this stuff inside of a board. I can open these without crashing. Yes, cool. So somewhere there's all these observers and monitors. Okay. Here. Hello. Please, for the love of God, your height is a percentage, and that is 10. They look really smudged and horrible. The 9 is very much just a P. I know how to fix the 9 though. I know how to fix that. The 9's really obvious to fix. Don't make this flat. Make it round. Yep. Is that round enough? I feel like you going there. And you going there maybe? Which means I should probably get rid of you. Let's delete you. Something like that. It makes it weird that it's shorter than all the other letters, though. Why? Oh, yeah, okay, fine. What the fuck? Just delete that. Copy that, pencil that. Put it back. No, not there. There. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. I gotta make you the same height as the other letters or you look really dumb. The question is how to do that with the fact that you are slightly incapable of being the same length as the other letters. I guess in theory, I could just not do the whole block. Like I could just grab this bit. So now you're the same height, but you don't have quite a whole block. All the other letters are all the same height. Cool. Let's file, export, font. Thank you. No place. Yep. Cool. All right. So I need to. For some reason, it can't spawn blocks there. So that's an interesting bug that I never would have found if I hadn't hadn't done this. But don't mind me. Now the one feels very wide. I feel like I should probably remove like a section from the one. Like, can I just? Feel like this is it's a much better one. Now, in theory, I could then also, because again, nothing has to be aligned to the grid. Just move it like here-ish. In theory, I could make the 2 better because I could move like U as a concept. I could be like, gotta control C, control Xing, then control C. I could move you like here, and then do that. That I think would make the 2 look better. Maybe a little bit lower. I think that's a better 2. 3. In theory, I could make the 3 a little bit narrower. I think the 3 looks fine though. 5 looks good. 6 looks alright. I think the 6 needs to lose this bit though. Maybe move this up a little. I think that's probably better. 7 looks nice. 8 looks fucking weird. It's very fat. Anyway. Alright, let's export that. Yep. File, export. Nope, don't overwrite the block. Replace. Let's go back here. Okay, so something needs to be done about making our main camera the UI target. So when we first up, can I be like commands.spawn name new next new forward transform identity and visibility visible with children this should at least make my my editor much easier to navigate because they'll all be wrapped up inside a single piece. What's next? So go to UI. No, so main, we spawn the camera somewhere here, so we need to give you a UI something. It's like default, maybe default UI camera, please. Is this default? Marquees to identify default camera. I think that should work. Let me
select.
Okay. Lovely. Now we need to do something about the horrificness that is the sampling. Now, I'm pretty sure the easiest way to do that is probably to go here and be like set image plugin default nearest, because it's basically a voxel game, which means setting voxel imaging would be the best. Nearest should mean that they should be crisp, blocky, not blurred fucking all hell when they're really big like that. Hey. Okay. Now, I think that I should probably just do the whole thing and scale the grayscale up. Can I do that easily in here? Not you, you. Can I go like... I want to say it's color, hue saturation. Can I increase everything saturation? I don't think I've selected. Why is it not working? Hue. Master. So, for some reason it's not letting me select anything. If I select just this section, color. Okay, so I can change the color, change the saturation. Okay, set you back to 0. Set you back to 0. We just want to increase the lightness by like maybe 10. Me? Okay, so now I need to go. Okay, 20. Okay, so let's set that to 20. Set you back to 0 because I don't want to actually change that. Okay. Save that. Well, export this. Export font. Okay. So that should make them just that little bit brighter. Run that. See how that comes out? It should, yeah. Okay. Nice font. Okay, so next so the first thing we do is not set the board's height to being 100%. So now we get to mess with you, because we get to say like left is val pixel 0. So that should lock it right to the left screen. And then we want to say width is val percent 30. Aspect ratio. Maybe not. Okay, let's default that. Let's see what that looks like. If I specify a width, I'm wondering if that locks everything to being in the right spot. Probably not, because I feel like it's still going to just try and be the maximum height it can be, and then the letters are just going to stretch and overflow. Yeah, okay. So, first off, we have to max you up, we have to turn UI on. Nope, okay, so apparently that's annoying. So we're going to node, we say, okay, so somehow I have to max out your height. Now I probably could say like max height pixels 18. No, that's max width, I just said. You can say auto. Min max height. Pixels 18. Well, I don't know where the UI went. Is it hiding up under here? 18 pixels is not very big. 180 pixels? Yep. Okay. So, how high do I want them to be then? 60 pixels? It feels like it's 32. Alright, so we need to say like top needs to be a little bit spaced off so that it's not hiding behind the thing. So it's like top. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Top. Vowel pixels, maybe 30 pixels from the top. Admittedly, that's an editor only problem where it's behind the editor while I'm developing it, but it still would be nice to. This is where a proper editor for Bevy would be nice, because if I could actually like physically grab it and move it around. So there we go, they're not touching the top anymore. I need you to, again, not just have a fucking height. So if I set your height to say 30, is that a good size for the font? I think so. I feel like I should be doing this with UI as well, simply so that I don't have to worry about it, but you know. Okay. So, I mean, the numbers actually look pretty nice. It's like enough that you know that they're the right thing. I was just trying to see if that bug still appears where it never checks the furthest. Oh, it cleared out a spot. Okay, so it never checks the leftmost. So when we go here, we should just increase it by 1. My suspicion is that it checks and it gets an out of board first. So, is it board? It's spawn shape. When I spawn a shape, I should probably also say don't check more than board down. That's when a shape actually spawns. That's spawning the spots. It's single shape single maybe. You literally do nothing. So let's get rid of you because you're just confusing. You are old code. Somewhere it says plugin. I should really move plugin up to the top. Spawn shape, shape next, shape. I don't even think I was using it in the code. No, there it is. Shape single. Go away. Right. So next is to spawn a shape. No, it's to spawn next. Right. So you check from 0 to board height. Center is board height minus 1. Center. Okay. So I think I should go like 0 to 4 maybe. Kind of. It'd be more like you need to set like the biggest block That's how far it will check, because at the moment it's like theoretically possible, as long if there's literally anywhere inside of your shape that you build that a block can spawn, it'll spawn inside it. So it's kind of funny, but also kind of dumb. So like there should probably be a limit of like you can only check like 4 down. Okay, let next equals center. Yeah, okay, so next. My question is, why do you not check? Board width. Okay. So checks can spawn. And I think can spawn. So in theory, we can say center is divided by 2. We want to go to board width divided by 2 plus 1. Plus 1. I think. Because obviously dividing by 2 must be rounding down at some point, and that's causing an issue where it's not checking that final side. The numbers are really big again. Let's just hold down until the whole board's filled, and hopefully this should fill the whole board. I won't know because I can't see. Okay, yeah, it filled the whole board. The way I know is is the oh, it's so good. I know the way I know is because it cleared, which means that it obviously put a piece in that final spot. Okay. Interesting because I want to kind of make it that you lose if a block fills that top square. But in theory, you should just lose if it can't spawn a block. Because it does feel kind of memey that you can like win the game if you somehow clear your deck to just being like singular block, like just straight blocks. Like if you somehow clear your entire deck so that it's just clear blocks, just straight blocks, it's like you can win any mission like forever. But also it feels like it's like a when you're playing Bulentro and like you clear your deck to only being like aces of spades, it's like you just win every single game. So like the idea being that if you somehow manage to clear your deck down to being a singular piece, it's like, well, that's good for you. But it does mean I need to make it hard to clear out pieces like that. Hmm. It's interesting. I'm just running shit through my head. I was thinking about how to make it so like certain blocks stick together, that kind of thing. So again, we need to go back to our UI. We need to say, hey UI, your height is like 30, please. Height. Pixel 30. Kind of want to make this like accessible levels of stuff, so we can be like enum font size small, this equals 18. Normal equals 30, large equals maybe 45, and XL equals 60, something like that. Right, then we come down here and we say when we spawn you in, your height is equal to size, res font size Then we say size as 32. Oh, no. As pixels is an F32 and as F32. Just fucking weird. Can I dereference you? Why can't I get... Well, first off, you're not a resource, which is... could be causing problems. Okay. So I can't do that. Can I dereference a resource? Can I dereference it as a reference? Can I say as ref as E32 as F32? Can I say dereference the reference to the reference to the reference? Okay, thank you. But you are also going to be clone and copy. There we go. It's bit silly. Does it work like this now? No, because you can't. Okay, so I need to cast delete U32 then to an F32. This is yeah, a little bit dodgy, but yeah, that's type safety for you. Okay. So I kind of want to have like a options menu maybe. So let's get like menus. Right, so we need to go mod main, mod options. I then want to go something like enum. It's state enum menu. Default is main options. Okay. Okay, cool. We need to use Bevy prelude. Now, there's some kind of way of doing computed states, which I don't know how to do. Okay, cool. Anyway, menu plugin. So plugin app. Okay, so we need to say app.init state computed. Add computed state. Set up a type. Okay, so how do I set this up? So like I want it to be more like when there's a menu. Pause. Add computed state. So can I go to main and say like state game state, and then we say like in menu and play it. Can I then implement computed state for game state? Is this gonna work? States. Okay, so I think I can say something like There's a way to do it. I know there's a way to do it. State. Is there another state? Types or state? Can I say like option state? Menu. UI. Menus. Why can I not see you? Like this maybe? Okay, and then we need to make menus. We need to be public. So there's definitely another thing you could do. So we need to say not here, but can we say like state add scoped event in its state, enable state scoped menu. Okay, so they can do that. State. So there's initializing a state, which we need to initialize the state menu. Okay, dot state. So it's not a compute substate. Set up a type. I think substate. This method is independent. There's no effect. Okay. Can I set up a substate menu? Is that how that works? Not menu. Okay. Do you take in an argument? No. Okay. So I need to implement substate. Okay. Failed to parse subsequent step. Okay. So somewhere need to be like enable substate. Okay, maybe we should just say look up Bevy substates. Bevy substate. Substate. Okay, so should exist. Is a state that exists only when the source state meets certain conditions, but like computer states, while they exist, they can be manually modified. The development. Create game state in menu. Okay. Is that how it works? Maybe I don't need to initialize a state. Something like this. Okay. So I don't think I initialize the state menu. I say substate. I mean app source. In-game equals in-game. Okay, so I don't quite understand. What I'm supposed to be putting here. Oh. Use create prelude. We need to include the game state like this. So we then say you're not computed. In menu, we need to go to the prelude and say hub use super game state. So. Okay, so then we come down here and we say, hey, fine, just make it public. Jesus. Okay. Oh, how did I do that? Oh no. What have I done? What have I done? Windows tab. I've opened a new desktop. Okay. Well, that's just going to exist forever now. So can't have something in a public interface. Why? It's public though. Don't save this. Okay. So the default is to in menu. Okay. So I need to go into main here and say open main. Okay. So you need commands. Now we don't have any letters at the moment, so we should probably grab the font though. Use create UI. Stop pressing the wrong key. Okay. So we need font, which is the res font handles. Font. Maybe I should rename this to font size. I need something that lets me Bevy save. Load PK store, I think it was called. Bevy PK store. Please tell me you're up to date. Yeah, Bevy 15, okay. So we'll add our save game stuff. We go here, we say, how are you added Bevy PK store? 0.12. That work? No, what is it called? Okay, PKV. Okay. So for those that don't know, this is like a really cool crate that lets you like save data persistently for your game, and like on any platform. Like it's even works on WebAssembly. It saves it in the cookies, and it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Anyway, so we need to go something along the lines of initializing. So I think it's insert. Bevy PKV PKV store new. So the organization will be box, and the application will be Tetris. Tetris? Can you not complain about spelling, please? Unless I spelled it wrong. TT. No, IS. Tetris. Okay, Tetris. So I'm pretty sure that's all I need to do. And then we come down here and we say, down here we go, okay, font size. Something like that. We're gonna get rid of this. So you can be clone and copy. I actually, what do you mean fonts? Oh, no. Not font size, font data. Thank you. So the reason I'm doing it that way is we go somewhere. We get rid of you. And say font. This also makes this look fractionally less stupid. Font dot font size. It's you. Why are you not letting me? Do I have to do this? Did I fuck that up? I didn't, did I? I somehow turned you into font data, haven't I? Yeah, recursive. Font size, please. Okay, there we go. So, now font size there. And when we go U, we're going to say let size equal if let sum okay, so we need to say let store equal world dot resource Bevy pkb store equal data sum store dot get. Now, what do you return? You return a T, and as long as T implements deserialize owned, which means that if we say you need to be we need 30, don't we? Great. This is what makes it so great, is all you need to do is go 30. Come on, deserialize 30 serialize. Oh, deserialize. Okay, so we have 2 30s, then we say get, and then font size. Font size. Equals, let's say data else font size normal. So okay, you expect an okay, right? And then we say font size. Except so we either grab the stored font size or we we provide normal. And then what do we go here, we say you will, when you spawn the UI you get that font size, which is going to be a bit weird because it may result in fonts not updating in size. Maybe we should flag you with font or something. So structure, something like that, right? Technically you don't need it, it's these that all need it, so we should flag these all as being fonts. So we need to go node height is size val pixels font dot size as U32 as F32. Okay. Like that. So marking that all with font means that later when I change the font size, I can just have a function that says when the font changes. We'll just actually we should do that now. Just be like fn update font size. Right, like this. We should probably flag you with font as well. Let's see. So we go something like new fonts, which is then going to be a query for new node with font. Then we just say for font in. Oh, we need access to the actual font itself, which is a res font data. So query in fonts view so I can get access to. So then we say font dot height equals val pixels font. Let's just do it here because then we don't have to cast it a million times. So let fs equal font size as U32 as F32. So and then we say fs. Okay, and then we go update font size gets called. Here we go add system just in update because it doesn't really matter when it runs. Called update font size run if resource changed. Then the resource is, I think it's just like this, and we say font data. Is that how you call that? Missing? Yes. Okay, so if the resource changed, do we run that? Okay, cool. So we get a menu. So we enable state menu. Okay, add substate menu. Okay. Now, the hard thing with that is I'm pretty sure that that's going to cause issues that when we enter the substate menu, it's not going to be existing to say like, hey, we need to specify what menu we're in. So if you hit escape, I don't think we can exit into the pause menu. Well, we'll try our best to get that working. So on open main menu, yeah. So we should probably just not substate you. Okay, but enable this. We should probably default to main, but then we should also just have like a none. And then I'm just going to say, you're not a substate, you're just a state. Init state. Sadly, you just need to be a state, because if I make you a substate, the issue becomes when we enter, it'll forget what it was currently at, and we will just like lose that piece of information. Like we can't set that preemptively. So then we have to go back to UI, and we have to say part of the UI plugin is adding plugins menus. I think that's. Do I have it as? Okay, so do that. Okay, so we enter main menu by default. Okay, so main. So the main menu, we have to set this up. So we're going to say menu also needs to be a component. Component. Interesting. All right, so I reckon we could probably also set up some like cool little UI buttons. So we might just do that quickly and just say struct menu button on click, and then this is going to be a system ID, I think. The question is, can I make system IDs? Okay, so I need to have access to the world to do that, which is going to be a bit concerning because it means that I think we need to make the setup use world access to set up a menu. Ooh. In theory, we could just do it in here and have a resource called like struct derive resource, something like this, which means we need to use Bevy. So something like that, and then we say like menu button, menu button, something like this, and we say like play system ID. Options, which is again a system ID. And quit, which is also a system ID. All right. And then we can do something like buttons, which is going to be res menu buttons. I'm finding this very, very recursive. So we're going to go like app, we're going to go init resource menu buttons, like so. And then dot add systems to on enter menu. Menu main. Open main menu. Okay, so now we get to import from world for menu buttons. From world. Okay, so we need to say like world dot register system. And the system is going to be no arguments. State. Res state. Event date. The fuck? Use create prelude. So okay, so we need to go back to main here and go into the prelude and say no, you do contain game state. In game. You do this and this. And then we go to do just so that you stop throwing errors unrelated. Playing. Oh, no, game state. Like that. Then we say if. Oh no. Next state. It's not current state. Next state. Then we say state dot set game state play. Okay, we need to make it mutable. Res mute. Thank you. Okay, cool. Cool. And then we say menu buttons. Just paste that there. Quit needs to be its own kind of thing, but okay. So you say state, you just need to be next state menu. Like so, and then menu becomes okay. And then you instead become event writer quit. Exit. On exit. No, not on exit. What's it called? Exit code. It's a system. Exit schedules, exit status, app exit. An event that indicates the app should exit if one or more of these present there. The running will end and may be returned control to the caller. This event can be used to detect when an event exit is requested. Make sure the system listens for this event before running the before the current update ends. This type is roughly meant to map standard. Some executes. Okay, so state dot send app exit successfully. Okay, cool. This maybe. Why are you complaining? Excuse me? Why are you considered to be a different type? Can I do that? Yes. Okay. So you'll register. Okay, cool. Then we go here. We go, okay. So we need to spawn like a main menu banner thing that like displays in the middle of the screen. I don't know why I'm doing hand gestures when nobody can see my fucking hands. So we're gonna be like commands.spawn, okay, node. Width is gonna be about percent, maybe 30%. Oh, percent 30. Height going to be about percent 60. Actually 75 I think is better. Color. No. Oh, background color is its own thing, isn't it? So we can do that. Background color. Something like this color. sRGBA. sRGBA. Okay, sRGB. That's correct. Anyway, so we want to be like 33%. I think. Something like that. 33%. Like so. Then I think we go margins val. You take an UI rect. All val auto. I think I default you now, and then we go up with children. Command like so. And we say spawn a node default. You need a button and a buttons dot. Ooh, no, what's the what do I call it? I gave you a resource, didn't I? UI menu button. Menu button on click buttons dot play dot clone. Okay, now you're going to be difficult. So we need to give you a font. I need to rename this to like my font so it doesn't get in the way. My font. Yep, okay, cool. My font. So you have a my font. And then I want to say something like my text. She's gonna hold a string. We can make it a cow. This is also a component, please. Okay. My text. Okay. So what are you complaining about? Something about probably my text is not a component would be my guess. No, it's a component here. Why are you complaining? Button? Is button not a component? I'm sure button's a component. Component node in So why are you complaining? Is my font not one? No, my font's one. Is it menu buttons? Probably not one. Yep. Derive component. Okay. So that should then work. Okay, apparently it just implements copy, so we can just do that. Cool. We need to do this like a few more times, like this, and we need to go. You say options, and you say exit, and then you are exit. Quit. Okay. Cool. What do I want you to do now? Something. You need to be state scoped. I think I can just do this, right? And then we just say menu main. Okay. So we need to go back to I guess it's technically in menus. We need to add a system that's set none, like so, and then we can say next, which is going to be a res mute next next state menu, right? And we say why is my tab key not working? What the fuck? What have I done? Oh no, I can't tab anymore apparently. Why are you not letting me tab anymore? Like, you are, but you're like tabbing through the actual UI, not in the fucking text. Why are you like this? Fuck's sake. Next dot. Okay, so apparently is it because I had caps lock on? No, I have no idea what fixed it. Okay, anyway, set menu none, right? Never immutable. And the idea here is that we can say add system on exit game state playing in menu. So when we exit a menu, we're going to call set none. And the idea being that if anything causes us to leave a menu, we'll set the menu to none, which if each menu cleans up itself when you leave it state means that each menu will clean up its state. The only time that this will cause an issue is if you somehow go back into a menu while in playing. But in theory, it shouldn't be possible. I mean, it's entirely possible, but in theory, we could make each menu do its own thing to set its state. But anyway, add systems. Not it's just if we want to add plugins. Then we're going to say main plugin. What have I done? Fuck off. Go away. How do I get you to close? Okay, close all. Thank you. That is my hateful main. Hateful main. Okay. So we should also, because this is the same thing on exiting a menu, we should say probably grab access to the fixed time as well. Time res time fixed, and then we say so this is exiting a menu, so time dot unpause time dot time dot the hell? Time. What are your commands? With time, advance by, advance to, rep, set, delta, 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 elapsed, 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 elapsed. Is generic. There's definitely like a pause function, right? Maybe not, because you... How do I pause time? Maybe it's a different thing. Maybe pause time. Ongoing time, timers, stopwatches. How do I pause time though? Is it, does fixed add like an ability? Like, is it like a, no, it only has time step and duration, which means that you can't, like, for example, free is fixed time. Toggle pause. So is it virtual time? Does virtual time have the ability to be, that's what's happening? Does virtual time have like a paused, unpaused? Yeah, okay. And I'm hoping that fixed time is updated from that, so we can say pause. Except we want to say unpause because this is leaving, and then we want to say pause. Which is going to run time virtual. Time not unpause, pause. Alright, and then that needs to run on enter pause time. Okay. Again, this could cause some issues if somehow you end up changing states inappropriately, but that's a me problem for the future. But anyway, so pauses time. We're in a menu. Okay. So uses font. Apparently font data is never used. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Good to know. Yep. Main menu buttons is private. You're also private. So. Okay, so open. So we initialize the menu buttons. Okay, and we say open my menu. We enter this, so it should, in theory, spawn this. We want rounded corners as well, just because it looks nice. Radius. How do I round corners? Border radius. Is that correct? Used to add rounded corners to UI nodes. All val plus pixels 10. Alright. Now I have to go make letters. God damn it. I have to make letters so that I can display this text. Anyway, let's just see if it displays anything at all. Okay. Oh, it did not work at all. Okay, so apparently we're calling it too early. Right, because we initialized that like last. So we add everything, initialize that, then run the startup stuff. We're obviously adding these plugins too early. And then one of these plugins needs something that relies on this. Okay. I guess we go back to hey look, a play menu. Now the time is supposed to be paused, thank you, little shit. We have our play menu, but why is time not paused? I should just stop using fixed time and just actually implement that properly. Anyway, we'll work on that later. We don't actually need our pause menu to pause the game. Alright. So first off, what we could do is just make all the stuff like we could say you are state scoped to game state playing, and then this setup we can rename to make board, like so. We should probably really be doing that more as like a hide board, but it's on enter game state playing, right? Did we state scope this stuff? Oh, that also doesn't spawn the camera, so that we need to spawn the camera. Spawning camera needs to happen so that there's actually something to see. So dot add systems spawn. Oh no, startup. Now we'll have a camera to actually see everything again. Spawn camera. Okay, so that should work. Now we need to do something along the lines of making the game only run kind of wish you would only update when you're actually fucking supposed to. Board. Because I don't think we can pause time, right? Like, the default is nothing, and there's no way to pause it, so it's virtual time that has the ability to be paused. Okay, which kind of makes sense. Anyway, I don't know why fixed time's not pausable. Is it virtual? Is there a virtual fixed? Fixed. Virtual. Virtual. Nope. So the answer is fuck you. Now, where we need that? So, board can all run in a fucking... Oh, gravity can still... Oh, wow. Apply gravity. So, where's these plugins? So, apply gravity. Run if in state game state playing. And then there's something about clearing the board, move it, update moving. Clear move. That can all happen like regardless of what's going on. It shouldn't really do much. We need to go to deck and we need to say in here it's the like, I think it's U. First up, I think you need to go to being an update. Wow, fixed last. So you definitely need to only run if in state game state playing, and they're all the same. Dot run if in state game state playing. And then the rest of that stuff should be fine. Because if it never removes the player controlling, then it'll never spawn a new one. Which... Okay. So player moves. That should all be fine. Like we literally, I mean, the player's lost control, and we actually do that by pausing the player controller, I believe, as well. But let's not do that for now. Anyway, A, B. This is going to be horrible, so I have to make all of these C, D, E, F. Yes, failed. It's definitely what that was supposed to say. Why are you going back into tab? Fuck's sake. I don't know why it does this. H, F, G, H, R, I, J, K, R, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z. Okay. So, first off, we need to move it all so that empty is technically going to be equal to 32. I believe. 22, 26. I guess technically it'd be 26. You're equal to 26. All right. About 10 digits, 26, capital letters. And then what would your 30, 52, 52 plus 26, 78. So, dot, I guess, and we're just going to say equal 72, is it? I think that's right, 78. Okay, cool. We're only making capital letters for now, but the idea is that in ASCII, the spacebar key is specifically placed where it is so that the difference between a capital and lowercase letter is the same as the number of spacebar. So to go from lowercase to capital, you add spacebar. To go from capital to lowercase, you subtract spacebar. I think it might be the other way around. Let's just look up an ASCII table. All right, just bring this over here. So in ASCII, 32 is the spacebar, and the A, the capital A and the lowercase a are exactly 32 apart, so that you can subtract spacebar to go from lowercase to capital, or add spacebar to go from capital to lowercase, which is the same thing I'm doing, except I'm offsetting my by 26 because I don't feel like fucking spacing it out. And it's more like, it's why you get to Z, and then there's these extra characters, is to get the correct spacing, because they've already filled these with control codes, and then spacebar is the first non-control code. So then It's just that the A's are spaced exactly by a spacebar apart. Anyway, just interesting trivia if you didn't know. And back to programming. Okay, so the idea is we're going to go back to GIMP now. And we're going to go, okay. First things first, we're going to start with the 0. We're going to go move the 0 into its correct forever home. Okay, cool, thank you. Then we go back to our code and we double check and we go, okay, is 0 digit the first digit? No. Okay, so we say 0 through 9. Now we need to go back to our, when we spawn our test UI, it needs to go from 0 to 10, so that it still spawns all the digits. It's just in the correct order now. Okay, then we need to make an A, which is, this is going to be fun. We already determined earlier in the stream that I am not very good at art. Okay, so pencil. Copy that, click this, click here, pencil. Okay, to make an A, we need to go, why are you not letting me place? Because it didn't work. Click here, click here, click here. Okay, so still not working. On the cobalt layer. Why are you not working? These are identical, yes. They look different, but anyway. Okay, so to make an A, I'm going to go something like up 3, up 2, 2, down 2. That. I feel like it should be 3. Actually, yeah, that looks that looks possible. I do feel like I need to like get rid of this one. This one. Pencil. I feel like the A just being like this, maybe like this. It needs to be slightly wider at the base, but not extremely wider. Okay, so A, and then we need to make a B. So B is going to be basically just a straight line. B. Okay. It looks phenomenal. Okay. So C, I think, was going to start like maybe down 1, up, up, down. Like this? Maybe? It's not, it's crooked and I can't stand it. Okay. Like that. It'll do. It's not perfect, but it'll do. Okay, A, B, C. Okay, so D is going to be the same thing again, where we go just all the way down. That, despite being symmetrical, looks derpy as fuck. We need to like inlay that a little bit. Maybe like that, or like that. I think like maybe like that. Okay. So well, apparently I've selected something else that I've copied. So just C pencil. Okay, E, you need to go like 2. Oops. The E is literally just going to be the reverse of the 3. We'll make it slightly different. We'll make the E only the E like bigger at the bottom then, like that. So be the E, D, F. Okay. Can I? Nope, can't shift click. F. G. Where does a G go? Does a G... I actually need to look this up. I don't fucking know. G. No, G. It keeps defaulting to GitHub when I press the letter G. Okay, G goes that way. My brain, like, literally just went, like, I don't know which way a G faces. So G looks like this. Is it? That doesn't look right. G. Ooh. Maybe here. 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 It also doesn't look like a G. Thinking probably here. Here. It's also not a G. That looks hideous. I'm gonna say that's a G. It's a very bad G, but like that's a G. Actually, what we could do is instead go something like that. That's a better G. H. 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 I. I'm gonna make it J. J is gonna be fun. So J's do something like J's like just a little bit too short and it annoys me, but like what else are we gonna do? J. Okay, so next is a K. Okay, we need you could you so we need to be like that. Okay. J K L. Capital J K L L L L L L L. L. J K L M. M is going to be difficult, isn't it? God damn it. 3, 4. E. Still not wide enough. The issue with this is now we have to like sort of offset the whole thing. So we go M, 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 M. M. Okay. I kind of want the M to be a little bit deeper. I feel like I should have moved these maybe over there a bit. Anyway, N. Again, another one of those things. I can't remember how an N goes. Up and then down. I had to draw it upside down N. I was going to draw from top down. Technically, it wouldn't matter because I could just do this. Then we go N. 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 O. So we're going to make the O like really round, simply so that it looks different to the 0. Okay. And then O. So now we get to make a P, which we kind of made a backwards one before when we made the 9. So I reckon the P just goes doot 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 P lemon O P Q. Okay, so again we'll go with a shortish Q maybe. I reckon a Q looks like this. Well, actually, technically we could do something like that with a Q. No, it's not really a Q. Looks kind of cool. Except somehow I've got the spacing wrong. How the fuck does that work out? It's interesting. Looks a bit weird, but Q. R. So I reckon R can go something like this. Yeah. QR. I'm just going to open up an alphabet because I'm getting a bit tired of running through the numbers in my head. S. S is going to be weird because S is going to be like, the fuck? Did I not send to you? That's probably what's happened. I was using the letter above for alignment and I'm like, it's not aligned. Okay, so it definitely needs to be 3. So I'm going to probably go with your alignment actually. So I reckon we'll do something like that. It looks much more like a 5. S. It'll do. S. T. Okay, T. So we need a U now. Now the U is going to be a little bit interesting because U is going to work something like maybe like this. U, V. I reckon the V's got to be nice and steep. That looks more like a Y. So we'll make it come a little bit deeper. I reckon if we grab those middle two and move them out a little bit. Like so. So that's a V. W. So the W's are going to be equally hard as the M. So W. So I think the issue with the W is we kind of need to go. It needs to come to both edges. Then we need to find the middle. So it's 3. Okay. So the W would need to be like up here, maybe. Yeah. So I reckon the W needs to go something like that. We need to like delete this bit here. You know, it's more like, how do I distinguish the capital from the lowercase? Because that's actually a pretty good lowercase w, that little one. Okay, so yeah, w, except it probably should be moved down because I feel like w should contact the bottom. I also feel like this should become my m as well. Just flip it upside down. Just because it kind of looks better than whatever the fuck this monstrosity is, so. W. What I could do actually, if I grab like this section. I need to see that pencil. Pencil it in like so. God damn it. Why do you keep not unselecting? Thank you. W. That's good W. I like that W. And I feel like I'm going to just go cut the M, which ironically is directly above. Did not intend for that to be the case. But delete U. We're going to unselect everything. Pencil in, and it so goes 4 up. 4 up. 1 up. Yeah. This doesn't feel right with the M. This doesn't feel tall enough. And then it's offset. So we'll call that M. So W, X, Y, and Z. So X should be pretty easy. X. Y shouldn't be too hard because I think Y is just going to be like this. Make the stem too wide so that it's symmetrical. Y. And then Z. I think Z is... like so? Is that how you do a Z? I think I can make the Z longer. And then if I like pencil in, oh, that's not correct. I need to go copy you. I think I can do like a Z like this. Kind of like the top being slightly offset, like that looks better. Z, okay. X, Y, Z. Okay. So we have letters now. So let's file, export, font, export. Export. Thank you. Okay, so now we have all the letters, which should in theory be in the right place to line up with this. Actually, no, they won't be because I said start at 26. Means that you need to be at 27, which is not what I'm going to do. First off, empty can be somewhere else. You start at 10. Okay, yeah, cool. That's correct. 10. Okay, so that just means that 35. So if you're 10, you're... So whatever I make lowercase a, PA, I'm just going to call it... Oh, we'll call it LA. Let's just see, what do you actually equal if I put you here? So I need to subtract 26 from you, but 26 is like a fucking substantial letter in there. So if I said, what do I have to be at least? I need to be 35. So you need to equal 40. 5. I think. Subtract 35 from you. Should give me 10, right? Which brings me here. So if you're equal to 45, means that I need you. So we're subtracting 35, right? 35. Technically, I can make you whatever number I want. Why did you not change? Which one of these did you just get? No. If I save this, is it gonna? Yeah, it's gonna say Q. Huh. Huh. That's weird that it lets you override it, but if it's in the wrong spot, it complains. Okay, so first off, you need to be 36, I guess. Which means you would be 46. Right. Which means that technically, like, we can put, I guess, dot can go here and say, we say dot's 45, so that anything after that is 46. And then we say, calculator 45 plus 26, 71. So, I guess we'll say comma equals 71. Just so that I know where the end point is. Like, so technically, we're not going to have this here, but they'll be covered by that section. We can fill it in later if we really wanted to. We can fill it in now if we really wanted to. I guess we'll just do it. Let's go Control C, and we go here, and we go fucking paste. And then we go, that's the wrong key combination. Made lots of copies of Z. I hate that it does that. It resets your fucking cursor when it goes off the screen. And then it fucking... It's a pain in the ass that does that, because it resets your cursor when it goes off the screen, and then it decides to reset it again. Okay, okay, there you go. Do I have 2 copies of Z? No. Why are you complaining? Because lower Z. What? Dot plus 26. Lower Z equals 71. Okay, so I just got the number wrong. So it should be 72 then, I think. Is that what you're complaining about? Okay, cool. We're just going to make our font big enough to read again. It might be a bit too big. Okay, so that should work. I don't know really if it will, but here's hoping. So that means that we need to do something like fill text, right? Which is going to be text, and it's a query for my font. What do we need? We need my font. Wait, not my font. My text. My text. My text. My text. We also need its children. Actually, no, we just need its entity, don't we? I think. That, or it'll break because we won't spawn the children in time. Anyway, and then we need to say changed my text. I'm pretty sure change triggers even if you added it. I hate that my tab key keeps randomly stopping working. But anyway, we need font, which is res font data. We need to say we need to say for parent text in text so we need to do something like into what was it? It's a font index for char. So match self. I'm curious to see if the ChatGPT will get this. Fuck it. It did it. It actually fucking did it. That is so good. I love it. Okay. Fine. From char for oh fuck. Sorry, I sneezed into the fucking microphone on you. Wait, what? Font index. Okay. We need to change it to from. Thank you. Cool. Yep, we can do that. And then that should be the same then. Okay, cool. So it told me to implement from instead of into, which is fine. So we go here. We go, okay, so we need to say first off, we need to go we need commands. Yep. We say here, we say okay. I hate my tab key. Commands dot entity parent dot despawn descendants recursive. No, despawn descendant. So I think this gives me back control still, right? Yep, cool. So then we're gonna go like dot with children here. Then we oh fuck, I'm dying. Why is my tab key not fucking working? For char in text dot chars. If char dot is lowercase, god damn tab key. Why are you doing this to me? I'm just gonna fucking restart Visual Studio Code quickly because close. Oh. Why you do this? Now the issue with this is first off, I need to restart my little server that I have going for a different project. Crates server. Run. Close that before it potentially leaks any IP addresses. It shouldn't, because it should just be a local server, but you know. And then we go open folder. We go YouTube. We go somewhere in here. There's one called projects, maybe projects Tetris. That folder. Okay. And then we go, hey, my tab key working now? My tab key is working again. Thank you. Char. Nice. Call it meta, just so that like it doesn't keep trying to correct. I set up letter Okay, so letter is lowercase. Then we say letter equals letter as dot. Is there like a 2 uppercase? 2 uppercase. Yes. Value assigned to letter is never read. Yes, cool. Okay. So we make them all uppercase simply because I haven't made lowercase letters and I can't be bothered making lowercase letters at this very minute in time. So we say make it uppercase. Then say let index equal font index from letter. Okay, so then we get all the fonts, and then we say key dot spawn, and we go, hey, how did we spawn all those numbers before? I think that was up here somewhere, right? Spawn score, I think it is here. And we say, hey, these are all the things we need to do. So we need to specify that's on my font so that we can spawn that. Oh, okay, close. Okay, call it on my font. We have the node with the font size, and the index is equal to index as you size. Okay. So there's anytime text changes. So can I implement like reflect on you? Maybe reflect. You yell at me? No. Can we register your type? I'm really curious if my text is gonna let me edit it now. It might. Who knows? We'll see how good the Bevy editor is at detecting this stuff. We need to go. I'm literally in it right now. Okay. Startup update. Okay. I'm gonna put it somewhere else just because it looks nicer. Update. Thank you. And then fill text. All right. So this should then spawn the menu correctly. I hope. I don't actually know. It's going to spawn a letter as a child for each of them. Hey. Hey. Okay. That's the. Can you tell I never have anything work and I'm surprised that it worked? Now the question is, if I click here and I say, hey, my text, can I say like, hello? Hey. Okay. Okay. So that's kind of cool. Next is to, I guess, mess with you and say like node. So overflow, visible, position, relative, overflow, clip mode. So flex, yeah, I guess, okay. I want you to no wrap. Okay. No, it's flex direction column. Hey. Can I click on you? You don't do anything when I click on you. Okay, so first up, we need to go here. Let's do update this stuff as we go. So that's menus, right? Main. Okay, so we go you. Okay, so you need to have a flex direction column. All right. Next, where did it go? Did I close it? Did it? It crashed, didn't it? I don't know why Bevy games crash when you minimize them. It's a bit weird. I think I'm gonna go grab myself an energy drink. Okay, so we're going to get this working first. So inherit responsibility node. Okay, node. So we want to say something is like space align, justify content, space between. Okay. Justify content space around. I think space around is going to work better. We'll test it. Because space around should mean that the fucking top two don't. Space around. Yeah. Space evenly. Okay. So center. Align content center. No. Okay. Justify self center. Okay. I think that might be these that then need to be like. First off, there's something like computed node. So you do have a correct size there. Okay. So if I said this node and we said height, justify content, justify self center. No, okay. Do I have to margin you? Auto. Left and right. Hey, okay. So we just need to say. First off, you don't have a comma after you. I don't know why I put a comma after you. We need to go here. We need to say like, okay, so it's not default. It's margin rect horizontal val percent. No, auto. Default everything else. Okay. That should give me nice boxes in the center of my screen. Let's see. Is it working? It working? Yeah. We need to make it so when I click that it runs the play code. But I'm going to disappear for a few minutes while I go get an energy drink so that I don't fall asleep. Okay. I have returned. It's complaining that the stream audio has 0-bit rate. Well, it was off, so technically 0-bit rate is perfectly fine. Let's see, what were we doing? Main menu. We have to make the buttons clickable. So, what I need to do, spawning this menu stuff. We need to add a background color that's slightly darker, I guess. So we should probably make this like 40, maybe. And then we'll make this. You can give it like nice rounded corners, maybe. Around the corners, maybe. I'm amazed how much of a difference rounded corners makes, though. Alright. So, that does, obviously give me a little bit of a indication about how wide it is. So I kind of want to say something like maybe width percent. I'm gonna make like 90% the width. I'm pretty sure it's 90% the width of the parent, not 90%. Okay, well we have this. We can go in here and we can say you, and then we say somewhere it says node width percent, 90% the width. Okay, cool. Then we just need to say something like justify content at the center. Okay. So I don't think you need my font, maybe. So what was that? So we needed to justify content. Justify content center. Okay. So we kind of want you to be taller. The issue with that is I'm pretty sure that will make the text bigger. It didn't. But for some reason. So do I have to make these? So first off, they've got my font. So you then don't need my font because the text children gets my font. Which means that your size can be whatever I want it to be. Okay, so what do we want now? To go. Do I say someone says margin? Say top auto. What's it look like with just top auto? Ooh. Bottom auto. Okay, so we need to say that the font needs to be autoed vertically, not horizontally though, because that's easy to apparently set. But the Y looks a bit funky, but we'll ignore that. Okay, so first off, I need you to have like a height, which is just going to be percent, maybe I want to say 30%, but that seems a bit tight. Maybe 25%, because that with equal space around gives them like 5%, 10%, 10%, 5%, kind of. Not really, but So you'll need this. Okay, like so. Then we need to go back out to menus. No, UI. We need to say my font. When you specify these, you need to specify that they have a margin UI rect. What the fuck is margin supposed to be? UI rect vertical. Value auto. Alright. that should, when we restart, give us, we need rounded corners. But again, there's another like mediocre tweak where we go, we even border radius at 10. So that looks pretty good. So I kind of need them to get a little bit darker when hovered. Interesting. Okay, so it feels like a UI thing. So first we need to make a resource derive resource. So this resource is going to be UI palette. Palette? How do you spell fucking palette? Jesus Christ. Don't judge me. Palette. Color palette. Yeah, palette. 90% of what I do off screen is just look up words. UI palette. Okay. So, back. I don't know why I'm making this game like extremely like accessibility friendly. Like you're going to be able to customize all the colors, everything like that. I've already made it so that you can. Technically doesn't quite have controller support, but that's more because I haven't actually implemented the buttons. It technically has controller support in that all you need to do is assign the buttons. You just can't do that in the game yet. But anyway, like you can change the font size, you can change the background colors. Text color. What do we want? We want to hover a button color. We get another color and a hover color, which is another color, and click color. I don't know if that's going to really matter because clicking colors is just weird. I don't know. 30 deserialize 30 serialize. Question really becomes: does color implement serialize? It does if I have apparently Bevy reflect. All features serialize. Oh, that's okay. If you've got okay, so I don't know if serialize is on by default though. So let's just go make sure that we definitely have serialize on feature. I'm fairly sure serialize is an optional feature, not on by default feature. Anyway, so we have all this, and then we need to implement from world. So from world for UI palette. Then we say world. So we say let store equal world dot resource pk store dot let's just do that. Then we say if let some store old equals UI so you can store dot get UI. Really, I should make something in here, maybe in the prelude. So we'll go here, we'll go, give me strum please, strum, and strum macros. 90% of why I'm using this feature is because I'm the reason that it's in PKP. So I literally made a pull request and it like implemented this feature myself, which is the ability to use anything that implements as static string. So that means that when we come to main here and we go into preload, we can say pub enum data keys. So I don't remember what our data keys were. So we have a data keys UI palette, and the other one was font size. Okay, so then we go into our UI and we go, hey, font size. When somewhere I derive from world font size. So instead we say data keys font size. Now I'm pretty sure we say get and the result is import as ref stir. Okay, cool. So go back to you and then we say, can we say strum derive strum macros as ref stir? Right, so this lets us use as a static string reference to this, which means that we can now use them as key stores, which means we can come down here and we can say data keys UI palette. The idea of this being that UI palette default. The idea being that anywhere we use the UI palette, we can use this, and then we don't have to worry about typos fucking shit up because we're using strings to reference stuff. You don't implement default, so we implement default UI palette. Default, okay, UI palette. So first we need background. So background is going to be color sRGB, so 0. We kind of want it to be somewhat dark, but not too dark. So like, I'm thinking maybe 4.5. 0.45. So that's our background color, and then our text color is going to be red apparently. So we're just going to make it horrendously bright red. Button colors is going to be color. Just copy this one. Button color. So our button colors are going to be slightly darker. So maybe 30, 33, 33, 33. Okay. So then we're also going to need a what's that? It's hover color. So the hover color is going to be slightly darker again, so 25. When you hover over them, and then when you click them, they'll go quite bright. So maybe half. This is quick color. Oops. Okay, so wait, it's not some, it's okay. So conflict implementation from what? Because you default can't. Okay, we need to change you to new. Those need to be implemented. Okay, we can't have default because default then automatically derives from world, which is not acceptable. Okay, so yep. What do we say? We have all our colors, so now we need to implement some kind of like FN. Okay, so first off, you need to access the UI palette. I've immediately forgotten how to spell it. PLAETTE. Res UI palette. So you have the UI palette, and then down here, somewhere we set something color. Color. red. Okay, no, you are palette.text color. So that's when we fill in text. Okay, cool. So this is FN. This is UI hover. I guess, I don't know. It's not technically going to be hover. It's going to be like interactive UI stuff, like changing the color, like the hover. But anyway, so we need elements, which is going to be a query for anything that has, I think it's node that has the color in it. Image color. No, so the node doesn't seem to have a color. Ah, background color. Okay, okay, it's background color, isn't it? So it's anything with a mute background color. And an interaction. Is it interaction? I think interaction got deprecated, didn't it? No, change. Yeah. So this UI is invisible. It's like something like pointer. So it's not pointer. I just don't remember what the new one is. There's definitely a new way of doing this, but anyway, we'll do the old way because I know how to do it. Change interaction. Okay, so we say we need UI. Yeah, palette. Okay, then we say for element in elements like that, except you need to go mute element, comma state. Okay, so then we go match state. Okay, pressed element dot 0 equals palette dot click color. Element dot 0 equals palette dot hover color. Element dot 0 equals palette dot button color. Please make you middle. Maybe. I don't know if this is going to work. Anyway, update. So, fill text UI hover. Like so. Okay. Hello everyone who's in the fucking stream at the moment. Boy, more people than I usually get. No pressure to get it all working then. Right, we need to initialize UI palette. Ooh, then we get to do the fun stuff. We need to make like our own widgets. UI. Init resource UI palette. I'm actually kind of looking forward because I haven't done this
in like 6 months, where I made a like a input thing where you actually get to click this is a particular input, and you get to click a button that says reassign this input, and then you click another button that you can reassign so you can remap inputs, and it let you do basically anything. So hover. When I click it, it goes yes. I don't have to do it because come down. A reference to a mutable reference to a query implements to iter, I believe is the term. So if you use in and then something that implements into
iterator, it automatically coerces it into an iterator, and a mutable reference is able to do that. So Bevy specifically went out of their way to implement the function, because I think if I just say like elements, it's going to tell me that it doesn't implement toIterator. So if we look at the specific error, it says is not an iterator. The full name is written out. So it's basically saying it's not an iterator, whereas that isn't an iterator itself, but implements into iterator. So it will call into iterator. Rust will automatically call that function that then converts it. So it's purely just a cosmetic thing to make it look nice. It also works with this, but obviously not mutably. So even though I have mute access here, it's still only giving me a normal reference, whereas it actually give me a mutable reference. Bevy has lots of those things. Like I think it's in the prelude. Bevy has like a way that let's see if I can find any that I use. Default. Bevy has a like an override so that you can just write default like that. Bevy has it so you can just do that. I think, or maybe it's dot. Yeah, so Bevy makes it so you can just go dot default and you don't have to do the default. I personally think default looks better. Like it's more, to me, expressive of what you're actually doing. But Bevy has decided that because you do it so often that you can just call default just dot default. And they've specifically written a I think it's like an implementation of default type key so that you can call that without having to specifically state that you're calling default, which is fun. But anyway, I've got distracted now. What were we doing? So first off, I need to actually implement the button clicking so that when you click a button, it actually does something. So run button clicks. So technically, because Bevy does it, that a button is just a marker struct. Everything that I have that has button behavior has a menu button on it. So we can say buttons query. We need access to button menu button. I think in theory I can use commands to queue these. Click. And I say click fires. How do I? There's definitely a new way of doing this. Anyway, I'd have to dig through old either change logs or my old projects to find where I've used the newer version. There's something like pointer or something that you can use to trigger this kind of stuff. But anyway, right. So anything with a mouse button and an interaction, where the interaction is changed, and then we go for so button interaction in buttons. I don't need that to be mutable. Changing anything. In buttons, so we say if let interaction pressed equal interaction else continue. I think that should work. That feels like it shouldn't work, but like technically it's correct pattern matching, so it should work. If you press, then say commands dot run system, and then we say button dot on click. Perfect. The most versatile button clicking code I have ever written. Then we go here and we say hello. Please call this when you're doing all this other crap too. Thank you. Now, what's also nice about this is it should be about one button click behind, which means that you should actually see the change of you clicking before it runs the system and cleans everything up. So when I click play, well, it did something. Okay, so encounter panic when applying buffer of systems. Right button click. Okay. Encountered a panic, but can I panic? Okay. Why did you panic? Could not access to system parameter next game state. Okay, so we've never initialized the game state, I think is what's happened here. Which I'm surprised hasn't crashed earlier. Initialize state. Game state. Okay. How did that not crash earlier? I have no fucking idea. What are you complaining about? Keyboard inputs. Okay, that's right. I had that literally just to show off that like you can see like volume up, volume down keys in the last stream. Okay, when I click play, and then the game starts. And then we can just do this and just win the game because there's nothing stopping you. I also don't think there's any way to move it. Okay, cool. So I should probably, one, start the camera in the right spot, and two, stop you from being able to move the camera. I feel like I need a wider playing field, but we'll work on that later. That's a future problem. So, question now is if we hit options, is what's it going to do? It'll clear the main menu, but it won't do anything, I believe. I believe. Options. Yeah, okay. So we need to work on the next one, which is the options menu. So let's work on, first up, clearing up all these errors. So apparently, which this doesn't make any sense because Bevy prelude being gone. Oh, it must be because I'm using the prelude in the higher crate, which means that technically I'd import it twice. Okay, cool. So technically we need a back button. It's not an options or a play button. So we need a font size. Now, question is, can I pass system IDs that take in parameters? I don't think so. Test. I don't think I can. So commands.run system. So running system, you don't take in any parameters, which means that running systems can't be done. Damn. That's sad. That would have been so nice to be able to pass in like a run like that. Okay, anyway, it doesn't really matter. So spawn, what do we call this? This option menu. Okay, so we need access to commands. We need access to buttons, which is a res menu buttons. So we need a font size. Sadly, this is where things get really complicated because we need a font size up and a font size down, and a back. And I guess this one will be key binding. Right, so then we would need to make like another module, key binding. So that gets its own. Maybe we'll leave that up a level because technically it's a menu. So we'll go key binding, be its own menu. Maybe it's key binding. Cool. So then we want to go. I feel like I want to simplify the buttons. Because having a having a system for every single one, I don't think it really matters, to be honest. But it feels very unflexible. Because I have to create one, whereas if I had a menu thing that every menu key means I don't need to like register system types for every button. I think that might be smarter. So what that would translate to is, I guess, maybe it's in UI, isn't it? UI runs the run button clicks. So button clicks, I think I should save for specifically like when it's only because you need to register them beforehand that this doesn't. Wait, can you register a system? Can commands register a system? That would be fucking awesome. It can. Commands can register a system, which means I don't need this at all. Can I unregister? Unregister system. That's awesome. So that means that I need to maybe have some kind of flag on it, but maybe not. Let's just go with maybe not. I need to go somewhere. There's definitely somewhere that I can do this. My brain's gone to sleep now. Where it's not menu buttons, because I feel like having to set up a menus button struct for every type of options and menu that I want to go through is too complicated. Well, not complicated, like too many like redundant resources that only exist for the sake of you. Component for menu button. Okay, you get to go away now. And then we say register component hooks. We say type Bevy ECS component storage type. I want to say table just because there's not really a need for sparse. But anyway, so we say hooks dot register on remove, I think. Technically on replace. Aren't run if it's already present. Okay. Register on replace. So we then need to go something like, how is it? It's like, I think it goes on replace, something like this. World, target, and underscore, because I really don't give a shit. There's got to be a reason they give you the component ID, but I have not seen it, because you should know what the component ID is. It's fucking here. Or here. This component. Like, I don't know why it passes you the component ID. I guess it's for when you're like writing stuff that you don't actually know what it's targeting, maybe. Anyway, what we're gonna do is we're gonna say world.get target, and this is menu buttons. Okay. Okay. Dot expect about to remove. The idea being about to remove, it should be there because the only way this can be called is if it's about to be removed. We then go world dot what the cache does. Anyway, unregister system, and then we say button dot on click. Thank you. Can't mutate world apparently. Like fuck, can't mutate world. Cannot borrow. Okay, right. So we need to dereference this, I guess. You need to derive clone and copy, please. Thank you. I'm gonna have a cleanup, right? So, and then we say if buttons dot cleanup. Cannot borrow data. Wait, what? What do you mean? I definitely know you can do this. Cannot borrow data in dereference. Wait. So I can't unregister systems? But I can get resources mutably. What the fuck? Cannot borrow data in a dereference of. Okay, can I say like world dot commands dot send? Fuck, commands could do everything. God damn. All right. What is the name of the fucking spawn batch? There's a definitely a like reborrow, add observer, append. You're just regular commands, right? Yeah. Q. What? Type in addition needed. Oh, something like that. What the fuck? How did I put a 7 there? I know exactly how to put a 7 there. So, rhetorical question. Okay, that seems like a really, really messy way of doing that, but apparently unregister is not allowed. So if cleanup. The reason I'm doing if cleanup is in theory, there may be a case where I want a button to have a shared state with other buttons, and therefore cleanup, it won't actually have a unique system hook like most of these buttons are going to have. Like most of these buttons, I'm just going to register the button as I go. So then we come down here and we say, hey, so cleanup is true. Like so. Same with you, cleanup true. Cleanup true. Okay, so we could also make an optional thing, but it's now partially because I've already done it. No, fuck it. Go like that. I'm gonna go down here. Wait, can I just call commands unregister? I don't need to do that whole fucking. Okay. We need to go here. We need to say commands dot read. Ooh. Done. That's a pain. Simply because I need to be like let play equal. I need to register these before I go in, which means that it's a pain in the ass. So I need to replace u with an equals, u with a semicolon, u with an equals, u with a semicolon, u with commands, u with commands, u with let, u with let. It's a bit of a pain that you have to register these before you do that, but we can now reduce this, get rid of this. So then on click becomes play, on click becomes options, and on click becomes quit. See, like quit might be something that I in future like make a singular one that then has actually got a reference to, like so that they can all call the same quit function and have it do something special. But I'm not actually going to do that right now because that seems like a lot of work. Okay, so that in theory means I can get rid of all of this, or this, or this. Okay, so we need a let back equals world equals commands dot register system state res next state menu, I think, and then you just call state dot set menu main. Okay, so that's how back works, and then same thing, we're going to say bind equals next state, key binding. Okay, then we want to say let text up equals commands dot register system new text size res mute I think it's text font settings font data, right? And then we say text dot font size equals text dot font size dot next. So that's text up, and then brief like that. Okay, so the way they're going to work is we're just going to go to font size, and we'll have font size have like a thing. We also need to be able to save the new font size when it changes, which shouldn't be too hard to do. So we need to import font size like so. Let me go fn next, which just takes in self and returns a font size, which is match self. So XL just turns to XL. XL like so. Large turns into font size XL. No, I was going to make it, could make a customized thing like that that automatically like large means that if I add new ones it automatically adds them. You probably should do that. We've got strum already, so may as well add some little compile time for the convenience of not having to fuck around with adding them later. So we go strum macros from repr, and then we say you actually need a different function. You need an fn2 size. Oh, I guess 2f32. Can we just import that? And import to is it from font size for F32. Match value 18. I don't know if this works for the as 30. The as keyword I think only works between primitive types, but it should be right. 45, and then XL is 60. Okay. I don't know if this is going to work when we go. Where am I using font size? It's somewhere here. Can I say as F32? No. Okay. But I can say dot into, because you have an into F32. Okay. I need to find all instances of as U32 as F32 and replace them with that. Yes. No red errors means it worked. Okay, so we go back to wherever font size is. Here, okay. So wherever font size is mapped in, then we say next. So next actually works by saying we need to also get strum count as well. Strum macros count, count. Okay. So we say, don't do this, say let next equal self as new size plus 1. Font size needs to be, it's conical. So just take in self then. Okay. So then we say if next equals font size count, then return font size from just return self, right? Then else font size from rep r next. Okay. Mismatched enum font size enum options dot. I guess we can just go unwrap or self. We can probably just do that. Fn priv, and then we say fixing self returns a font size, which then says something like let next equal. In theory, we could just actually wrap this into like a single line. This one does need to be its own thing, so we need to say self as usize. We need to say if next equals 0. We return self else. Then we call this, because it'll otherwise yell at us for overflowing. So self -1. So we need to actually check beforehand that it's not actually already a 0. That means if I add new ones, they'll automatically be in the right, like automatically added. And I just need to make sure they're in the right spot in the actual thing. And then in theory, we can get rid of these, because otherwise that won't work, because the next won't be one apart. So stop. Go. Apparently that works. All right. So a small, normal, large XL. There's our font sizes. We have our previous and our next, which is called, and then options calls those. All right. So then we need to go second menu here. I kind of want to round the corners on, not menu, main. I want to round the corners on you. How do I round the corners on you? So we spawn you. Let me say, give them nice round corners. We'll give you nice round corners too. Cool. Okay, thank you. So we just kind of want to copy one of these. Next we want to copy all of this. Just paste that in and go modify it to fit. So we still want it to become a 3070. We want the margin to be that. Okay, so we then spawn all this in, and so instead of saying play, you are going to be not bind. First off, you're not going to be a button at all. Oh, technically you are. God, this is going to get complicated quickly. So what I need to do is say commands dot spawn you just like a node default like that, dot with children. Commands like that, right? And then we do this, then we go pop you here. Okay, and then you want to say font size. So okay. You don't get a button. You're not a button. You're just text. Thank you. You're also not 90% of the width. You're maybe 75% of the width. No, you can't be 75. You need to be like 60% of the width. Like so. Okay. Then we copy you. We go one before, one after. We'll have to modify this. So this is just going to be hilariously a plus, and hilariously a minus. Wait, no, minus goes on the left. So minus, and then a plus, and we need to make these as actual font pieces, but we'll get to that. So plus, minus, they get their button back, which means, nope, didn't copy that right. Okay, menu, button, clean up, true, on click is, it's good, pre, font size, what did I fucking call it? Text down. Oh, text up. Up, okay, okay. You need to be text down. Okay. Then I need to say take this bit, go up here, paste it back in. This. You say text up. You say text down, please. No. How do I keep flipping those in my head? You're up, you're down. Okay. Okay, so then we say pop that back open. I need to track down this. We need to say that you have a width of 25. Wait, no, 25 is wrong. 15 maybe? And you're also 15. Alright, so they need buttons as well. Okay, cool. Okay, so that clicking those will let me get the text up, get the text down. Okay, and then you should be your own entirely own thing. Then we should be able to leave you as default. I think that should make you flex correctly. Then you are keybind, which is fine. Okay, and then you're not quit, you're back. Back. Okay. That might work. I don't know how I set the height. I set the height as 25%, which means we can't really have more than 3 things per page. This should be set as from the flex, but we'll work that out. Because having it set as a percentage means that I have to make sure that the number of buttons on a page is equal to the spacing of the buttons. Otherwise, the buttons will be too big. But let's find out. Let's see what this looks like. So, lovely little rounded corners. So we go options. Options didn't... It did something. I don't know what it did. It spawned a bunch of nodes. No. This is probably that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Right, so I probably need to say actually spawn the fucking buttons. So, does main have a plugin? It does, okay. So we'll give options a plugin as well, which is not entirely correct, but whatever. Open spawn options menu. Like so. Except you're on our options, please. Then we go to main. No, we go to menu, and we say, hey menu, you need to add the options plugin. Thank you. Okay, cool. So then we go run, and we see how this turns out. Something went terribly wrong. Something about unregistering buttons. So first off, we need to fix that to use the correct thing, because there was something about, we can just say commands and we can just call .unregister, and we can just say button.onClick. There is no need to, if this works though, that means that that's probably a bug. Let's go to GitHub and have a look and see, like, I'm going to just make an issue under Bevy. No, please go away. I want to search all of GitHub, please. BevyEngine Bevy. We're going to say issues, new issue. Bug report. What's it? It said defer world can't unregister systems. Right, I got that open. I got the title written. I'll do the rest of that off stream because I need to file a bug report on stream. But it definitely seems incorrect that world.unregister system button like that. So I'll click. That definitely is, like, it's throwing an error, right? Yeah. So I can't borrow the world because it doesn't implement deref mute, but I can call commands and unregister world. Like, that seems odd that I can do that. The fact that I've got a deferred world implies that this is what I'm doing anyway. So the fact that I can get commands and then do it, yeah, it's a bit odd. Anyway, so options. So why'd you crash? What'd you say? Failed to remove file. Access is denied. Oh, I've already got the game open. That's why. Run.
Let's see what you have to say.
Nope. Well, oh, right. I added the specific line that was crashing to test that it was in fact crashing. Well, not compiling. It's crashing.
Okay. Got all the I'm learning is I should really move this to my SSD because it definitely seems like the bottleneck is how fast it can read the files.
Options. Hey. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Okay. That didn't really work. Now, is all the text still there? Kind of. Like, yes. Why have you got the... my text says minus, but what is your font size? It's U. So you have my font, you have a node, and what is it? We set your height to 0 for some reason. Why did we set your height to 0? If I set your height to 30, well, you're still invisible because your parent's tiny, you bastard. Because you're set to 25% of your parent's height? No, you should be 100% your parent's height. What the fuck? And your height? No. Okay. Weird. Okay, so height. Yeah, your height is a percentage, should be 25. Okay, a little bit weird. Then you, as you should be 100%. Right, anyway. Why do you still not have any text in you? Percent. But maybe auto? No, auto's wrong. Pixels. Let's say 30. No, you're very, very invisible to me. Why are you invisible? I don't know. Why did you get 0 when I changed the text? It implies that the issue is somewhere in here where we say UI text size is probably where I didn't change it, maybe. So we say font somewhere to me. Color is text color. This is fill text, which is whenever the text changes. Font size dot into. Okay. How did you get 0 though? That's the question. How did you get 0? Did I just like not save this page and broke something like that? That's spawning the score, which is apparently really small. Well, that's interesting. Because first off, oh, if I hit play, it's going to take... First off, because that implies that the font size is... Stop clicking play. Brain, keep up. Options. When I click minus, it got even smaller. It got set to 0. Which is interesting. So we got options, we click plus. It also still got small, but you didn't get set to 0, did it? That's interesting. So you're on my text, that doesn't matter. So you node. You got set a height to 2, so that tells me you're still using the SU32. Did I not? Just a second. Okay, back to work. So something is setting this value wrong. Somewhere I must still be using, like, probably going to be right there. Update font size. Dot into. Okay, thank you. That's where the font was going wrong. Updating the font's size. Hence it was all spawning into the correct size. Okay, don't hit play. Okay, options. Minus, okay, plus, plus, plus. Okay.
Okay. I have no idea which square is supposed to be the spacebar square, but it is in fact blank, which is hilarious. Now the fact that those two fonts touch, not so hilarious. Minus. Okay, so let's fix the font size buttons. You have to work on something to make it also fit, because it's a little bit annoying that the font obviously gets too big. So obviously it's here. It's somewhere in here. I just said your default. So first off, your height is a percentage 25. So default. Okay, that should fix the height problem, because then we can come into you and say, hey, your height is 100%. So I think I can just leave your height at auto. Same with you. Your height can just be auto. And you. Okay. Now, your width. Value percent 100, I think. Wait, no, not 100. You need to be 90 because you're a button. Okay. It should at the very least make it look better. Is it grams stuff less? I don't know how to explain that. Okay. Apparently you clip behind a little bit. So somehow I need to justify. You need margins. Margin horizontal. No, it doesn't make sense because the others don't have that, right? UI horizontal val percent auto. Okay, that should put you back in the center. So we're just gonna go find you. You go. It should be this one. And we just said node. Somewhere down here, margin left and right. So that should put you back in the middle. Okay, good. And then we go minus, plus. Okay. Minus, plus, minus, plus. It's very big font, very small font. Plus, minus. Okay. Clicking key bindings will do nothing. Back crashes the game. Wait, clicking back crashes the game? That's not what back should do. Why does... But it exited the game. Like, that's the... It didn't throw an error. It didn't crash. It exited the game. The only thing I can think is that when I clicked back, it took me back, and then I clicked exit. So when I click options and click back... Yeah, that's not correct. But I suspect... Yeah, okay. I know I did wrong. Yes, hello. You are, please be state scoped to options. Thank you. There's two menus open at the same time. So when I hit back, it was opening the main menu, but wasn't closing the options menu. So when I clicked back again,
it was clicking exit, which was directly underneath. So when I click back, see, now it takes me back here. So it was just wasn't clearing the menu. So the next thing to do, well, for one, I kind of need proper kerning, because the space bar is fucking massive, because the letters are all different widths, which is somewhat hilarious. So I need like proper kerning, which is just fun because we could do proper kerning. I just should make a font at that point though. But I'd have to learn to make a font, which is the extra funny bit. Okay, so back options, font minus plus plus. So why? Oh, because I don't have a minus plus. I was going, why are they not showing up? But it's like I haven't actually made a plus or a minus, so they're going to be pretty easy to do. So we just need to go. You should be the center there. Oh. I kind of feel like some of these can be done differently. Like this one, I feel like would be better to make them bigger tetrameters. Like the plus and the minus should be made of larger tetrameters. We'll see how that looks. So we're going to get the plus, we're going to get the minus. Because then we could do that with some of the other letters as well. Because the idea being that, like, if I just have like a sort of set pattern that everything follows, which is darker color shading the lighter colors, we could make bigger that's just a fucking plus and a plus. That's not how numbers plus and minus work like that. Okay, so I reckon we can make the minus a big, like a big tetrameter like that, where its shading is along this. No, make it a 2x2s. I think that'd be better. What other shapes do we need? We need like a dot, maybe. So I reckon a dot would be good. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That feels wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4. That definitely doesn't feel like it's centered. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two. That seems better. Okay, so it's a dot. I don't know what the dot's going to do, but that's a dot. I don't know where the dot falls either. So technically, because I called a dot something. Anyway, so I'm thinking what we can do is we can go, let's color pick this center color. Then we'll go pencil, and we're just going to go, that's not how I want you to do that. I want you to do this. Right, then we go color pick the lighter shading. We go pencil. We go take the brush size down to 1, and we just go like that. And then we go get us the darker color, and we brush size down like that. Now something tells me I probably want to do 2 layers of shading because we're twice the size. So probably should have done the rest of the shading anyway. Like that. I think it needs to be better shaded though. Like it needs to be like, so what are you 60%? So if I made you 55%, that makes you darker. Okay. So what the hell is the shading on this? So this is what? 80%? Okay. So between 80 and 60. All right. Is that what I've done? Okay. So that would mean I want to make you lighter. So 70 should be the middle. 70 should be these ones. Right. Which means that we need to go to like 70. So 65 would be this bit extra shading. And then that would make 75 the lighter bit's extra shading. And then I feel like you should be the lighter shading there. And you should be the darker shading there. which means we should probably like replicate that on this. So what it becomes is that we go eyedropper and we say the lighter shading goes there, and then the darker shading goes there, and then the darker goes there, and then we go you go there. It's like nobody's ever going to see this level of detail, but I'm like, I gotta do it. Nope, wrong color. We need the second one in that one. Okay, there you go. And then we're gonna export as block. Okay, so we have our plus and our minus, and then so we're gonna need to like select you, Control C. We go back to our pencil. We go back to here. We go. That looks pretty weird. So that's the smallest it can be, 3 by 3. And then this one's 6 by 6. But like in theory, you can make different sizes. Like you make a 5 by 5 if you needed just for. Which is interesting. It definitely needs some kind of kerning though, because it looks really dumb with the letters all being different widths. And putting kerning in would mean that I could make the letters specific widths. Like for example, I could make the X narrower. The Y could be a little narrower. The N could probably do with being narrower. The M and the W could definitely use being pointier. V is pretty good. You could probably use like less block. But again, then I need to put kerning in, which means each letter would need to be given a specific width. Which isn't too bad. But I'd probably need to customize each one's shape. How hard would that be? Who knows? Anyway, we need to go add plus and minus as actual symbols. So okay, so in UI we go back to wherever we've got our fucking font defined somewhere. Font index. So Z is okay, so that means after Z needs to be empty. Because that is in fact our empty space. Great. So we need to grab both of those and go. We need to go all of this. We need to go X, V. Okay. Empty space. Do that. File. Export as font. Okay. Back here. So plus. Sub. Okay, and then we have dot there, which means I need to come up with something else, maybe like semicolon to represent the dot, because the dot is just a marker so that I know semi. So semicolon can equal 45. It's just a marker for when they're about to start, just so that when I go past them, I don't accidentally go past it. Okay, so plus semicolon dot. Okay, so we need to somehow go here. We need to go dot comes to dot. Plus becomes font index plus, and minus becomes font index. Sub. And what I call it? Semicolon? Probably not spelled correctly, but anyway. Alright, let's redo our font. See how that turns out. Should look pretty good. No. God damn it. Options. Okay, so we have our plus, we have our minus. I am really liking this Tetris-y font. But again, we need to okay, we need to add kerning. For no other reason than because the font's fucking with me. Anyway, we should probably fix the fact that our font, it's not our font, like our menu box is the wrong size. Space around status scope. Also, can we go fix the way we're displaying the score at the moment is we're just iterating through and spawning all the pieces, which is actually technically, with how I've set everything up, the incorrect way of doing that. Where do I spawn the fucking score test box? Here. With children, and then your children is just not my font, my text. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. Okay. So it should look the same. Then I think we can go to this. We just say, hey, just spawn my font, please. That also technically means we could probably go to my font here and say something like require node. I think that should be all you need. Cannot find type. Cannot reflect require. Okay, you require node. The idea of requiring node is that it technically needs it. Maybe it doesn't. Okay, I also feel like I should not be putting you as a child. I should be putting you here. Be like my font. You also, again, you don't need my font. I don't need to control your height like that. But I do want to give you a background color. Not a circle, a color. sRGB 0.25. I want to be quite dark. I just want to be able to see what it looks like. Okay. So somehow I need to then specify different things. All right, because I need it to stretch to fit the fucking font. That's what I need it to do at the moment. So if I set your size to auto, the issue is I'm setting the okay, so you're doing that. Okay, that's cool. So I need you to be like auto width so that you stretch to fit the children. That's the problem. This needs to stretch to fit. So we need to go into the options menu specifically, and we need to say, hey, if I don't specify you, if I don't specify your width, will you stretch? Do you stretch to fit? That is the question. The answer is kind of. You've shrunk to fit this. This is the right width. Why are you not the right width? Also, why can I not get the UI back on this? So I need to somehow say it's you. How have I got you? I've somehow set your width, haven't I? So if I said children, not children, node. If I said your width is auto, you still don't fit. But I feel like I've got to not have it fixed like that. Like once it's set it, maybe. No. Okay, wait. So you, no, you don't have a size anymore, like a width is auto. And then you, I need your width to be auto as well. Hey, look, it fits. I don't know why it's crushing these, but it fits. Okay. So it means I need to not specify your size. I need to also not specify your size. We should probably grab the font information. If we do it here and we say font. The issue with this is when you change the font size, it'll break. Font data. Okay, so down here we need to say something like you. So if we don't give you a width, I'm specifying that your width needs to be 15%. I was going to set the minimum width to font size, which means that it shouldn't be able to crush them outside of the view, but that shouldn't really matter. Okay, so we go play, no, options. So when I up the font size, it gets bigger. And see, they're not getting any narrower like than the font. So I do need to set like a minimum size to maybe being like 30%, just so because it looks really dumb. But then again, why does back not have a size set? Text says back. Why are you like that? Right, back node. Width is 90%. But that's not 90%. That is confusing. I set you to 30%. Okay. Now you're crushed for some reason. Right. But when I up the font size, you don't get bigger. So I can't set you to... Can I set you to stretch though? Self something, stretch. Maybe it's more like I need to set the minimum. Min width is 30%. Okay, and then say that your width is auto. Okay, so they can push it out. But that still means that they Interesting. So there's definitely a stretch thing somewhere. I'm sure of it. Overflow, margin, shelf line, margin padding. You know what? It probably needs padding. So I need to like say like not you. So interesting that you don't stretch all the way. Because you are set to being 90% the width. But because I haven't specified a width, you don't seem to fill it. That's interesting. That's actually very interesting. Anyway, so it's you, and then we want to say I want to say like, is it you? We need to go node, and then we want to say padding. Okay, padding pixels. What I'd like say like you need at least 10 pixels either side of you. That doesn't change anything. Border. If I put 10 pixels. Well, that's interesting because it's like cut your rounded corner off. If I say you're okay. Oh, that's the padding pushes the text inward. So we're going to say 0 on the padding. So it's got to be the border. Okay, but for some reason that cuts off your corners. which I find very bizarre. But if I said that you instead had rounded corners, which is a component in here somewhere, somewhere, border corner, no, border color, border radius. If I said there they were actually 20, do they come back? Is it because the border's technically bigger than the radius and therefore they could... Okay. It doesn't quite make sense, but there you go. So what that translates to, I guess, somewhere, is down here when you say you have border UI rect all pixels 10, so that they just have like some amount of... Why do you do this? Okay. So it has some amount of wait, no. I want a border of 10 and a radius of 20 because it's weird that like that. Okay, so that should mean that these don't touch anymore. Now, next is to try and make this stretch all the way out, which I'm not quite sure how to do. So we need to be messing with back because it's the one that's not doing it at the moment. So it has something to do with the fact that it's probably to do with the auto margins. If I said pixel 0 and pixel 0, do you suddenly stretch? No. Auto. Okay, so leaving those both on order is fine. So that centers it. Select rows, wrap, shrink, grow. Hilarious, but no. Flex grid, flex column, row gap, column gap, minimum height, min width percentage, 30, 90. It's not doing shit. Aspect ratio, none. Overflow clip margins. Visible box, padding box. Border box. Doesn't seem to be changing anything. Oh wait, no. I'm just wondering if changing this would actually padding box. Border box. Nope. Okay. I was just wondering if margin. Doesn't need to be changing anything. Anyway, what are we doing? We need to make this fill the width. It says font size. Wait, I'm on the wrong fucking thing. Okay. You left. So that's the position. Width is 90%, height's 9%, min width, max width. Max width of 90. Then your width is auto. Nope, doesn't do anything. 90. Okay, so that's interesting because if I make them smaller than this, I need them to keep the spacing like it, which I think is something to do with this one. I need to say something about like grow content or something. Flex direction, flex wrap. Okay, that's fine. It's you. I need to work out how to make you wider. So no wrap, direction, columns, flex, grow. Doesn't do shit. Okay. So vector 0, flex, shrink, flex, basis, auto overflow. So this is all the grid stuff which we don't care about. Flex direction, border, padding, margin. So auto margins is what's centering it. Padding doesn't. Okay, we don't care. Space or justify content with space around, which is what is making these the right thing. So what we could do is give all of the content a border, because it was border, right? Like if I said you have a no, border. Okay, so border's probably easier to do in here, isn't it? So somewhere in here. First off, I want to say stop forcing a height. So your width is going to be non-existent. I think your height can be 75%. I want to force your height because it doesn't really matter how wide everything is, but I want your min width to be about percent 30, because I don't want it to be too small. Not like it really matters. So you have a width of 90%, which is not correct. I don't think I want your width to be specified. I also don't want your height to be specified. Right? So if I do that, what does that look like? I'm pretty sure we need to give them all borders. So border UI rect all val pixels 10. I want them to fill as much space as they can, but without crowding the other things out. If I don't specify their width, their height, or anything, they should all be in the same spot. Okay, except they're really small, and they also need a higher radius. But anyway, so next is to go, hey, these nodes, right? Yeah, it's these nodes. I don't think I can do anything to their children, right? Align content space around align self, align items, aspect ratio. So if I said, hey, you node can grow. If I said you'll grow, X grow. Okay. Now if I went to you and said, hey, you node have a flex grow of 2 as well. Okay. I don't know what 2 means. I'm assuming this is the relative gross strength. So if I said flex grow 2, they should all take up even space. Correct. Now if I said you're a flex grow 1, I'm assuming that means that you get half the space the other. Okay, cool. So that means that each of these needs to be a flex grow. Is it an option? No, it's just a value, isn't it? It's to float. Yep. Just 1, please. Okay, flex grow determines how much a flex box item should grow if space is available. Default is 0, don't grow at all. Okay. So I'm pretty sure it's as a proportional grow. So that means that if they've all got the same value, they all grow equally. But if they've one's got twice the value, then it grows twice as much as everything else gets to grow. So if you have a particular element that's twice the size of everything else, you get a flex grow of 2, so that when it grows proportional to everything else. Now, for some reason, they only get to grow in the flex direction. But that's fine. So first off, we need to give you your bigger radiuses back. So border radius is 20. I am also getting really tired of having to change this in numeral places. Numeral places? So we're going to say somewhere in UI, we're going to say FN menu. Actually, we'll put it in menu because, as I was literally just about to write, it's a menu thing. Menu button node. Let's just return the node, and we say node, and we say dot default. All right. So then, instead of calling in here main, so that's we go grab all of this. Go here, paste that there. Get rid of that bit. Alright. And we'll also go menu border. Border radius. All about pixels 20. Alright, so in theory we can now go menu button node. Wait, you're the wrong one. You stay there. It's here. You're also the wrong one. So I'm getting very lost. Okay, yep. You I'm just going to paste it here for now, because they should all be identical. And also the same thing with menu. Oh, menu border, comma, menu border. Okay, so that should mean that when I restart this, they should all be identical. The idea with this being that if you go like node like this, you don't have to put default here. You can put anything that completes it, which means that if I want to change a specific field, I can override the specific field like this. I can then say like margin something, and it won't fill the margin field. For now, I'm not changing anything, so the whole node's filled in. Anyway, what is your problem? Duplicate constructor border radius. Yes. You all need to lose your border radius, please. Okay, cool. That's the wrong one. Run. Okay, so menu button node. Menu border. Okay, so next is to try and work out how the hell to make you fill the width. So first, if we look at your node and we go, do you have width auto? If I said percent, it doesn't change shit. Minimum width doesn't change shit. I am tweaking on this play. Okay. So why can't I change you? If I said pixels 0, you're gone. Okay. So it's got something to do with the fact that you don't have a width set, doesn't it? You don't have a width, which means none of these can base their width off of you because you don't have a width. I would say a minimum, but without a width. Wait, if I just set it to 0. Wait, so I have to have it set to something. It just can't be auto.
right? Because then we come to U and we say, hey, your width is not auto, it's a percent. Not. What? No, your width is percent 90. Please, love of God, percent 90. Okay. So that translates to ma'am, your width just needs to be val percent. Apparently 0. So for some reason auto doesn't work. We then need to go to menu node here and say width is value percent 90% of your parent. And since the parent is set to 0%, you will now fill the width. Yeah, it's so much more convenient to change it in one place and have it update everywhere. Jeez. Anyway. Hey, look, they all work. They're all the right height. They're all... And then if I go into look, play was like the only thing I could click that wouldn't work. Well, technically, it worked either. It was kicked me out of the game, which is what I'm doing options. So as I up the font size to being like really big here, and we go back. You son of a bitch. I have to have your width at auto. So your width at 0, you just shrink to your minimum width. But if I have an auto, you fit your fucking children. So I need to get them all padding as well. So can you please like padding? Pixels, 10 pixels padding, please. Just so that the text doesn't touch the edge. UI rect. I just don't want the text touching the ends. It doesn't look as nice. I also need to make it save when you update the font. Font size really big. Okay. So that almost works. So I need to have it set to something. It can't be auto, but if it's not auto, it won't fit. So that's a pain in the ass. So your width needs to be auto so that you automatically fit. Okay, that's annoying. So your width needs to be auto. Okay, so then it's got to be something. There has to be something I can set. So you node data box overflow. So your width is 90%. So I feel like your width being, what is V? Wow. Set the value percentage viewport largest dimension. Percentage of viewport smallest dimension. Set the value of the viewport's height and viewport's width. Okay, that's not actually what we want. Maybe it is if we go to U and say that your node, because it's like it can't be auto. But if I say that your width is a percentage. No, because it's still going to have the same issue. The width. 30% of the width of the screen. They suddenly start working again, which is hilarious. But it does mean that when I go to options and I up the font size and then I go back, it's... Why does that work? Because my issue was that for some reason auto doesn't work. Like auto uses auto to stretch, but if I set it to percentage, it seems like it should be a bug. Like that feels like a Bevy bug. The fuck? Wait. What? Wait. Didn't I? Oh wait, I left and came back. Wait. Wait, what? Yeah, the issue isn't so much the like percentage of the width of the screen, it was that it was not growing to the size that it needed to. If that makes sense. Like see, like they're not stretching because the node's the wrong size. Not the node, like the parent is set to auto, so they won't stretch. And then so when I go like v-width 30, no, now they stretch because it's a percentage set. The issue is that I was going, if I go and up the font size and come back, it wasn't working. But now it is working, and that's extra confusing considering that they've been despawned and respawned, which means it's gone back to auto. But I didn't change. Oh wait. This is the real question, not percentage. So if I go to percentage and say your width is percentage 30, see, now it's clipping them. So I can't say 30% because if anything but auto, and it doesn't stretch to the right width. But if it's auto, they won't stretch to fit. That's the problem. Like the play should be stretched out to the width. So what's happening here is options is so wide that it's physically stretching the thing. So there's something I have to be able to do either in node, aspect ratio, align, justify, align self, justify self, align content, center. No. There's something I have to do to this. I do wonder if it's because I've got the margin set to auto. But I can't imagine that's actually doing anything. So maybe. Yeah. So that's putting it on the left side, but that puts it on the right side. So the margin doesn't seem to be doing anything. Justify content. Justify content center. Align content. Your grow. I'm not quite sure why it's only growing. Flex shrink. Nope. In one direction. Flex direction row. Flex direction column. Well, that's hilarious, but no. It's something to do with this. Not stretching that way, because that's not the flex direction. Your width should be 90% of your parent, but because the parent's set to auto, it can't do 90% of the parent. That seems to be the problem. Do I have to set you to grow? That could be something. I set your grow to 1, well, not 1E. What did I just do?
The issue is every time I leave and come back, it's resetting stuff. If I set the container to grow. Yeah, so grow doesn't do shit on the container. So it can't be percentage because percentage won't make it fit children. Something aspect ratio none. Justify items. Enter. Aspect ratio align items. Justify. So the flex direction columns is what makes them go that way. Because if I said reverse, if I said rows. See, it works if I do rows. Because it's, for some reason, able to stretch up and down. Because I've got a fixed height. It can stretch up and down because I've got a fixed height. It can't stretch to the width because the width is unbounded. It's auto. Oh. I must have, like... Oh, I was over exit. Yep. That's what it was. So... somehow I need to set your width to being... Set 0. Percent 0 works, and I'm unsure why. Like if I anything but play. Back. Here's the question: why does percent 0 work? I think it's because percent doesn't making it its minimum size. That's right. What if I said that your minimum width was auto? Then suddenly percent 0 makes you literally 0. It's just that it's clipping. So it has to be. The children have to make themselves wider, but they can't make themselves wider because the parent doesn't have a width. I don't like Flexbox for this very specific reason. I find it too hard to get it to do what I want it to do. Your height's auto. Your width is 90% the parent. Why? Why? Height? Minimum width percent 90? It's not changing shit because your parent doesn't have a fucking width at this point. Flex direction row. It's not like it really matters. It just would be nice. What if I said, like, play? So I need to go, that's you. And what if I said, maybe, justify items. Justify items. Center. Didn't do anything. Justify self, no. Justify content is already centered. Okay. What if I said space around? Flex start. Stretch. What if I said justify content stretch? So that would be U. stretch. Can't fucking do anything apparently. There's got to be something. There's definitely a way of doing it. I just don't know. But now you're just really big. You're very rude, taking all that space for yourself. Huh. Gotta be a way to stretch. I suspect it's probably got something to do with you. Can I be like space around? Space evenly? That make no difference because your width is not being affected. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know how to fucking fix this. This is just annoying me to no end. Because I know what's going on is that because of the order it needs to decipher things in, the auto means that it can't set the size of something because it may be changed by something in the future. As in, like, this doesn't get any wider because it doesn't know that options is making it wider. Hence, it's set to this width. Because options is actually what makes it wider. So this would be smaller, and then exit should be able to fit because it, like, if it's doing it in that order. But that's, again, assuming it's doing it in that order. But that's not actually necessarily the case. Okay, that's interesting. Anyway, let's fix the rest of the buttons up so that they all use the same thing. So your width. What do we want with menu button? No. Okay, so do you have justify content center? Yes. Okay. Means that margins auto, and that can go. It means it's just that needs to be set. We'll just duplicate that, bring it down here, and say, I think you can get everything. Margin justify content center. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna say that you can get everything, and then we want menu. Menu border. That. Sorry, that seems a bit dumb to have that. It's just put it there, like that. Thank you. And then you're the same where I'm going to get rid of you, and then just say menu buttons, and then menu border replaces you, like so. Again, it's just about making sure that I can override things. So, okay. So again, I think you'll just menu no button. And then you'll just menu border. And then you become menu button node and menu border. Okay. Run that, see how that works. Okay, so now they look hideous because they're all small, which I hate. But anyway, options, up the font size. Wait. Well, first off, I apparently missed the minus. The minus also needs its, like, border smaller, I think. And maybe, I don't know. Something tells me you're getting double bordered, but maybe not. I think we want to override your left and right. Anyway, the border minus, yes, there it is. Menu border, like so. So let's bring it up here so it's obvious. So with I think we want to go padding v rect. I want that to look the opposite. So like on you, I don't want to set the right. Right. So with right, so I want to say with all pixels 10, and then dot with right pixel 0, right? Comma. Get rid of that. Okay, so that should work. We copy you down to since it's minus, this is plus, so put you in there, right? And then we say accept your width. Right. So the idea being that it doesn't need padding on that side because that's the side that butts up against another button. And therefore, like, you end up with double padding, so it's got a bigger gap between it and the button next to it than it does between it. See, still doing it, so it's no border, not padding. The border padding's internal, which is fine. You can pad all the way around. The border, oh, is that going to give it double radiuses on that side? Oh, okay, sure. We can actually set your border to 0 and have it butt up against it. Like, they're still separate buttons. Okay, see. So now they've not got a bigger thing here. Interestingly, they don't have larger radiuses. Or at least not noticeably larger. That's interesting. All right, so what I think I'm going to do actually is extend this so that it clips together. So that would be, we go, you have 0 border, and your border radiuses so we need to go like border radius horizontal. Ooh, that's interesting. All bottom left. Okay, so you're the row, and so you want to say, we want to say left val pixels 20. Right, so this will radius the left ones, and then we want to say you're the same thing where we're going to replace this with right. So we'll radius the right ones. Then you're going to have no padding in the center, wherever that is. So this one, so this is font size. So you don't have any radiuses, and we need to say node. I think it's so dot right. Then we want border UI rect or val like so. Right. That should result in the them having no border keeping them away, so that there's no gap between them, and then the middle one has no radiuses anymore, and the other one's only radiused on the outside edge. So it should look one continuous button, but only the outsides are highlighted when you hover. Ooh, close. Okay, so we want to say border, not border all, border top. No, horizontal is what is the border? 10, I think. So giving it a border of 10 on the horizontal should fix that fact that like it's touching the top because it was taller than the others. That's not what I said, but it's interesting. The fuck? So if I say node, what happened to you? Why do you have the border in the wrong spot? Oh, I said horizontal. It's not horizontal, it's vertical. Okay. Run that, please. Da, 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 da. Okay, options. Hey, there we go. That's what I call a nice looking button. See, I love it because it's so seamless and it doesn't actually like require any like special coding. It's just like get the values set right and then just like seamless 3-piece button. And no matter how the resizes, it's always going to be a seamless 3-piece button. Now, the fact that the font gets so small is a bit funny. That's always the widest part. I'm not sure what the fuck's happening with this. Right. We were gonna add kerning, weren't we? Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna say all fonts the same height. We'll kern it left and right. So annoyingly, again, how would I specify? I need to specify a width. Okay. Anyway, so to do the kerning, we need to say, do I have a font size already implemented? A font index? No. Okay. So impl font index. So we need to first off, we need to fn layout, which then just returns a font layout. A texture atlas layout, right? And then we need to do. Then we need to fn kern. I think it's look how it's spelled, but kerning is the spacing between letters in a font. Spelled with a K apparently. Kerning. So let's pop this over here. So kerning is the process of adjusting the spacing between characters in proportional fonts, usually. So basically, I was making a monospaced font. Each letter was spaced the same amount apart. Now, I'm not going to be able to do this kind of kerning, which is what they're saying is the end of one letter, end of the other letter. You can actually overlap the letters slightly. I'm not doing that because that would require me to custom write something that upsets the letters. What I am going to end up doing instead is just specifying how wide the letters are so that they don't have big spaces between them. Because that's kind of... So I minimize that or close that, minimize it. Let's control C this. I'm just going to get kerning. Okay. And it takes in self and returns a use 32, I guess. I don't know. And then we just match self, and we go use default to 18, I believe. 18. All right. So then we go to our font here, and I just want to do a few just to begin with. So like the really obvious ones that are really bad. So the trick here is first up, we're going to stick our letters right against the edge of the... Oh, what the fuck? Why are some of these on the background? Okay, let's merge down, please. Okay. Why are you not letting me move it? Okay, so the trick is stick it right there, and we save it. The letter, the number 1. We need to make sure there's one space. One space, because I can't do that the other way. Can I? I can always guarantee there's always at least one space on the left, because that means it will always start in a nice spot, right? Okay, so X, V, Q there. Okay, so how wide are you? The 0 is 13. 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, so the digit font index digit 0 is 14, because again we want it to have one line of pixels free on either side. Then your 10, so font index digit 1 is 10. Okay, so for now we're just going to do those. We also want font index digit, not digit, space empty. Empty. 10 can work for empty. Actually, technically, it's not going to be empty. We're going to go find empty. We're going to rename, first off, empty is renamed to space. But empty is going to be its own thing right at the end. Equals 100. Because I think I made it 10 by 10, which means 100 is the final character. And then we need to go wherever we're doing this. We just say, hey, actually return empty. Empty is different. Empty is going to be a full width. Spacebar is its own thing. So the idea being that I want space to be smaller. Like spacebar is not quite as wide as the other characters, but you're technically an empty space. Okay, font index space. Okay, so space can be 10, digit can be 1. Okay, so then next we need to go into the layout. We need to go texture atlas layout. Okay, so size stores a map used to look up the positions of the textures in a texture atlas. This can be used either to look up specific section of the texture or animate frames or as a sprite sheet. Operator can store mapping from subtexture handles to the relevant area index. Okay, so size. Do you have like comments on this? Total size of the texture atlas. Area of the atlas where each texture can be found. So when I say from grid, spacing, sprites, okay, padding, current padding 0. So when you return it, you say size. Size is tile size plus current padding times grid size minus current padding. Weird. So so size is going to be u vec to new. I think it's 180 by 180 because there were 18 by 18 in this 10 per row. So that seems to be that it needs to be the actual size of the texture, which is a bit weird to me. And then textures, but I don't know how it does the fucking layout. What? Like, why do you care about this texture size? I feel like if I get that wrong, it's going to crash. But no. Let's just call that textures, and then we say for y in 0 dot dot n for x in 0 dot dot 10 let mute textures equals vec new. All right, so that should have a type because it's known
time. Okay, and then let me start equals UI rect new zero I think 18. So it specifies a specific region of stuff, which should be fine. So the idea is that I was hoping it would be the top left corner, but we can still do that. We can be like actually, yeah, let's do that. So uvec2 new. So this is going to be 0 and 0, right? And then for each of these we go because yeah, so the start's going to be the same. So we're going to say let so each time you finish a y, start dot y plus equals 18, right? So increment the y, and then for each time you finish an x, start dot x plus equals 18, because no matter what, we're incrementing to 18. But each time you get to here, start dot x equals 0. Reset the x every time you increment the y. All right, so then we say something along the lines of I don't know, getting concerning. All right, so we need to do something like let letter equal font index from let sum. So we need to include blank letters as well. So we say let letter from y times 10 plus x. Not from did I not? I don't have that. Derive strum macros from repr. Okay, so this gives us an optional return type, which is fine. So then we say else and continue. Right, so this is if you don't find it, like if it's not a valid texture, we say textures dot push urect new. Your x is start dot x start dot y. Then x times 18 plus 18, and then your y times 18 plus 18. I guess. And then all that needs to be converted to as U32. I think that's gonna work as U32. Okay, so basically if you don't find the letter, just push it on. Otherwise, we say that wait, no, just say start. No.
Now, is 18 correct? I think. Because is it 18 or is it 17? Because like you start at 0 and then 0 is 17. X plus 17. Let's start dot y plus 18. I don't know. Not times by 18. That's for sure. It might be plus 17. I'm unsure. I want to say it's 18. Because that makes sense. It's... to me, at least. Alright, so then, otherwise, texture dot push urect new start dot x start dot y and then start dot x plus letter dot kerning and then start dot y plus 18. Okay, cool. So that should work. I think it might be 17. I feel like it's 17 because you're the start of the next one, so it's probably add 17. Add 17 because I think it's inclusive, which means that like it's actually, so then you're adding 18 to go to the next one, so then you'd be add 17 like that. That might work. I don't know. Then we say somewhere we create you from world. So instead of going from grid, we say add letter font index layout. This should pretty quickly tell me if I'm wrong, but maybe not because there's only like 2 that have kerning. Actually, yeah, it'll tell me quickly if I'm wrong because everything else will be broken except the 2 with the kerning. So basically we say steps. The reason we're not adding the kerning is because I'm still going to put everything on the grid. It's just specifically like if I kern it, I just clip off the rest of that grid. So it's kind of wasted space. Like in theory, I could pack them tighter in here, but then I'd need to increment by the kerning amount, which would kind of break things. And I'd need to know how many letters are per page and that kind of thing. So instead, everything has to be in a grid because I'm incrementing through the grids. I'm just looking up, see if there's a shrunken version. So everything looks right, except the one's missing a little bit. The one is definitely missing a pixel. So the interesting thing about that, oh, I don't think I've exported this correctly. So export, because it's missing like 9 pixels. So to just quickly restart this. It's missing 9 pixels, which makes me think that it's probably just that. Okay, so you're touching right on the edge, you're there, then the 2. Okay. So we need to move the 2 over. And then I guess we just slowly do them all. So the 2 is 3, 6, 9, 12, 13. So the 2's 13 kerning. And the 3 is more than that. Well, actually, no, the 3 is also 13. Okay, so here we go kerning. So font. Right, thank you. So digit 2 and digit 3 are both 13. 13, and then there we go. So you're also 13. You're also 13. I think most of my numbers are going to be 13 because I specifically was making them so that they didn't fill the whole board. Undo. Yes, please. So 5, 13. Oh, not copy. Fuck off. Cut. Fuck off. Can you fuck off, please? Okay. I need to control XU. Control VU. Okay, 4 and 5 are 13. 6 is also 13. 6 is weirdly shaped. 6, 7's also 13. I'm just going to keep going until they're not 13 anymore. I just also think that all my numbers are going to be 13 because I specifically went out of my way to try and... Nope, 8's not. 8 is funky as fuck. Okay, so 8's not 13, which is good to know. Okay, so 8 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wide. Okay, so all the way up to 4, 5, 6, 7. So 4, 5, 6, 7 are all 13. So 8 is not 8. 8 is 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. I want to say it's 16 wide. Is that correct? Let's double check that. There's no point fucking up the number. 3, 6, 9, 12, 14. Not 12, 15, 16. Okay, so you're 16 wide, and then you're even weirder again, because you're actually 13. Wait, that's more confusing. Come on, come back. XV. Apparently you're 3, 6, 9, 12, 13. So 14, okay? So 9 is 14. So 9 is even more positive. Don't fucking do that. 9's actually 14, because apparently the 9's a bit fucky. Alright. And now I think I just tweaked just the letters that are important. So we'll probably go to Y, and we'll... No. Oh God, it looks so bad. This is why we're doing the kerning. So let's go... go back here. We have to go tweak some letters to make them right. So I is 10. So just copy that and just go, hey, I is 10. Which this also gives an incentive to overwrite like certain letters. So we're gonna need to do Y as well. I don't know how wide Y will be, but Y. We might leave M and the other letters B for a little bit. Mostly because it's time consuming as fuck to fix these. So Y, just because Y looks like shit. Oh, technically we only want to grab this section here. Just go Control X, Control V. So Y then becomes 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 16. So Y is 16. Thank you, Y. Okay, go back to our letters and go... Well, actually, let's look at the font. Go, which fucking letters need this? So Y definitely needs it. I definitely needs it. I think B's only like that because I's like I. N definitely needs to be shrunk a little bit. C looks fucky as all hell, but that's more me not being good at fonts than anything else. So you probably could use it. Okay, so N, I'm thinking N, what we want to do is we want to clip this bit, paste it back in and do that and call that an N and say that N is 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 16. N is also 16. Oh, yes. N is 16. Okay. We should also make some lowercase letters, but I can't be bothered. Okay. We can make O not quite so goddamn wide. So I'm thinking with O, what we want to do is we want to grab all of this. We're going to go XV, XV and paste that there, and then grab that section, go X and V, and go O. O is 17. So O is 17. Okay, cool, lovely. Kind of want to put P in the right spot. Some of these letters are going to look really funky because they're still just off to the side like that. I think I drew my D backwards as well. Don't mind me. Can I one of these buttons is like a mirror. Okay. Can I flip you, please? That is the correct direction to draw a D. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. I guess while we're here, we'll fix it. Okay. So D is 3, 6, 9, 12, 10, 14, 15 wide. D is 15. D is 15 wide, please. Okay. Cool. Okay. Kind of want to fix E as well, but I want to fix the letters that it's easy to fix. E kind of looks nice. 3, 6, 9, 12, 13. So E is 13. Specifically overriding individual letters is not the best way of doing this. Anyway, I feel like I could make J smaller. Could definitely probably do with making... Actually, no. L is probably actually correct. Okay, L is just 3, 6, 9, 12, 13. So, L. Okay. Could go make some lowercase letters now, but I feel like we should fix all the uppercase ones before we go making lowercase ones. Yeah, let's fix M and N. Though I do feel like they need to be taller if I'm going to do this, because otherwise... XV. I feel like then we just go like... Don't chop off part of the other letter. XV. What the fuck? How did I select this tool? Put you there. Pencil U. I need to select just this, please. Let go. Select just this. C. Unselect pencil. That is not what I selected. Why are you so big? Pencil size is 3, please. Thank you. Okay, so I'm making them wider simply because, or higher. The W actually still looks pretty good. The M looks really long. I'm going to leave the W because the W actually looks pretty good. No, I feel like they need to be the same shape. That is not correct. Now the question is, how many letters do I need to skip to get from one end to the other? Okay, so this M and W, I just like them being mirrored, especially because they're directly above and below each other on this. So M and W both are 3, 6, 9, 12. So both of them are 16. So M, N, and W are 16. Okay. I think that's enough fucking around with fonts for now, because I don't know if you guys like me fucking around with fonts for ages, but just export that. And then we're going to look how much more nicer the game is going to look with our new and improved fonts. They'll also tell us if some other shit's broken. Like, I may have the kerning wrong. I shouldn't, but I might. Okay, look, the numbers, they all sit nice and close to fucking together now. Increase the font size. Why? Why? Why do you have a seam? You bastard. Nothing I can do about that, because it's not me that's putting that seam there. Look at how the seam's on the other side. Why? Why are you like this? It's a rounding error. They're all clipped. I've just noticed they're all clipped. Which means that the kerning is definitely 18. It's just that nothing touches the 18th edge. Now, does that mean they're all going to clip in the bottom? I don't know. They will definitely clip though. You all saw it. Options, font size up, font size up. They look fine. I need a W because the W and the M both touch the top. So the X, they're not clipped. Now, the issue with the X is it is touching U. Each letter needs at least one space. X. Can X even have a space? Technically it could, but I'd have to fuck with the next letter over, which means that the practical answer is no, it can't. Yeah, so I could move Y, but then Y would be wrong. I could move W, but I feel like the correct thing to do here, despite it probably being the worst for people with OCD, is to go like that, make the X a little bit smaller, then we have to subtract 2 off the X? I don't know. The fuck did I make X? Because that means each letter gets at least one space between it. What was I doing? So, first up, we're exporting this. And then we're going into the code and we're going, hey, that's the wrong set of code. Don't mind that. They should only be local IP addresses. So ignore. Main. What was I doing? I was going to kerning, which should be in the UI somewhere. Go up here and go, hey, I don't think we even set X. So font X is like it's listening to me because why was X the top one it selected? It's not 18, it's 17 because it's 2 smaller, I think. But technically it's 1 smaller, but it's with a line. Anyway, that should fix the fact that the X was fucking touching the I. The T. Why is the T not fucking symmetrical? I hate it. Why did I do that? Right, let's go fix T then. It's horrible. Why are you not? Why? And I did it intentionally. Why have I done this? Why would I do that? Just make the T. There, now the T is symmetrical. Now we just go in and we add the correct kerning for the T. So we file, we export as font, please. Then we go here and we go, hey, the correct kerning for T is, I believe, 16. Thank you. Okay.
In theory, I could have programmed it to actually look for the widest space and then worked out what the letter is, and then as long as there's at least one space between you and your neighboring letter.
Anyway, look, the word exit is fucking kerned properly. The X, I don't like it now. Why did you do this to me? Anyway. Options, font size. Well, now the font works correctly at this size. The Z touches the E, but we'll ignore that. The I doesn't touch. For some reason, at that specific size, it has a rounding error. Okay, so we got key bindings. Key bindings does nothing, which is fun. Okay, so maybe we should add UI colors first. I don't know. So apparently we don't use the font at any point, so we'll just get rid of that. Okay. Yeah. Alright, so we're going to go to here and we're going to say, hey, key bindings doesn't do anything at the moment, but technically it can be set. You're complaining because I think you're not a capital K. Yeah. So capital K, key binding. So then we want to say something along the lines of not key bindings, it's UI palette. Then we need to make a mod UI palette. Okay. So the next thing is to go to UI, and UI needs to add some kind of See, the thing with this is I'm gonna have to make custom goddamn fucking system shit for this as well. But this is where the ability to run like arbitrary systems that I can run like right anywhere in my code and have it like work is amazing. So I don't need to come up with some kind of way of holding it like as a string to compare. I can literally just make a system that does it and it has this thing be like, hey, run this system. Now, I think I need world access to run a system with a parameter, which is a pain. So what we're going to do is we're going to say something like fn color widget. Right. So the color widget needs like a commands. But it needs the commands differently to other things, so it needs access to like a mutable commands like this. Since we actually want to call color widget, we also want to say on submit, which is a system. I think we want to go like a system ID, but we want to give you like an actual parameter passed in saying system ID and we want to say like I equals color, something like that. Does that not work? System input. Interesting. Right, so it has to be something like res color. Well, can't be res color. What about UI palette? No. What's a well, let's go track down system input and say what the fuck is the system input? Parameter system input inner I wrap this in a system parameter. Type for trait for types that can be used to input as inputs to systems. So in ref, in mute, trigger. Okay. So can I say something like fucking I equals in color? No. Okay. Can we say like is it just? Okay. Cool. So can I just say color? Probably not. No. Okay. So in color. Interesting. Okay. So you can't call a system, I don't think. Let's see. I want to say like commands dot run system cached with run system with input. Okay, it is in fact possible to do that. So the color widget only needs a system ID for the tracking what color it's actually going to submit. But So I think we need to have like a struct my question is, like, if I say color widget, which is just gonna be a color, something like that, right? So I want the color widget to basically be like, I can specify all this information. Writing custom widget, but like in reality, I should like have a spawn color widget. Like you shouldn't necessarily have to call color widget, because I can then say like on submit, right? Which is then, and then that's just a system ID in color. Can I just not specify that? Missing lifetime parameter. Wait, what do you mean? System ID? Oh, not system in, system ID. Lowercase d. System ID. Can I just do that? I can just do that. Weird. So you just become a component like that. And then we say spawn color widget. And then we go something like widgets query color widget added color widget. Okay. And then we're going to say for in widgets yeah, commands. So that's kind of cool. So the first thing we want to do is probably go like let root equal commands dot spawn. So I feel like I'm going to want access to the commands themselves, so I can't do the with children that I would normally nest. So this is just going to be a node. Let's make its own module. Widgets. No, undo. Delete this. I clicked the wrong one. Widgets, we want to say create module widgets. Okay, and then we want to go mod color widget. Okay, like that. And then we want to say something like pub use color widget pub copy this stuff. So color widget is like this. So we need to use Bevy preload. Okay, going to be like pub struct color widget. Okay, mod, and then we say use color widget. Thank you. Okay, so then here we need to work out how we're going to spawn you. So fn color widget node, which returns a node. This is probably not the best way to do this, but oh, don't do that. So just want to say color widget node. Right, dot ID, something like that, and then we can say commands dot spawn So we kind of want you to be like node width. I'm going to say val percent 25%. The idea being that if you open multiple color widgets, I'll kind of want them to fit on the screen in one go. I think the first thing we should do is make it convenient to move the widget around. So if you click the color widget, like you can click the corner and move the widget. So we'll see if we can get that working first. So height val percent 25 dot default, the rest. Okay, so first things first, we want to go something like spawn the root node. We need to give you like a background color. So background color, and it's going to be UI apparently I can't spell palette anymore, so we need to use create UI, something like that, and then we say palette, and we say res UI palette. Okay, so we have a UI palette, and we say your background color is equal to palette dot background. Okay, so then I don't want to do anything. I guess when we want to spawn something is spawn so first off we're going to give it a name. So your name is going to be new anchor. I don't think that's spelled right. Anchor. Well, apparently it's a brand name, so that's even worse, but it means that when I search it, it doesn't give me the autocorrect. And CH. Oh, man, couldn't have probably spelled that any fucking worse. Anchor. Okay, so this is going to be the anchor, and the anchor is going to probably go up a layer, and we'll say I kind of feel like I need to make an anchor in here. You know what I mean? Like anchor node. Node. I have to fucking run up the toilet soon. Node. So you need to use Bevy. Something like that. Okay, so node, and then you need to have a minimum width is pixels. I'm gonna say like 10. I don't know how big that's going to be. Minimum height val pixels 10. Maximum no. Then I can probably dot default everything else. I want your color. I can't specify color here. Okay, so the anchor is then going to use super anchor node. Okay. Right, so the anchor this is going to have a position. Top val pixels 0 and left val pixels 0. Now the question is, can I get away with making anchor have like universal code? Something like that. Okay. Now, I don't know how to do the new clicking and moving thing. That's the issue. All right. So let's find out first of what this looks like. So if we go to options, does options have a... No, we were working on the palette. Okay, so pub views, super, bring in everything in super. I think that should work. And then we can say then plugin app mutes app. Then we say fm, just go to options and say copy this thing wholesale. Paste this in wholesale like this, except this is going to be spawn palette menu, then say app.add systems on enter menu UI palette spawn palette menu. Okay, so we're going to do that and do that. Okay, so then back is going to take you to options. Bind is going to, okay, so these don't do anything. We're going to remove all but back. Okay, so menu button, apparently we need to use super. No. Okay, so menu UI. Okay, maybe we just need to go, what the hell do you import? You import UI. Okay, so we need to go use create UI. Wildcard that in then. Apparently you also at some point bring in these. Thank you. Okay, so we need to go back up to menu here and add the UI palette. The plugin. It's not spelled correctly apparently. No, it's probably just private. Maybe? Yeah. Okay. So that should be able to spawn our palette when we go into palette on enter UI palette, spawn palette. These need to be scoped to palette. Okay. So then we spawn back. So back's the only thing. So here's an extra interesting thing. We're going to say let change bg equals commands dot register system I guess you need commands. And then you're just going to say commands.spawn a color widget. Okay. And the color widget's going to have a current color. So you need access to UI, which is currently going to be res UI UI palette, like so. So your current color is going to be UI dot background, and on submit you're going to be commands dot register register system, which definitely means you need to have that cleanup function. Yes, both these fields are private. Good call. Color widget, thank you. These are both public, thank you. Okay, so then we're going to register, and then we're going to say mute UI There's new UI palette. Interesting. Ooh, it needs an in. Input, which is going to be an in color. Is that how that works? Register system. IOM. IOM system. This is getting well out of my comfort zone. So we say, hey, you get to have this fun system, and you get to say UI dot background color equals input dereference. Okay, so can't borrow commands mutably. Okay. Let on submit equal. Okay, yeah, you just get the title on screen. Okay, so that's a little bit doubly recursive kind of weird bullshit of we register a type called change background color, which then registers a system that will register a system that registers the system that sets the background color and then gives it to the color widget so that when the color widget is submitted. So that does mean we need to implement component on color widget so that we can unresolved import. It's very confusing. Thank you. And then we need a new button, which is basically just copy this one. This one's just going to be called UI. Except your on click is going to be what's it called? Change BG. Okay, so you have cleanup. I think each color widget's going to have its own kind of bullshittery level of Okay, so we need to actually implement component. Or color widget. FN because we need to do the same thing where we clean up on remove mute world. Wait, no, it's like this. Okay, world target. Oh, just call it entity because that's what we're going to end up using it as. And then this and this and this, and then go here and say let wheel widget equals world dot get entity color widget color widget dot expect about to remove. Then we say dot commands because we have to go like roundabout to get there. Dot unregister system ID is then. You don't have a restriction that you can only undo zeros, yeah? Okay, cool. Then we pass in widget dot on submit. So first up, we need to make you clone, I guess. Derive clone. I guess technically we don't have to do that. We can just say dot on submit. And then we just unsubscribe, we just remove the widget, thank you. We're gonna make you mutable. Okay, So we say commands and then we remove, and then we say we need to specify your storage type. Why is it always such a pain in the ass? Type, storage type, equals Bevy ECS components, storage type, table. I just always use table by default. I don't really know if it makes a difference. Okay, so we spawn the anchor. We have to add anchor code. Just want to see if this spawns in. So we say spawn color wheel. This is something we need to go like mod. Okay, so we need to go something like fn plugin app mute app dot add systems update spawn color wheel widget. Okay, you do that. Cool. So you say plugin. So we go mod and we say, hey, we need to probably add a plugin here because we're going to add multiple widgets. So we're going to say something like pub fn plugin app new app dot add plugins color wheel color widget color plugin. No plugin. Oh, color widget. Okay, so we add your plugin and then we have to go back one high menu and we say, okay, this is the menu. No, it's not in menu, it's in UI. We say, hey, your plugin, wherever your UI plugin, wherever that has managed to get to, we need to add plugins. It's the menus plugin, and we also need to add the widgets plugin. Okay, so that's the widgets plugin. Apparently we don't use count strum anymore. I don't know why. Anyway, widgets plugin, color wheel. Okay, so that should mean that when we run this, if all goes well, when I go to options, I should be able to open up the option. Okay, so when I go to options, I can then go apparently key bindings because I didn't add the fucking option. Options. So it's not bind, it's UI palette. Is that spelled right? I don't know. Palette. I can just look there. Yeah, palette. Okay, that looks like it's spelled correctly. So that we make sure it uses the right fucking thing. On click bind. Wait, not bind. Palette. And we need to change you because we're overriding to palette. Okay. So we run that and we go color palette. Just hope when I click it, it'll open up thing tank background, and when I click background, it should open up a color selector. So options, palette, UI. We got a rectangle. Okay. So one thing is we do need to make sure that it doesn't go off the top of the screen there. So when we spawn UI palette, I think I want your position to be absolute. Not you. Change picture. Okay, so color. The color wheels, they need to, the color wheel node needs to have its position type. Val. No, absolute. Position type. Absolute. The reason I want absolute for this is because when I go to move the widgets around, I don't want them like clipping through things, and I want to just be able to specify like, hey, when you spawn this, can we do something along the lines of we kind of want a color wheel widget to have a we need it to have a title, but that feels like it should be like up here. And we should like have a title widget that when you spawn a color wheel, it spawns a color wheel. Like, fuck you. We're gonna add some options. Option name. That's how you're kind of supposed to do this. So widget name. Okay, so we spawn the root node. Then we say spawn the anchor. The anchor should probably also have an absolute. If I give the anchor an absolute position, is its absolute position relative to the other absolute position? I don't think so. We say like dot parent set parent root. I think that's how we want to do that. And then we say commands dot spawn. No, we're going to say if let some name name equals name, else we just want to pop up here and say like, so your name node, okay, and then see your minimum width. It's gonna be 90%. I'm just gonna say your fucking width. Your width is 90. I don't really. Wait, why did I say your maximum height? No. Max. Min width, min height. I kind of want to set the maximum as well, but like I need to stop that at like max height. Well, I guess height is our percent. I want to say like 5%. Something like that. And then you would be width of 95%. And then you don't have minimums. But you have a height of our percent, 5%. And you also need a minimum height of val percent, val pixels 10. Okay, so the issue with that is it's going to make this, if the font's too small, unreadable. But anyway, the name node copy. Okay, so if there's a name, we want to say commands.spawn text. Commands.spawn node. So actually we want to spawn something like this. We want to say name node. Node. Yep, bring in the name node. And then we want to say my text name dot dot into, maybe, I don't know if it implements into. No, so name dot value dot text wait, so name's treated, okay, but as dot into, don't know if that'll work. No. Dot two lowercase. Ooh. Two uppercase. No. How do I copy the name? name. Like, we've got access to all this stuff. Like, why can I not into you? Okay. So, can I access the name's fucking value? No. New set mutate update hash as stir. So, because as the unwraps it like that, so I can't actually get access to the goddamn name. Okay, I'm gonna say just two lowercase, two uppercase, because I only have uppercase letters at the moment. Not into. Okay, that should convert you into the correct type. Else, commands dot spawn name node my text, and it's just gonna say color. Widget. Okay, so we spawn the anchor, the color node. Okay, so I just need to say probably you and say like top val pixels and say like 30 pixels from the top. For no other reason than because when I have the editor, maybe actually if I do this, config debug assertion. So only in release mode, as in only when the editor is actually present. Just move it slightly off the top so I can see if the anchor is there. Technically, the anchor needs a slightly different color. Okay, so we go options, we go palette, we go UI. Okay, color widget's in the wrong spot, which is kind of funny, but it's I think because I didn't set its parent. So if I let both of you return something, can I then say dot set parent to root? Again, I'm only not doing it inside with parent or with children because I think at some point I may need access to the commands, and then it's really annoying because I can't do that, which means I need to do whatever I need to do outside of it and come back in. Anyway, options, palette, UI. Okay. So it's very, very big, and I don't see, but I haven't set the fucking background color for the anchor. Background color. Yeah, this should be, we need it to be like 0 point, quite dark. So the thing with that is we need to somehow set up the anchor to act more like a component. So the anchor will be its own widget, where if you stick an anchor on something, it means that you can then so there's the little black square. Okay, so obviously the anchor's not doing anything now. The color is specifying the wrong font size, which is kind of funny. Mostly because it's not respecting the font size. Okay, anyway. So we should probably have something like my font have an overriding text size, so I can specify if something needs to use a different font size for the sake of like, it doesn't really matter if you can read this or not. Kind of need to fit it in space. But anyway, we'll leave that for now. So let's work on the anchor node next. So I'm just going to go to the toilet quickly. So I will be right back, and then we'll work on the anchor node. Okay, time to add anchor. So how to add anchor. So first off, I think the first thing to do is make a mod anchor widget. So the way the anchor widget is going to work is it's like anything you attach the anchor widget to. So first off, paste the anchor node. Then we need to go something like pub plugin app. Okay, we need to use create UI. Bring in UI. All right, so let me say app dot add underscore systems. Something about doing the anchor. I don't know. I haven't quite figured that out yet. So we have the color widget added then, and then we need to say anchor widget. Okay. So we need like a component. So I think technically we're just going to say spawn something like anchor. Anchor widget. Okay, so just spawn the anchor widget. Okay, that should work fine. And then we should be able to go in here and say something like hub struct anchor widget. And then the anchor widget can have all the fun stuff. So you add that, which is fine. Except I think I didn't make you. No, I made you public. So you need to come here and we need to say like hub use anchor widget. Anchor widget. What do you mean? Cannot find module. What do you mean? Have I just not saved this? So you need to use super, which probably means you can get away with like not using UI, maybe not, I don't know. Okay, so what's your problem? You're saying that the anchor widget's not present. Okay, you do nothing at the moment. Thank you. So why are you saying you can't find the anchor widget? Unless I spelt it differently. No? Oh, because anchor widget's not a component. Derive component require. Okay, and then it's something like node. I want to say button. If I can find button has it button. Right, so we need to pass a constructor in like this. Then we just say button anchor. Anchor node. Honestly, you do that. Is that how button? Okay, maybe not. Is it just that then? Yes. Okay. So we just say anchor node. It needs to be okay. It needs to be pointed to a function in the head state because they were returning a solid type. They return. Okay. So anchor to node. Okay. What else did the node need? It needs a background color. Background color. Right. You need to be like that when you say background color. sRGB 0.2. 0.2. Like that. Lab.e2. Like that. Okay. Okay, apparently that works fine. Okay, never mind then. All right, so we set the widget in a background color. And so the widgets, again, I'm going to say the widget needs to always be in parent slot A. Unless I can say position type absolute. If it was absolute relative to the parent, that would be great, but I'm pretty sure it's not. I'm pretty sure it's absolute, as in like actually absolute in the screen space. It would have been nice if it's like ignore all flex and put this at a specific spot in the parent. But I'm pretty sure when I go to options and go to key binding, well, first off, it never even fucking spawns, so that would be helpful. Anchor. So we need to say something like query, which is just any entity with anchor widget, not with anchor, added anchor widget. Technically, I think the anchor widget should be maybe spawned sub, so that would probably make a lot of sense, because then you stick the anchor widget on the thing that the widget's anchoring. So then we can say for entity in actually it should just be visible. I think the issue is that I've made it absolute, because when I add the anchor widget, it automatically adds node and background color, which should then just make it visible. Palette UI. So yeah, and it's just in the right spot. It's just that color widget's now ignoring it, which is fine, because we can just say that. Okay, so it's color. So your position is absolute, and then we say the color widget position type is absolute. It's the this one. We need your position. Your left. Left just needs to be yeah. Or 5%, whichever's okay. Yeah, that's gonna be hard, isn't it? %5. That should work. Anyway, which means we don't actually have to do anything with the anchor widget. Just okay. So actually, in theory, that means I don't want to do this. We want to do this. We want to say an entity. Maybe we can say an option entity, like so, and then we say we'll grab access to the anchor itself. And we say anchor, like that, and we say you're mutable, like that. You're mutable like that, and then we say we need commands. So and then we can say something like commands.spawn entity. We need to spawn, and it's the node here. So spawn the node like so. We then need to comma and say anchor node like so. Right, so
Yeah, we don't need to do that. We can just specify an actual background color. Yep. Okay. So that'll spawn that, and then we can say like dot set parent equal to entity. Right. We need that, and we need to do something with the anchor. Okay, so anchor widget. So set the parent to the root node. I kind of don't want it to have entity. Can we say like impl fn impl anchor widget fn new, and just say you return an anchor widget. That has an entity, an anchor widget with an entity placeholder. Right, and then we say here, we say set parent, and then we say anchor 0 equals dot id, like that. So when you add an anchor, it will spawn the child, set child as a child of the current entity, the component, and then it'll set the anchor equal to that. That seems backwards, but anyway. Because that's the issue, is now we have no way of knowing that that component's the one that I need to worry about being clicked on. So no. It's more like I need to say you attach an anchor widget and it spawns an anchor. So like an anchor widget would be that. And then you have an anchor like so, which has an entity. And you just need to swap this to anchor. Anchor. Like so. And then we do the same thing, but we say with an anchor widget. So we say commands.spawn background anchor set parent to the entity, and it also needs an anchor. Well, if it's setting the parent, it doesn't actually need to really care. We just set the anchor, right? Which means we don't actually need all this, which is fine. Just tidy things up so it stops yelling at me. Okay, so we say spawn anchor. Right, and the anchor... Yeah, we can do it here. Technically, the anchor, we could just spawn it. We just need to say that you have an anchor. You are an anchor. So that we can run specific anchor logic. Like that. Right, so that then we need to go to plugin. We need to go, hey, add systems on update. And this is called spawn anchor. Right. So this will spawn in any widget anchors that we need by requesting. We don't need to get the ID anymore. So we set the parent to that. Okay. So that should mean that when we go to the color wheel and we say, hey, spawn the color wheel, we just say somewhere widget anchor. So technically it's root. We give root anchor widget, and then the root should then spawn the anchor widget in place, if that makes sense. It doesn't really make sense to me, so if it makes sense to you, that's good. But the idea being that we're basically constructing a widget. We're saying, hey, you have an anchor, like you are a widget that can move, which then spawns in this little bit here. Right. So next, we need to somehow get the ability to be clicked. So next, we go to anchor widget. We're just going to say it's question mark. Okay, so I somehow when I'm spawning an anchor, right, I want to dot add observe. So take self observer input observer system. So trigger. No. How do I do this? So move question mark. So you're going to complain because you need to have something like trigger, right? Trigger event, right? Which is a trigger event propagator observer trigger pointer move event. Can I just get you to print line? It moved question mark. That apparently is a valid way of doing that. I don't know what it does though. In theory, it triggers whenever a pointer move event occurs. I think that's how that works. I don't actually know. So we spawn a UI widget and we go, hey, if okay, so so do you specifically have like a locked in thing? So can I say drag? So I'm assuming dragged only triggers, right? Fires when target entity is dragged. Okay. UI. We go, okay. So if I move over it doesn't say move, but if I click on it, it says moved. Okay, okay. Now, annoyingly, dragged seems to have a delta and a distance. I'm assuming delta is the amount that you moved. Okay. The change in position since the last drag event. Okay. The total distance vector of a drag event. Okay. Measured from the drag start to the current position. Okay. So we want delta, I think. So we need access. So we have access to the entity itself as well, I believe. Which is interesting. Because shouldn't I know what entity is because it's this one? Maybe. I don't know. Weird. I don't really know how this works. So we need to say parent. So can I pass in? Well, technically it's you. So this is where I'm going to get confused because it's like I need to pass in the parent to get the parent. But we also need to get the root, which is then going to be a query for a mutable node, I guess. We could try and reduce it, but I don't think that matters because I'm pretty sure a query is the same speed size to the size, like it's a lookup, which means that like there's no point like reducing it by saying only those with anchor widgets. It's like okay, so we have definitely like I'm pretty sure you 100% return an entity, right? Pointer, right? The event triggers with the pointer has a target. Okay, so if let okay parent equals parent dot get event dot entity, right? Else error let's see, it be a debug has no parent. Can we make sure we spelled it correctly here? Parent has no parent. Okay. And then we say event entity like that. And then we say return. Okay. So that's okay. Let done. Okay. So get the parent. Okay. Then we say let root equals get root dot get mute parent dot get. Okay. Error. Has no node. Parent. Return. Okay. Then finally we say we make you mutable so we can fuck with you. And we say root dot let val pixels mute x equals root dot left, else warn root node should have left as val return. Oh, it's if let. I'm gonna make it 1 because technically it wouldn't be incorrect. Wait, it would be highly incorrect, but like it's not worth not moving the y. So then we say x. There we go. So then we say x plus equals event dot delta x. Okay, then we'd copy exactly the same thing for the y, and we then conclude whether it moves in the wrong direction or not. So we say y, fucking right, copy, paste. Okay. Hilariously, it doesn't matter because I've changed it there, but we're going to rename this so that it's clear what we're doing. Y. Okay. So in theory, this should, whether it moves in the same direction if I actually move the mouse is a different story, but as I move the mouse, the box should move. Should have, right? Okay, so options, palette, UI. Okay, so apparently the root's not set to pixels, which is interesting. Wait, also, why are we moving right? It's top. But it is saying left isn't set either. So when we go here, when we spawn in the color widget, that's the name node. The color, anchor widget, no, it's not the anchor widget, it's you. When you spawn in, color widget node, top. Top is in pixels. Left, wow. That's probably set to auto. Pixels. Okay, so I guess otherwise we need to say config not debug assertions. Left always 0. Top and right are depending if you've got debug assertions, whether it needs to pop below the editor. Just a little bit janky. Okay, options, palette, UI. It's a little slow, Um, unclear why. Like, I don't think that's a frame rate issue. That feels more like Bevy doesn't trigger observers every frame for performance reasons. Um, interesting though. Interesting. Okay. Well, the color widget's kind of working. That's kind of cool. All right, and it only happens when you click in that specific corner. All right, so next we need to add some sliders. Okay, so question is, can we get this to work? Kind of nice. So we need to make a new widget now, which is a so we need a new module called slider widget, which is going to then be create slider widget. Okay, so then we're just going to copy like everything from the ankle widget, I guess. Move question mark. Okay, we probably don't need everything from the ankle widget, which is so this is going to be a slider widget. Okay, so then it becomes a slider. So when you add a slider widget, this may need to keep track of more parts. I'm not sure. Interesting. Okay, so the first off, you become slider node. Okay, so the slider widget needs slightly more information. So it needs like a min, which I guess is going to be like F32, and a max, which is also an F32. Is a better way of doing that. And then current, which is also an F32. Yes. So then this is the slider. There's knob. Looks a bit wrong, but anyway. Slider knob. Okay, so move question mark. I love that I named it that. It's so dumb. So first off, you don't do you do set the parent equal to the slider widget, right? Now the question is that your position. We don't want to set. So your minimum width and your minimum height, but then your height's going to be 100% your parent, and your width is going to be 5% of your parent, I guess. I don't know. Your position is apparently absolute, which I guess is fine. I actually don't want it to be absolute. Okay. Don't fuck with the top. Your left is percent 0. Okay, so as we move you, okay, so we move you, okay, so first off, we need the technically this is like self, so that's fun. So we get to go here and we say parent, but instead of just parent, we need to get slider. Oh no, see, we need the widget information. No, actually no, we get access to your node, right? And so we can say parent and node, and then we say sure, you can get all that information, and we say if event dot delta dot
y is greater than... See, we need to somehow track that though. So maybe something like this. We say new. We need to say this place. Technically, okay. So we say we need access to your so let's turn you into knob. Okay, so slider. Okay, so need to get you mutably. Alright, so we get you. So we got our knob, and we're going to say knob.displacement plus equals event.delta.y. The idea being that if you move off of the knob, it's like it should stop working. Okay, then we say knob if knob dot displacement dot is greater than absolute is greater than knob node dot, oh no, we don't want it. Maybe we don't want the node, we want the computed node. So computed, the computed node being like the actual size that it came up with at the end. So we want node dot is empty. No, what do I have access to in the computed node though? That's the question. Ooh, size. Okay, so I can get access to the size. Okay, cool. Don't know why you locked me behind a thing. I think it's why. Return. I think that's kind of weird because it means that like when you click down and you start dragging, it will stop responding when you move off the top. Which I guess is fine, because what that actually translates to kind of is we can set the kind of want to set the like the absolute position. So like if you drag off of it, keep sliding along, it won't move, but when you come back onto the right range, it'll jump to where you brought it back in. So I guess that would need, we need to say like last and say like that's a vec2. Technically it can be an F32 because we only need to keep the X component. So like if the Y component's wrong, ignore the Y component. So just don't do anything with this, please. Okay. So if it's above the Y, return. Okay. So otherwise, knob dot last. Do you have a start? Not really. See, because you need a start and a displacement, which is annoying. F32, like that. So like the reason we need a start and a displacement is that like when, so we need to. All right, so we need to add another observer. So set start. So the set start needs an event trigger. Pointer drag start. Okay. That just needs to go except we just want the fucking slider like this. We just want to go let okay event oh, no, the knob equals event dot equals knob dot get mute event dot entity. Just else continue. We should write an error because it shouldn't be spewing errors, which means that we should know. Is not a knob. Event.entity. It shouldn't ever trigger this because it has to be a knob. Like we added the knob, except we didn't. Slider knob. Thank you. Last equals 0. Start equals 0. And displacement. Oh, is it equal to 0? I think. I don't know. I don't know if I need displacement anymore. Oh no, displacement's up and down, so it's like if you move off Y, yeah. Okay, cool. So technically you can move like the width of it. Anyway, now we have access to the knob, and we can say knob dot start equals event dot. Ooh, interesting. Do I need access to your location? I guess. Because I don't think I can. No. Event dot drag start hit data. Hit dot camera depth norm position right. So I think it's more likely we want access to you, your node. Like so, and then we can say knob and node, and then we say knob dot start equals node dot left. That node. What is the nodes dot left though? Interesting. Question mark. That's interesting because left is a percentage. So we kind of need like the parent width. Okay, so we need to say something like let val percent start equals node dot left if left equals start. Okay, so technically with anything else, it's just gonna, you should print an error so that I don't get really annoyed at this later when I can't find out why it's not moving. And then we say warn knob must be in val knob left. so that we can find it, we say event.entity. Okay. So we say set start. You will pick up on where the start is. The issue is we need to somehow work out your length, which I guess we're looking up the root. No, we also need your computed, I guess. Computed. Okay, so we're gonna do that. Okay, so displacement, you look up knob event. So you look up, I think, yeah, node.size. Nope, node's there. It's your computed size. It's your size. Okay. I don't think we use the root for anything. So last let len computed dot size dot x. Okay, so work out the displacement. And then we say so we need to drag delta, I think. So we need to say that moved equals. So in theory, I don't actually need to keep the displacement because the delta should tell me, or the distance should tell me how much it's moved overall. But anyway, so moved equals event dot distance dot x, right? So then we say let percent equal length, no, moved divided by len, right? Because
If it's 10 units long. But that means that if it's
negative x. Okay, yeah, because negative x. Okay, so if it's 10 units long and you've moved 5 units, and 5 divided by 10 is half. Okay, and then if it's negative, it means that you should get negative. And so we should say, so percent should be equal to this plus node dot start, right? So that, and then we should say wait, it's not your root though, because it's your position. I don't think we need you mutably. We do need your root though. We need your node. I don't know if this is going to work. This is like writing this on the fucking edge of my seat. It's like just flying along going like, yeah, it'll work. So we say like node dot left equals val percent. All right. So basically we calculate that. So we and we're going to go like clamp between 0 and 1. I have no idea if this is going to work. Move question mark, start question mark. So we go options, we go palette, and it's not going to do anything because we forgot to spawn the fucking slider in. Okay. But you're spawned as a child, which means we can give you the slider widget. And then it spawns in the actual slider part. Okay, so then we go to color here. We go, okay, so when we spawn you, we have access to the widget. Now the widget has the color. Okay, cool. So we need to say commands.spawn entity root dot. Just gonna do it this way because I need the fucking access to the 3 of them. Commands. Right, like this. There we go. Okay. So we say why is my tab fucking keep broken? Commands. So spawn. Okay, so
we need to go something like that's the wrong type of parentheses. Okay, we want to go slider widget. So it needs a node, which has some stuff, and then it needs a slider widget, which I shouldn't be using that way because I should be going pub use slider widget. Okay. Now the slider widget at some point needs to know how to correct itself, but that's besides the point. Okay. So the slider widget needs a min of 0, a max of 0, and a current. Somehow I think I've got access to the color, don't I? Yeah. And current, which is so we need to say something like let's see equal color palette dot background dot to sRGBA to linear RGB. Okay, and then we should be able to say c dot red. Okay, so apparently these fields are all private, which is fine because we can make them all public because it's kind of what this kind of thing's supposed to do. So the slider, we can set those values, and then we say node. We need to say that your width is val pixels 100 dot default. Okay, so I need to do this 3 times, but your blue and your green. Max is not 0, it's 1. Thank you. So that's more like a scale factor. Why have you got anchor node? Why are you complaining about all this stuff? No method size on node. What? Comp. Okay, we never use root, but that should be fine. Right. Then you need to just return, I think. Okay. Anchor node, because I changed it to something called slider node. Okay, so then you have spawn anchor. Yeah, okay. So we need to go mod, we need to go in the slider widget plugin. Again, I have no idea if this is even going to work, but in theory, when I run this, it should spawn me in a handful of sliders. Okay, something crashed. What happened? You panicked because... Right. Anyway, so we need to do this a little bit more precisely, I think. Okay, so I don't think I need last, actually. That should be fine. Widget. So you spawn these in. I've given you a width of 100 pixels. Alright, so I think that's incorrect because I gave you nodes with the slider widget. Then I spawn this in. So slider knob has a height of 100% and a width of 5%. So the problem I think here is that, one, I never used fucking computed node, so let's just, you don't need it, so don't grab it. I think that's what the problem was, is that it's trying to grab it mutably in 2 places. And it's saying, hey, you can't do that, but it's like I'm not actually using it at all, so it's actually not really a problem. I actually have no idea what this is even going to look like. So we have a sequence of sliders that something happened to it. All right, so what the hell is going on? Okay, so first off, somehow you've ended up behind the text. So we're going to go options, palette, UI. Slide you over here. Go, okay, so as soon as I try to touch you, does anything happen? No. Their position's not absolute. So you're the text node, right? So you, for some reason it's not setting the parent correctly. I don't think, at least. So where are my sliders? It's got a bunch of observers. Commands to entity palette, background cleaning. Okay. Okay, anchor widget. So, well, you have 4 for some reason. Well, I should probably give you a name, shouldn't I? Something tells me that you're the one and that this is the title. Yeah. Okay. So you should have a width of 100 pixels. Yeah. And observed by. Okay. And then you have a percentage left of 0. So apparently that moves you to the left there. So one thing is I need to change your flex direction, which is bucket UI node. You, when you spawn in, I need you color widget flex direction columns, please. Columns, thank you. So if we grab you and we say hello, please, flex node flex somewhere, flex direction columns. Okay, you're at least in the right kind of spot now. So then when I go, hey, you, I need you to be at position 0. Okay, then when we slide you to 20, okay, right, because it's only 100 pixels wide. Okay, so I need you to print some information out so I can see what the fuck you're doing. Well, it kind of worked. Okay, so they're kind of working. Okay, so first up, we probably want to go in here and do like background color, color, sRGB. Like 0.5. I want you to kind of light so I can see you very easily. Now it's going to look kind of dumb. You need comma. What the fuck's your problem? Because background color is not supposed to be inside. There we go. So let's try that again. Just now I should be able to see them, and then I can slightly debug faster. So I think it's more likely what's happening is alright. So the flex direction is correct now. So I need to first off know what the fuck you're doing. Okay, so start. When you get to here, can you please print line set, I guess just info, because debug properly, info set start to start. Okay, it's not like throwing anything else, right? State scoped entity is enabled for state menu, but state is not initialized. Yeah, weird, because it is, but alright. So we're gonna print that, and then we also need to do in here. We need to go when you get to here, info set to press it. Option palette UI. Okay, grab that, bring it over here, and go. So that's apparently 200%. Okay, so first off, we need to times it by 100. So that should kind of fix it, because it was moving like 0.5%, because it's starting at 0, which is incorrect, but what can you do about it? Excuse me, let me grab this. Why are you stuck there? So you said it's like 200%, which is very much incorrect. 90, 80, okay. So why is it not moving, is my question. So I set it to 33%, but why did you not actually move to 33%? Can I also set the name of you to fucking color wheel? No, yes. When you spawn this, can you please give it a name? New. Wait. Yeah, this is spawning color wheel. Cool. Yep. Give it a fucking name. Wait, don't you look for the name? Yeah, so it's not here that I want to be adding the name. But fuck off. Options, palette, UI. Okay, so when I say color wheel, which again, this is not where this goes. UI palette, right? Spawn palette menu. Where do I spawn it? In here, right? Spawn color wheel. Yeah. BG color. Like that. Okay, there we go. Anyway, color wheel node. So it's got to be the first one. Nope, that's the text U. Why is your slider percent set to 1? Oh, because I'm clamping it to fucking 1. 100. Slider. You are fucking clamped between 1 and 100. Thank you. I'm pretty sure the displacement, again, because you track total distance, means I can just use the Y's displacement. Fuck, again I hit play. Options, palette, UI. Hey, look at that. Well, I think I clicked on that's what happened, but anyway. Can I maybe just get rid of those numbers? That might be smart. Just
Okay, don't bother spawning in the test numbers anymore. Spawn score. Right, it's supposed to be more than just test numbers. But anyway, spawn score goes away. Why? Because you're wanting spawn score to be a thing. It's not a thing. There's no score in this game. Options, palette, UI. So technically you can slide it off the end, which is immensely hilarious, but like, you know. Okay, that's nice. So first off, I need to clamp you at 95%. So slider widget. So the slider widget needs to be clamped at 95. But yeah, no, that should work. So we'll clamp you at 95, but it's more like we need to multiply percent by a factor or something, I think. I don't know. Because I don't want you to drag past the end, which means that we kind of want to like multiply that by that if you move the whole way. Do we multiply it by 95? I think, right? Because that means that at 100 you multiply by 95, and if you're at 0 you're still multiplying by 95. So that means that it only moves between 0 and 95, and then we can scale that back when we extract the piece of information. Now, the question becomes, can we get away with, say, like, we need your comp size. When do we use roots comp size? Computed. Do we ever use computed? Yes. We need your computed size to work out our X displacement. Okay, good. We need that, but I don't think you need to hold last because it doesn't really matter. And I don't think you need to hold displacement because I'm pretty sure we only need to keep track of where we're starting at. And even technically then, node.start. Technically, since we update this every time, that should be the last time it was updated. No, because we need to start, because if we ever change that, technically, where it started will be different. So start can stay, but the other two get to go, which means that displacement plus equals y is just literally going to be if node, not node, if event dot delta distance dot y for absolute is greater than the size of the y. We could divide by 2. The idea is like you don't want it to be so fiddly to try and click the actual thing itself. So I've given you the width of the node to start dragging, which means that you don't need node anymore, apparently. Why? Knob here, knob start. You never touch knob start. Right, because I don't need you mutably. So you can just be get. So you need the node. Why do you need the node? Because you set left. Okay. No, so I still need knob. It's just not mutably. Okay. Okay. So Then we need to set so move question mark. That name's going to forever say hub fn let drop on drop. I feel like observers are really slow. I don't know why. I just get that impression. Like I don't think it's an FPS drop though. But if something tells me that having all these observers constantly checking to see if they need to do something is not the best. Okay, it's not drop. Are we on drop? Would be what it should call it. Yeah, on drop. Okay, so then we need to well, actually, we should be updating this constantly. Mute parent should be a slider widget. It should just be constantly updating. So and then on drop you don't do anything. Yeah, cool. We don't need an on drop. So that means we need to come down here. We need to go computed slider needs to be mutable. It's weird. Okay, so we need to get the slider. We get to here. We go okay. So we should probably clamp this here. Clamp between 0 and 95. Right. We then say let true p equal I want to say it's like if we take 1 and divide it by 0.95, this number. So if we then take 0.95 and times it by this number, we should get 1. Okay, equals percent times by that. Okay, you're going to yell at me that too many points of precision, which means that just after the 3 ones, so you reckon 316. Okay. Then we have true p, and then we come down here and we say slider dot current equals true p. Okay, we technically don't need to compute that, so we can probably just get rid of true p and just say okay, and then we can just put a comment here so that in like a million years, or if someone wants to go back through my code, they know what I'm doing here, which is convert range of 0 to 95 to range. That's the wrong letter. 2 right to 0 100, which technically I think is incorrect, but we should probably move this 2 decimal places over. Right? Because now it's in a range of 0 to 1. Right, because if we multiply calculator, if we multiply 95 by 0.0105 26316, hey, so very close to 1. Anyway, close enough that it shouldn't cause my computer to, or my computer, it shouldn't cause Bevy to throw a fit. Anyway, so min and max, and then you basically min and max is multiplied by percentage. Can I put document it to you? Value on scale 0 to 1. Value when equals 0. Value when equals 1. Okay. Right. So here's the issue. You set that value. Now you need a pub on change ID, which takes in an in F32. Okay, so this, I don't know if comment versus document is the difference between it showing up and not showing up when you hover over it. You say nothing, say max, and then it says field min and max never read. Field struck somewhere down here. If I go like current, where is current? Here, current. Slider.current. It should say current value on a scale of 0 to 1. Does it say it went up here? Yeah, current value is 0 to 1. So if I change this back to just a comment and say hello, if I then hover over this, does it say hello? No. But if I do this, does it say hello? Yes. So if I put a document string, it'll show up when you hover over it. Okay. So on change, the system that is called when current changes takes scaled value. Okay, cool. Now, you apparently need a lifetime parameter, which is confusing to me. Not system in. Did it again. Every time. System ID. Thank you. All right. So then we're going to say move question mark. So slider. Now, technically changing the min and the max will also cause the slider to run its system. When slider is changed. Okay, so update slider. So we need sliders, which is query new query slider widget changed slider widget. Again, I don't know how performant this is going to end up being, but as long as it's not frame lag that's making the thing follow really slow behind, then it should be fine. I suspect it's more like that observers only run every few frames or something, or every other frame. I don't know. I can't imagine that it's too slow. Anyway, not slider. So we get the slider with the commands like so. Let me say okay, for in sliders we say let value equals slider dot value. Right. Call value, and it's a value on a slider, and then we say commands dot run system with input system slider dot on change value. Okay, makes sense. So we go up here and we say, hey, can we implement slider? No, let's start with widget. Okay. Then we go import fn value which then takes itself and returns an F32. And then that is so range equals max minus min. Then self dot min plus range times self dot value current. Okay. That should work because the slider widget, right? Interesting. Just trying to think like if I could make the slider generic. It doesn't need to be generic, but it would be interesting just to like practice. Anyway, so the range is equal to self, the maximum minus minimum, so it's the difference between the two. And then we say the minimum plus the difference between the two times by the current amount to scale the difference by. Right? And then here we pass that value in. We just say, hey, run the system input on this. Then next is to go back to the color widget. Right. So and this is where your on change becomes a thing. So we need to say see, and this is where it would be nice if we didn't do this, but we're calling spawn here anyway. So let set red equal system commands dot register system ooh. See, you need a I guess it's technically a UI. You need an in, so wow. Oh, I see. Right, so it's the color wheel, which means that we need the root node is the color wheel node. Okay, so that's why we need the root node here. So we can say wheels, which is then going to be a query for color wheels, color widget. Okay, so you take that in, and you also need to take in val, which is an in F32, right? And then we say that's what the slider does. It takes in something that takes in an in F32. And then we say wheel let red equal and let okay wheel equals wheels dot get mute entity, which is root. I feel like you should definitely be taking in some kind of targeting thing. Anyway, else error wheel is not well, no, it's is not wheel. My issue with this is I feel like it's capturing stuff, which means that it becomes very, very weird. Turn, and then we say wheel dot let. So I think that you should hold the color as an sRGB. The main reason for holding you as an sRGB is to say, so I can say like wheel dot current dot red equals val. Let the reference val. Okay, and then we say you can then run set red, green, and blue, and then you would be not root. Oh no, yeah. So then you would be green, and you would be blue, like that. And then we say down here, we say on change set red. On change set green, and on change set blue. Okay, and then say, so why are you saying that we can't do this? Because we didn't say you were mutable. All right, and then somewhere else this is going to be broken. Do I have to say move? Not my move. Yep, okay. So annoyingly, it means that it's going to be capturing certain bits of data, but that should be fine. I'm assuming the compiler is good enough to not fuck that up. Anyway, background color dot to sRGB. Right. Now, what the hell is my background color? Who knows? The color widget also still needs some extra bits and pieces, like we need to be like obstruct swatch. Swatch, which is I feel like you should be pub swatch. Swatch, which is just an entity, which means I actually probably don't need to make you fucking do whatever you're gonna do. So we need to say like color wheel. We need to spawn the swatch first, I guess. Let's swatch equal node commands.spawn node default. I don't know. No, I should probably give you some information, but I do need to then just say like hello. And background color is widget dot current dot dot into. Okay, so we need to say that you have a width of value percent, I know 25, and a width height of value percent 25, and then dot default, like that. Okay, swatch, which means that then we come down here and we say, hey, anchor widget, color widget. Ah, you already need to know what your swatch is. Damn. That's the issue with doing it that way. Not necessarily though, because I can just do that, and I can just say then we just say here, we say, hey, you're an anchor. And then we say root, and then we say, okay, so we need mutable access for you, because you need to actually be updated. Because otherwise I need to iterate through all the children with the swatch. The other option is just to make the swatch the first child. That seems like a lazier approach, because I don't really feel like so then can we say dot insert child 0 Is it on insert child? Nope, only insert children. Okay, fine. Insert and then swatch. Okay. Reference to this. Okay, so the idea being that we spawn it and we specify like that. Wait. Root. Excuse me. Wait. Spawn color wheel. You shouldn't know this. No, wait, yeah, you shouldn't know this. Oh no, wait, that's spawning the background for the palette, so you actually do know that. I'm just a little bit stupid. Now the issue with this root, come on. So we spawn you, but we spawn the widget. We attach the color widget. So you should have this. Right? Since I don't know how to do it properly, we're going to just add required register required components. So this works in that we say T and R. Okay, so color wheel, color widget, and it requires register required components. And we say color wheel node. Excuse me, but you are rude. Why am I spawning it and then spawning something else? So we might need your background color. Maybe not though. Okay, so it's something more like commands.entity root.insert. Oh no, we don't even need to insert. We can literally just takes in 2 generic arguments. And you want a pointer. Okay. Then we can say like dot register required components. I'm going to say color widget, and you have a requirement for technically the background color needs to be acquired here, so you can require a background color. I think that's probably required by node, isn't it? Right? Yeah, so we don't actually need to do that if we're just going to specify its default. So instead, it's anchor widget. Cool. So you stick on the anchor widget, which means that it's literally just BG that is mutable. You need to be mutable. You need to be mutable. Okay, then I think at some point I removed you actually having anything to do with anything. So we just make sure it's the first child, which means that you don't actually be mutable. It's just the background color. So we don't even insert anything. What we do, we say commands entity root.insert with child, and then we say bg equals
dot 0 equals palette dot background. It's a lot of effort just to make like something slightly editable. You don't implement default. Well, you should, because I think you literally do nothing, right? Yeah. You have default because you're just an empty struct. Right. So then the color wheel does this, and then we don't need this anymore because the root is just that. Right. Let's double check that that's working. And I should definitely at some point commit something to Git because I'm going to break something at some point. But I'm not really overhauling anything. I'm just adding stuff. Anyway. So we go option, we go palette, we go UI. We go, hey, everything still works. They're just a little bit weirdly placed. And also, yeah, they do work. Okay. Maybe I should just remove that check entirely. It's fine, but it's just a bit like it stops and then it keeps working. So it's supposed to have spawned the swatch, but I can't see the swatch because I think it's the same color as the background, which is kind of hilarious. Okay, so you set up all this crap. You give it its children, you give it these sliders. So these sliders, I think, should be percent 100. No, probably more like 7%, percent 80. I reckon would be a good amount for the slider to cover the bottom of the screen. And again, it shouldn't really matter because unless you somehow manage to resize it while you're in the middle of sliding it, the slider shouldn't matter. Even if it did, it would just jump to the right spot because it's using percentages everywhere. Anyway, they should now take up 80% of the palette's width. Okay, cool. So then we just want to like probably do something along the lines of margin UI rec horizontal now auto. So that should center them. Okay, cool. So I was thinking of doing something fancy like making the color of the knob equal to the other thing, but that's like a lot of extra code on top just to make it like cosmetically better for no actual function. And it has to be done kind of outside of this because otherwise how would it work on things that aren't RGB sliders? Or I'd have to like somehow store some kind of update thing. Anyway, so go back to the color wheel, which is where we are. We go, okay, so color wheel node, we need to somehow detect changes to the color wheel and update its swatch. So yeah, then update swatch, which is going to be mute query swatch, which is going to be a query for a mute background color, and then widget which is then a query for color widget changed color widget. Now I'm pretty sure the only thing in the widget that can change is the current. You shouldn't be updating what it changes when it's fucking submits hit. Right, and then we say what do we do? This is going to be a good example of where we can use the cleanup without, we can say cleanup off on buttons. This is because I'm going to make a button that triggers on submit, but it's going to say cleanup no. So somehow if the button gets despawned, it doesn't fuck up the color wheel. But if the color wheel gets despawned, it'll fuck up the button because it shouldn't be doing that. Anyway, So for we need children as well, don't we? Okay, so for color and child, in widget, should be widgets. Yep. So then we say if let sum first equals children dot. Can I say first? Is that a function that you have? Yes. Oh, it's like more like else one. Color widget missing child. Switch. So we need to do that, that, and then we say pass in the. Am I really going to grab your entity just to say fucking entity? All right, whatever. Only here for debugging purposes, which I don't like doing, but anyway. Then we continue. And we say you're not if, you'll just let first. Then we say let okay mute swatch equals swatch get first else error has no back. Color. First. Continue. And then we say we have to get you mutably. Okay, then we say swatch dot 0 equals color dot current dot into, and then that should be called on update, like so. So in theory, the swatch should now appear, and as I move the swatch around, it should update the little UI element that you can't see. Now it doesn't seem to be working. Set value to 0. Set start to 0. Right. Set. Okay. So it's kind of working there, but for some reason you're not triggering. So why, for whatever reason, are you not updating? So the question is, you should be triggering every single time. So update swatch, can we like info? Is it just invisible? My suspicion is it might be invisible, that it's like the background color. The background color may be set to like transparent, which means that like when because we've grabbed sRGB, sRGBA. Like, is there an linear RGBA? See, they've both got RGBA, which means okay. First off, we want linear RGBA for one thing, but that's more of a like linear is a different thing. But anyway, options, palette, UI. So first thing, background color. This is the swatch. Then we go, hey, your background color doesn't happen to be opaque. No, it is opaque. If I set it to red, you can see it. But if I move this slider, it doesn't seem to be changing it, which is interesting. So I'm going to go all the way to the bottom here and go, hey, what is so you're setting the start, but you're not ever changing the value somehow. Okay, so you're definitely moving it because like I can physically see that the slider is moving it. This value was never called, so we never call update slider. So yeah, spawn anchor, which is actually technically incorrect. It's called spawn slider. Anyway, now everything's being used. It's not throwing any yellow errors. The slider should work. To be honest, I'm really impressed that like my current like average view duration is at 27 minutes. So thank you all for tuning in for so long. Fucking 8 hours of me doing this crap. Just amazing. Anyway, hey, look at that. So we can say like, hey, this is the background color. Like it can be like piss yellow. Yeah, let's make it piss yellow. Okay, so technically it'd be more like there we go. Like oh, now it's like baby sick. Oh yeah, there we go. Lovely. Now I don't have a submit button, which means that I. Why is it also so small? Is that 25%? Maybe I should make it 50-50. I need a submit button and a cancel button. So color widget. So when we spawn the widget, we need to say something along the lines of where's the swatch being spawned? We could probably also give it a name. Yeah, swatch. So we need to name. Probably not the right word, but like it's the right word. I just don't know if it's pronouncing it right. We're spelling it right even. A color swatch is like those things you get at the hardware store that like show you the different colors of the color swatch. So that's what I'm referring to. Anyway, let's make it 50-50. I don't know what I've made you, but it should be fine. Anyway, so then we want to say something like, because I want them to be next to each other, we need to be like spawn a node default. Give it like fucking values or it won't work. We need to say width is 100%, val percent 100. Its height is going to be val percent 20. Because that means that each of those could be 10. And then we can hopefully default and then go what with children. C. And then we say like c spawn. And we say like menu button node and then menu border radius. What the fuck did I call it? It's in UI, right? Like it's it's in menu border. You're complaining that this is not imported, I think, what you're saying. Okay. So we do whatever this monstrosity of a action is called.
I think. Okay, and then we want to say button menu button cleanup false, and on click what's it, widget dot on submit. Ooh, no, you can't do that. Fuck. Damn it. Damn. Okay, so it's not going to work. Which means that we need to somehow marker this. Drive component, so that should clean it up, and then you just get submit, I guess. And then you're a different button. Call you an enum. Submit and close. So then you become buttons. Submit and buttons. Close. You also, that implies you need a button. You also need a button. Thank you. I think that should cover it. Maybe, possibly. Menu button, menu border. Okay. Submit and close. Then we just need to update switch color. And then we wheel button. Wait, what? Do that. Thank you. So we go root and we say the root needs to have query color widget, and I guess just the end. I think, I don't know. Let me say buttons, and then we say hierarchy. Something like that, I think, is how we do that. And then we say here, and we say, why have I wrapped that in parentheses? That's a very weird thing for me to have done. We say button something about buttons quick interaction changed interaction. All right, so then we need to go something along the lines of for button button interaction in buttons, right? And then we can go here and we say if interaction pressed else continue. It's like writing it this way, so it's like let interaction equal press else continue. Equals interaction interaction else continue, right? I don't know why you're having such fucking issues with this. Because I didn't put a parentheses in the right spot. Instead, I wrapped the whole thing in a parentheses because I'm fucking crazy. So then we say, then we just match button. All right. We say, hey, if close, then root dot hierarchy dot root ancestor. So we need an entity. So let me say entity. Except you're supposed to log entity. So we say root enough of entity. Then we need commands. Then we say commands. Okay, so then we say dot despawn ancestor. Okay, and then we say commands dot entity dot root ancestor dot despawn recursive. That's if you hit close, it just despawns recursive. If you don't hit close, let okay root equals root dot get hierarchy dot, we should probably not run through this twice, so let hierarchy dot root ancestor entity like that. Then we say root entity else well, it's more like if let wait, do I need you? I don't think I need you actually. I think I just need the color wheel because I'm despawning the ancestor the same way either way. So we just get root like so. We say if let okay, get root ancestor, and then when you get to here, you just say commands dot entity root entity dot despawn. Theoretically, I could make this slightly better if I said find the root ancestor before you match the button, and then in both of these, I can just say root entity dot despawn recursively. And you do the if here, and then we say commands dot run system cached with we say root dot on submit input is root dot current dot into. No, you're gonna complain. What do you mean? System unit send. So do I have to wrap it in? What do you mean on submit is not correct? I am. Do I have to go like with? No, don't, it's not cached. Just with input, thank you. Fuck off. Okay, so now we can say color button, and we go, hey, color button runs on update. Thank you. Just always. This is going to be somewhat relevant to the game because I do want people to be able to like customize the colors of their blocks or something. I don't know. So theoretically, it's not just to edit the UI. It is going to be more than that.
But anyway, your palette UI. So we're going with piss yellow. Now it doesn't actually say anything, which is another one of those. We need to make our text be able to be smaller. So if we hit submit, then we go back. It didn't fucking work. Well, okay, it did fucking work. It did set the background color to piss yellow, just only on the color swatch, which is somewhat ironic. Because why is it not working here? The only thing I can think is I'm not actually setting it there, which it seems like a me thing to have done. We spawn the anchor with a fixed color, and the anchor's never going to get color changed because even if I added you, like what I should really do is make the anchor slightly transparent so it does appear to take on the color of the thing behind it. Fine. Linear RGBA. And I think you have actual named fields, don't you? Because you're a little shit like that. No. Red, blue, green, and transparency of 0.4 as well. Yeah. So now you should like look like the color behind you. Alright. So that's working. So it's purely just that like the main menu, I'm assuming, just doesn't. Yeah, background color is just set. So we need to say how you need to get access to the palette, which is res UI palette. And then we just say hello. Yes, our background color is palette dot background, and then each of the buttons is palette dot button. Same with you. Palette dot button color, and you. Palette dot button, not background. Don't make that one button different. Okay, options should be the same. I need access to the palette. Palette res UI palette. Okay, then somewhere down here, I'm assuming this is the palette dot button color. Wait, why do I not have access? Is it private? It is. Yeah, well, it still should be accessible because that's not how the privacy works on that. Because if I can see it in this particular case, then I should be able to access it. Anyway, palette. Unless I've renamed palette something else. Yeah, I've used palette somewhere else. Fuck you. Yeah. And then this is just palette, thank you, dot button color. Now up here somewhere, probably in this spawn. Yep, is palette dot background. And then palette dot button, palette dot button. Now in theory, I could have fixed this, which I really should just fix this by going I could look for fucking state scope shit. What I should do is go to my UI palette, not that UI palette here. We should add a function called fn apply palette, right? And we need to go like, oh my god, fucking brain, slow the fuck down. Okay, buttons, which is in a query for mutable background with button. Now, admittedly, you're probably going to complain. Now, kind of feel like I'm going to want to wrap these in a set. For you elements. And then go query set. Parameter set. Something like that. And then right, like that. Fuck, I don't know why I put that on a different line. That was weird. Then we say the main reason for splitting this into a set is because I really can't be bothered having to have like with, without on all of the fucking things like a million times over. See. I think I wrap you and I do that. Right. Then there should be 2 accesses to buttons. Except you're not button. Now, what would be the best way to determine what is a root UI node? What about these is specifically palette related? No, all the corners being rounded has literally nothing to do with it. It's literally just that the root one is usually the one that's state scoped. Now, that's not going to catch all of them because, for example, the UI widget isn't like that. We could make it state scoped menu, I guess, but that would be stupid because I think we just attach it, don't we? Well, technically, if we stick it onto anything that's got a widget, this is where it becomes a little bit dodgy because we don't want this. So we can say anything that's state scoped. Whoops. State scoped to menu. Anything that's state scoped to a menu, but I don't want it to be super like every single widget needs its thing. In theory, that would work though. Maybe not though, because I'd be scoping it to this. But what we could do is say, hello, you make the swatch, you get the entity. So it's kind of more of like a specific thing we want to set. I also kind of need smaller text. So I probably want like a my text override thing that lets me specify that I want smaller text. I guess we can do that, can't we? I don't know. So where was it? Let's say fucking my font somewhere. Well, I guess I'm using my font to specify the fucking keys, aren't I? Where is my font? Somewhere. We query for anything with my font. Yeah. So what we could instead do is make it there, and then we could specify that my font. I never get font size, but we could say my font's actually an enum. We say my font, and we say defaults, and custom. Custom, which is then an F32, like that. And then instead of doing this, we say do my font. Same effect as filtering it, except we put it there, and we say size, and then we say let ff equal match size. The default returns fs, and then custom returns c. Like so. Well, we need to fucking. Can I call like ref on you to make you not do that? Ref. Is that how you do it? No, it's probably that. Okay. Alright, fuck you. Dereference it. Alright, so that means that I can override the default, and then so I need to track down wherever the hell it is. I also need, again, at some point need to serialize this information. So my font and then default, please. Field text. Right. Option. My font. Right, like this, and then we say font. And then we say let font equal other way. It's not reference to an option, it's option to a reference. And we say my font equals font dot unwrap or my font default. Cloned. No, we just need to track down my font and say, hey, your clone copy. Thank you. So it's still complaining. Right. Okay, so my font, and then instead, we've renamed. So not size, because we need font up here. Right. So we do that, and then instead of passing in here, we use size. So the idea being that if I specify a size, it'll override it, which should then make everything else work fine, because I think that's the only place that I specify my font. Everywhere else it's like just checking. Yeah. Okay, so then to do custom, well, I haven't quite worked out the palette thing yet, but we're moving past that for now. Scoreboard does nothing. Okay, so my font score, to make my font custom, my font, we need to say probably in the color widget. These two need a my font custom of size of like 10 maybe, I don't know, I don't know what would be big enough, and my font custom size of 10, and a my text, which is cancel. Cancel dot into. Okay, and then you're the same, my text submit dot into. Oh, other side of that dot into. Alright, so then we have my text submit, cancel submit. Okay, so then the my text override I get to size of 10 should hopefully make it fucking fit. I can probably find wherever it says updating. Clear that shit because it does not need to spam the shit out of me. Okay. All right, again, we need something to mark like background root stuff as the swatch. So we're saying anything that has a button gets a button background, but how do we track down the root? could say anything with a root. The background color, anything that's a root, so without parent, background color without parent, set that to being, but that just seems like a really bad way of doing that. I mean, technically speaking, it's anything else. So each thing should be spawned with the correct colors. It's more like update palette, and then here we go for, I guess we'll say if palette dot is changed, return, except we want to say not changed, guide clause. Okay, and then we say for bg in elements dot p0 dot ittermute, no. bg, so this is, yeah, dot 0 equals palette dot button color, and then for new bg in new, oh, that's an equal sign, not the word in. How do I end up doing that? Element dot p1 bg dot 0 equals palette dot background. Technically all the other stuff should do it on its own. Very complex type. Yeah, bug off. We need to put this in the systems update, hover text run button, update palette. So it's just complaining that the type's too complex apparently, which is fine by me. Okay, so we got options, we got a palette, we go, hey UI. I say, hey, if I change you, now some reason they're not starting at the right value. I don't think that, or they are. It's funny because it means that like I've picked a color that, no, so as I thought, like it's not starting at the right value. That's black. Yeah, so they're not actually starting at the right location, which is another thing we have to fix. But anyway, if I make that red and we hit submit, then if I say UI, I'm like background color. Wait, why does it say UI? Shouldn't it say background? It says BG color here. Anyway, submit. Okay, so for some reason the font size is either incorrect. Right, it's probably when I'm spawning it. Wait, you little, okay, never mind, you're using different sliders, so you don't matter. Which actually hilariously means I can actually probably set these to being like the actual color that they represent. I was going, how do I do this without adding custom things? I could just set the slider to that color because I'm hard coding what color they spawn in, and they don't get overwritten. So yeah, submit and cancel. They've got a custom font size. Now, the question is, when I open you up, which weirdly they just opened a second one of those, which is not supposed to happen. And I closed both of them in one go, so that's also I don't think supposed to happen. But maybe it's because they're on top of each other. Like if I spawn in a second one and I go over here and be like, if I hit submit, okay, so it's only because they were directly on top of each other. Anyway, so you have like a font somewhere here. What is wrong with you? Why are you the wrong size? Your height is 30, but I said you should do 10. Which would make you a tiny less, which means you can, one, be larger than that. But ironically, I don't know if I want to make you larger than that. That's just fun. Okay, so I said custom 10. All right. Now, my text. Right. Somewhere we're using my text, which is probably, so update font size uses the correct size. So it's probably something like fill text, I reckon. My text changed. So you despawn a little, which means somewhere you font index. So you spawn a node with a size. How are you getting size? Option. Okay. So can I get you to print? It was just info. Now I don't know if it's going to work. I'll just say if size if let my font custom equals size. All right. So if I rerun this, it should at some point print 10. If it doesn't print 10, that means it's not spawning. It's not doing this. It's filling text. All right. Options, palette, UI. Need to give them some spacing, but also background colors. So it says 10, 10, which means that they should be given 10. So one thing we need to do is find my font size. Say hello UI reflect. Yes, and then up here I want to say somewhere I'm registering the type. Yep, here. Dot register type. My font. Okay, options, palette, UI. Okay, so you did that, but when I go into you, BG color, and I go into you, and then you, and then go here. Go, hey, why are you not right? My font, custom 10, but why is your size wrong? Am I just not doing it right? Fill. This is fills text. So we spawn you. How are we setting your size? Image node, height. Ah. Custom. Right, fine. So you run if that changed. Okay. You run like fn set font size here fonts, but your two changed my font because I'm pretty sure again font changed is called even when you add as well, which means I can do this do this. We just say run this, right? But you're only going to run this when that's changed. Which means we can come up the top here, say set font size. Right, so set font size happens whenever this text is spawned, and then we can come down here and say, hey, don't bother setting its height. Okay, that should hopefully mean that we can now spawn little tiny text in by overriding its size. Options, palette, UI. I don't know why giant text is spawning like that. Okay, so next we need to fix the fact that that's definitely spawning in the wrong spot. Submit. Okay, close, click. Submit. Okay, so they're definitely spawning in the wrong spot. Why are they spawning in the wrong spot? It's probably got something to do with when I'm setting the value. So what I could do, right, is we set start question mark. So question mark is when we set that, but what we could do is set that at a different point, because what it's boiling down to is it seems that when we're spawning the slider, we don't set that value. Well, we should, because we spawn the slider. There it is. Okay, so what we should do is say something along the lines of node, and then dot dot that, like that. Okay, yeah, see. So now we're filling the node slider, but then we're going to say left is val percent. We didn't grab the slider. Slider widget. Right, then we set you to dot current, right, and then we need to do something to it, which I believe is multiply it by 0.95 or times by 95, I believe, is what we need to do. Why times it by 95? Because multiplying by 95 should set it to the correct relative slide across, because if it's at 100%, we actually want it at 95 so that it doesn't come off the end. And if it's at 0, we want to say it's 0. And when we convert back, we go, okay. I need to fix that because it's really annoying me. So, what is causing this? First off, why the fuck is back ginormous? I'm guessing because I'm not setting its size. So it's like a 1 frame lag is what's happening there. So that means somewhere we spawn, we need to probably go in UI, go up here and go, hey, when we set your fucking size, ooh, is it post update? Well, I'd have to hope that post update happens before the frame gets decided to be rendered, because just that it's happening in the wrong order. The other option is to set it really small, but that's going to have the same issue. The fact that you can still navigate is a bit weird. Anyway, so we get palette. Oh, yeah, forgot. We only changed the UI apparently. All right, so we spent fucking like hours getting this to work so that we can, in theory, rapidly build the rest of it. Because a lot of this is we've been building as we go. So first off, we change BG, spawns BG, but somewhere I've got text for you that says you're called UI. No, you're called background. Background. Okay, so you're called background. Then we spawn the back button. Okay, so then in theory, I hate you. In theory, I don't actually have to give you a color either. I should be able to do that. Let's just see. You, in theory, should be able to just be given that, because when you're given the button component, you'll set the color of a button. Okay, background. So
we could spend ages redoing all the text as well. But anyway, so we need, what's it? So it's background, button, hover, and finally click. Technically, I think you should be selected. Might need another one like panel, because the idea being like you can indicate that something is selectable. So there's button, which is actually technically selectable, and then selected. So we got options, we got a palette, we can go, hey, background. I want the background to be green. Button. Why did you start with the slider there? That, fuck, because I didn't change what they all give the same command. Nope, that is not what I wanted to do. So this is change button. This would be hover, and this is change click. Not cluck, click. Okay, so click, hover, button. Now, in theory, they should all work exactly the same, except you are button color, hover color, and click color. All right, then we just need to go, you are background, you are button, change button, change hover, and change click. And we decided that click selected color. Okay, so the other thing to do, I guess, would also be like, hey, color widget, I need you to be like small text. So when we watch, when we assign you your title, I kind of need the font to be smaller. So somewhere I spawn you a title. Not him wheel, not him wheel. Where do I do you? I don't do anyway. When do I spawn you? I spawn you here, and we say my font. Custom, I think also 10. My custom 10. So technically this is just going to be like smaller, partly because it's like you don't need the accessibility of making it bigger when it's just repeating information that you should already know by this point. Anyway, so update switch. No. Color wheel button. Okay, no. What was I doing? Okay, palette. Click. Make the click color like bright red, actually. Right, I need to stick you up in the fucking top corner there. Go to the little blue. Okay. Submit. Now, when I click back, yeah, you blink red. The selected color. I want the selected to be like just thickly green, thank you. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's how we do it. Okay. Option, palette. Okay. The next is to make them actually save. Now I feel like the saving should just be done by I don't necessarily know if I want to save every time you submit. Because I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, it's the color. No, it's the UI palette. It's you are in charge, right? Somewhere. Yeah, the on submit. Now they all call on submit, or they all describe their on submit up here. Okay, so what we could do is that's only on submit that changes, which means we go here wherever this is defined, and we say fn save palette, right? And we go store, which is then going to be a res mute pk v store, and we say data. I think I don't know. We need the palette, right? Right, and then we say store dot set key code. No, was it data key UI palette, and then the value is palette. What's a reference palette? Okay. We need to be mutable for one thing, apparently. Store like that. All right. So that's saving the palette. Apparently the reference dereference or something. I know. Yep. Cool. If let error be error equals end error failed to save palette. All right, so we have save palette. We come up here and we go, hello, can you please say we'll just make this one the complicated one that has all the shit that's conditional. I don't like it, it doesn't look neat. But anyway, save palette dot run if resource changed palette, UI palette. I think you're missing it. There we go. Resource changed font data. Then we just copy like almost exactly the same thing for font size. Save font size, except your font data, and your font size, and then instead of being that, you're a reference to palette dot font size. Okay. I'm just going to rename this for convenience. Okay.
So we could in theory also save the font like path or something, so that if you don't like my horrible
Text and find it hard to read, then you can swap to a like less shitty text. But also, fuck you. Alright, so the idea is if I set maximum font size and then go back and then exit and then rerun, it should still be at maximum font size. Yep. Set minimum font size, back, exit, run. Yep. Okay, options. So we want large. Let's change the clicks color to red. Ooh, they blink pink. Don't like it. Background. Okay, for some reason you're also selecting the wrong color swatch, so that's weird. It's like you should actually be visible because the selected color is not that color. You okay? Back, exit. Back that way now. Oh, in theory, let's see if it works. Yep. Okay. So now we have our orange flavored fucking preset bullshit. Anyway, what is it doing? So the color swatch is not right. However, it's setting the color swatch, which is color. Spawn. You spawn the swatch. The swatch is widget.current. Interesting. Which means that I'm not giving the correct color when I'm spawning the widget. Which means that it's you that's doing it wrong. Because you're not giving the color that already exists. Yeah. Change BG. UI. Wait, what? Okay, right, because you're supposed to be your background. So your button means your hover, and then your click. Okay, that should mean that they actually show up being the right color when you open them. Okay, we got options, we got a palette. Wait, why are you a different color? I think you're hard-coded. That's why you're a different color. That's fine, because technically you should be a different color. Now, technically, I think you should be this color. Let me go to spot. You need to be like a different third color. So like, anyway, options, palette. Ooh, why did they? Why are you a different color? Because I haven't set you. That'll probably be why. Probably got you hard coded somewhere. Yep. Okay. Fucking palette. How do I not have access to the palette? I did all this shit and I don't actually have access to the palette. Hilarious. Pal. Friends, my palette. Now, does that mean I can get away with not including the palette? I don't think so. Because technically I'm setting it to whatever the palette was set to there. It's fine. Palette. Wait, you're state scoped though. Do you run the same issue if it's not? Yeah, okay, so everything has to be set to the right color to begin with. I'm only doing that to update the color when you change it. Kind of funny. Okay, so we got options, then we got key binding. Oh, fuck, key binding doesn't have one. God damn it. Palette. Yep. Font size. Back. Okay. So now, oh god, we get to work on key bindings, or do we work on something else for a while? Kind of want to work on something else. I'll do a poll because I haven't done one of those for a while. I don't remember how to do a poll. Engage with audience. Start poll. What to do now? Question mark. That's not right. Question mark. Option 1. Add key binding. Add key binding. Add score. Something else. Okay. Submit the poll, and then what? I guess we work on something else first. Palette first. We could just play the game. I forgot that kind of works. While I wait for people to like vote.
I'll give it like however long it takes me to feel like a nice little like cutesy row of falling blocks. What do we? Kind of want to see if we can make like, oh, that was probably not. We want to make like a different shape. It's going to be hard. I should have filled these in first. I'm just trying to think like how to make like a dumb shape that I can test to make sure that when they fall, they don't. I want to do something. Oh no, that's gonna making it worse. Yeah, definitely making it worse. I don't know how far behind the stream is. Can't be too far behind. I'm assuming people are just having on the second monitor and therefore are not watching to fill in the poll. Okay, let's see what happens. That doesn't seem right, but okay. I like legitimately have no idea if that's the correct way. Anyway, maybe we should tweak it back to having proper physics. Not proper physics. Deck. Let's somewhere one of these is like a big chunk of commented out code. I think it's in deck. Should be in deck. That makes most sense. Import deck. Yeah. So we just do that. Now, interestingly, that deck is actually just one piece, which is bizarre. I guess technically it doesn't make a difference. Like it's easier just to have one piece, but I'm going like surely you'd want more than one piece in your deck. Like there must be some kind of penalty to only having one piece or some kind of advantage to getting down to one piece. Anyway, I'm gonna play. I'm gonna just do this and go. What are the odds that it spawned the same piece? Put it over here. I don't remember how to play Tetris. Tetris. Piece over here. Should be able to pretty easily go like that. There we go. We go put you in here. We can put you down like here. Then we go, what the fuck did I do? Put you here. Put you here. Put you here. Put you here. Well, this could be a good test because it should fall, but it shouldn't. Yes. Interesting, because technically it's like a Nintendo mechanic. Because what's happened is it's removed part of the block without removing all of the block. So it can't fall because it still counts it as air, but the desired end result is actually to remove or split shapes that are made up of like non-contiguous pieces. So maybe we should work on that then. God, that looks really dumb. It's interesting though. Even just this is interesting because it means that your Tetris, like you could have like a really nice board set up and then you accidentally clear a line that's a little bit too in the wrong spot and it like causes all the fucking blocks to fall down around it and therefore like changes. I definitely need to work out a better way of doing this than on the fixed update. Like in theory, they also should definitely try and rotate if more than one rotation maybe or something, because it's very annoying when it's like the next rotation doesn't fit, so it just doesn't turn at all. Oh god. Well, I think I'm doomed. Yeah. Yep. Yep. It just doesn't do anything when you reach the end. Oh, it found a spot. Oh, because it's going to just keep trying everything until it finds something that can fit. That's kind of cool. That's actually kind of cool. Something will eventually fit in there. No, because it doesn't try rotations, which means that unless it's a specific that specific shape in your deck, it won't fit ever. Interesting. Anyway, nobody seems to be voting, so.
Right. I guess we'll work on splitting things when the board clears. We need to split the shapes. So I don't remember how we do shapes. So first off, when we clear a line, we need to work out if... Ooh, I don't know if I want to do a fucking pathfinding algorithm. We're going to try and work out if everything's connected or whatever. So shape, block, swap, remove. Shape, blocks dot is empty. Despawn the shape. Okay, so we need to do some kind of clearing a line. So we need to do some kind of like visit every block idea. So I guess the idea with that would be, first off, it should probably be a hash set, but anyway. Well, first off, we'll do like a little quick, I guess, algorithm that checks really naively everything. So we'll go like shape. So we want to go like shapes. I don't think they're actually attached to anything. So we just say shape. And we don't say added, we say changed. Shape. Okay. So then we say for shape. I don't think we need the entity either. Because again, all we need to do is remove the non-contiguous stuff. So we need to go like shape in new shapes like that, and we say okay, so let new connected, let mute to check equals vec vec with capacity shape dot blocks dot len. Okay, we may as well make it somewhat quick to check. Maybe you should make it a hash set. That, and then we say to check dot insert shape dot center. That's an interesting question, because if your center is cleared, how do we know? Technically, okay, so we can say at this point we've despawned the shape, I believe. Yeah, despawned recursive. I don't know why we're despawning recursively. The shape shouldn't have any children, but anyway. So maybe we should just say, just in case, if shape dot blocks dot len is less than is empty. If shapes dot blocks is empty, continue, return. Okay, so maybe you middle. So if shapes blocks dot is empty, continue. So let mute to check shape. Okay, so you make room for enough blocks. So it's not that, it's blocks dot first dot unwrap. Dot expect at least one block. At least one block. Okay. So then we say while to check dot len is greater than 0, let valid no, current equal to check dot pop. Okay, apparently not a valid thing to do, which means we need to use index sets because I don't know hash sets well enough apparently. Index map. I think it's good index map. No. Index map rust, what's it called? Index, no space, index map. Okay, cool. So then we go here and we say not an index set, we say index. Yeah. Recompiling some stuff, so it's going to complain. We say that the hash set's not a hash set anymore. We say use Bevy. No, use index map. Index set. So, okay. Oh, okay. Apparently I was actually using a hash set elsewhere. Alright, so what we do is we say hash set to pop. Is it pop front? Pop. Alice pop last. Sure. Okay, let sum equals to check dot pop. Right. Cloned. There's no point having a fucking reference to it. Right. So then we need to have like let new checked equals index. Oh, it's more like a hash map there, this one. I don't know which is faster. I'm assuming a hash set would be faster. So checked, and then we say let valid equals this is a vector. Right. So while let some okay, so say like if shape dot blocks dot contains current then valid dot push current okay, so then we say checked dot insert current
and then we say to check for it's more like if checked contains does not contain current plus ivec2 x so y to check insert current, let's up equals current plus ivec to y. So say up. You can give a reference. Yeah, okay. So you do all 4 of those, and then we say negative y x negative x. Okay. Okay, so then really I should call it something else other than next. I'm trying to make the code somewhat readable for other people. Left. Okay, so we go the issue with this is it's checking forever. Which is dumb because it's just going to keep going out because it's like, hey, I found this, but so we also need to check if check does not contain if shape.block contains, do this. So if it's a valid block, push it into valid, add it to the checked list, insert all these directions. Okay, so that should avoid circular logic. Like it can't add it to checked if it's already been checked. Okay, and then when we get to here, which it should do fairly quickly because it's like not a very big loop, we should be able to print shape broken if log info if length shape if shape dot blocks dot len does not equal shapes dot valid dot len info shape broken. All right, so this is more for seeing if this algorithm actually works to detect broken blocks, and then we'll work on actually splitting the blocks from there. Because the idea would be that I can yank out a block in theory, it doesn't really matter if the center's not in the right spot. Be a bit weird, but other than that, like the center's just for calculating offsets. So we just need to find plugin wherever that happens to be. Plugin. So we just need to go like dot insert add systems post update block break. Nope. What the fuck did I call it? It's called split shape. Technically, it only needs to be called on the fixed update. Because oh god, my brain is dying. The split shape only needs to be called on the fixed update because it can only possibly split a shape after a line has been cleared, and the lines only get cleared on a fixed update. But lazy. Okay, so to do this, we need to put something like this down, put something like this. I need to somehow clear a line on a layer that would split a shape. Now, the issue with you is that you're not going to split a shape. Okay, you're the easiest shape to split. So we just do that. And then we just fill in everything else. And as long as we don't accidentally completely bodge this, we can put you here. We can put you here. Okay. So, did it detect the shape was split? Shape broken, shape broke. Well, first off, it was spitting out that the shape was broken a lot. But I think that's because I was calling it every frame. But it did detect a broken shape. And the question is, did it detect a broken shape originally? Probably not, because it was only a few frames that it was okay. So it definitely detected a broken shape. So the thing to do is to say, can I say something like, let new equal well, it should only call it when the shape was changed. Which is interesting, because did it say broken shape? Spawned camera didn't? Okay. So the question is say like let new what like let remain equal shape dot okay. Just trying to think how. Let new leftover equals back. No. Okay. So we don't care if you clip off part of a shape that's valid. Okay, so we say leftover, and then we say for block in. Oh no, sorry. Can I say something like block in shape dot blocks dot retain? Do you return? The answer is apparently no. Retain mute? I want something that drains it. Like, is it drain? Drain R. Remove the specified range from the vector in a bulk, returning all removed elements as an iterator. The iterator is drop. Okay, so it's a leak. Okay, so no. So we want to say something more like that leftover equals std mem swap shape dot blocks and mute valid. Right, swap those two. Right, and then we say valid dot retain. We need a function. So block, and we say shape dot blocks dot contains block. Okay, get rid of that bit. We get rid of that bit, and then we say doesn't contain block. Right, and then we should be able to say print line. Well, I guess info. Remove valid, which is technically now invalid, which is a weird way of doing it. Okay, so when I run this, first off, it removes the invalid shapes. I think technically because it's touching it mutably, it might be causing... Oh, I never actually mutated. So I don't know. It's unclear why it printed it so many times, because it should have only found one invalid shape. Again, you're the easiest to do. But it doesn't really matter because I've already had a pretty good, like... I've got to get 4 blocks, so I may as well just put you here. Put you there. Go. Whoop. Okay, so we removed a handful of blocks. Now what's interesting, first off, how did you fall? And why haven't you fallen? I think you're the block that's been removed. Why you haven't fallen. So a handful of blocks had a single block removed. See, that didn't remove any because I didn't make anything float. Interesting. Because I think without the shape, they still count as blocks, like I can still put things on them, but they just will never fall because gravity uses shape to determine if a block should fall. Ah, fuck off. This is a really bad game at Tetris. It's just so clunky. It doesn't feel right. Something feels so wrong about this game of Tetris. I can't really put my finger on it. It's got something to do with the rotation, I think. Fuck off. Oh, god damn it. Can't get anything to fucking fit. Okay. And it panicked because shapes remove index is 1 shape. Length is less than 1. What called that? Swap remove. Well, that's interesting. Where do I call swap remove? Swap blocks.swap remove. Ah. Okay. Anyway, apparently the shapes index is 1 shape. Oh, because the shape. Right. Because the block holds a reference back to the shape. Okay. So that means I need to go. We need access to the pad. I love how people have voted down. They're saying add score. God damn it. All right. I'll just finish up this clearing of shapes, and then we'll work on score, I guess. Or I'll look at the time and realize it's fucking late. Alright, I've been doing this for like 10 hours. Mute
No. Board. And blocks. Immutable. Immutable. Alright. So we need board. So we board. Okay. So shape, len. Okay. We swap them. We remove all invalid shapes, and then we go for block invalid dot header. We say let entity. We let blocks state contains an entity equals board dot get. So we need to say something like let block equal block plus shape dot offset dot center. We can make the shapes share the same center. I don't think it fucking matters. So we get block. Okay. Else error block. Forward. Continue. Okay, so we get the block, and then we say let okay new block equals block blocks dot get new entity else error block is not a block. Continue. Okay, and then we say commands dot. Do we have access to commands in this fucking? No. Okay. Commands like so. You can say commands dot spawn. I think it's shape. Ooh, that's concerning. So the center is just going to be center is shape dot center, and then blocks is up valid. So we need to respawn. We need to spawn the shape up here. New equals. So you'll just valid. Interesting. And your color is then shape of color. That's interesting because that's out of the fact that we're trying to iterate through something that doesn't exist anymore. We'll just clone that. And then we say dot ID. And then we say block, and we say block dot shape equals new. Okay, I think that should work. The issue is that we're spawning a new shape, which I'm pretty sure we have a spawn shape function. All right, which added shape. So we could add to our shape, there's a like a don't spawn. The other option is we just despawn the blocks and let the new shape spawn them in, but then I've got to kind of hope things happen in the right order, otherwise shit could get really dumb. We could use like split, which is a Boolean value, and then when we spawn a shape everywhere, we're just going to say here when you say hey, do this split is true, like so, right? And then when we say spawn shape, we say if shape dot split continue. Okay, if it's a split continue, then somewhere there has to be an error, because somewhere we have a bunch of shapes, right? And this is a split. Else. So this seems like a really bad way of going about this, but kind of like patching something on top of a pre-existing thing. And technically through there too. Except we still get commented out because it's still garbage. So that should mean that when we split, it doesn't cause problems. I don't fucking know. Play. Okay, there we go. You go there. You go there. Okay. You can go there. You can go there. You can go there, and then we'll put the purple shape in. It should clear out the middle row, and this should give us plenty of chances to see split. It worked. Now I'm skeptical that it worked. Not really for any other reason, but because, like, what? Code shouldn't work the first time I write it. That's not how this works. Now the question becomes, does it break shit like this? So if I clear this row, you shouldn't fall down because you should stay part of the same shape. Hey, you didn't. Okay, that, to be honest, I'm just going to say that worked. Now the question is, if I clear it out, like, I don't know how, I don't think I can clear out other bits. Damn. No. Oh, fuck off. Alright. Put you there. Put you there. Put you there. Put you like there. Put you there. Stick you down there. Okay. Something happened there, but I don't know if it was correct or not. Okay. Alright, you guys voted for the score. I'm going to see if I can implement score in less than half an hour, and then I'm going to call it a stream. So, score, which is UI. Alright, so I guess the first thing to do is to go shape something, shape. Do I iterate through shape? Okay, no, it's not split shape. It's board, clear shape. Split shape, clear shape, clear shape, clear line. We need score, which is a res score. Yeah, create prelude score. Thank you. Let's go up here and say just bring in the create prelude, like that. Okay. Then we're gonna come down here again. So we get score. Okay. So you only ever continue, so we can say something along the lines of let bound equals 0. Okay. And then if we get to here, found plus equals 1, I assume, and then we go, can we say something like 1 point for 1 line, 4 points for 2 lines, 9 points for 3 lines, and 16 points for Tetris, just simply because it's easy to do, because I can just say score plus equals, wait, 0 to the power 0, is that 1? It fucking is. Goddamn bastard. What? 0 to the 1 is 1. If found does not even, it's greater than 0. Score plus equals found times found. Well, actually, wait. That's extra confusing because squaring is times by itself, yes, which means 1 times 1. 1 times 1 is 1, but 0 times 0 is 0, which means that fucking power works slightly different. Power to 0 is 1, which means that powering is not times itself. It's because technically powering is 1 times x x times. It's actually that, which means that when you go, yeah. Well, no, because it's 1 times 0 should 0 times. Right, 0 0 times means it's just 1, and then 1 is 1 times 1. And then 2 squared is 2 times 2. I believe is how it is. It's like, technically the mathematical proof or the mathematical statement says that cannot score. Yeah, it's because it's score.0. Okay. So now we do the UI. We need to go so we need to do something like fn spawn score, right? Which is commands like that. Now, technically, I don't think you want to actually have anything, but we may as well. We say score is, and then res score, right? Like that. And we say commands dot spawn. And we say something like scoreboard. And my text. My text score 0.2 0.2 string dot into we should implement the fucking new feature for that, but anyways, node left val percent our percent 5 pop val percent 10 and 20, put it down the side somewhere, dot default. Okay, so that should spawn the scoreboard in. We need the scoreboard to have all sorts of things like auto and stuff like that. Radius, border radius, all radius. 20. I think it's actually gonna make them bigger because technically the borders are different size, but anyway, that should be fine. Val pixels 20, like so. So we need to go up here. We need to go. We also need a state scope that dot add system on enter game state plane score dot add system in update date
score. And then we just do something like run if in state game state playing. Not really important because the score should never change while you're not playing, but I'm just gonna say fuck it. Update score. Score. Nope, wrong. Score, not store. There's score. New board. Actually, query for mute iText with scoreboard. For in board simple. No, board dot 0 equals score dot 0 to string dot into. Okay, then we go back up here and we say, hey, don't actually run this if in state. We want to say run resource changed. Score. Not run in, run if. Okay, so if the score changes, which is fun because that means that like technically if you're like doing cheats while the menu's open, it would update the scoreboard. It's a smart way of doing it. In theory, as soon as you click play, it spawns a scoreboard that says 0. Then you're gonna go like, oh. I don't put it that way. Well, let's see. Does this give me 1 point? Nope, it gives me 100 points. That seems incorrect. Now, is that because it took 100 frames? Possibly. It shouldn't have, though, because it should have cleared the fucking board. If I just somehow ended up with a multiple of 100? Probably. I don't know. It's more about, like, is the score actually 100? Now, the issue with this getting a Tetris is that I need 2 long pieces. The advantage of this getting a Tetris is that I can just sort of stack shit to the sides because I don't care about actually winning the game. Apparently Tetris is a solved game anyway, so... like there's a pattern that you can make that guarantees that you'll be able to get every single block. Because it's just about holding pattern until 1700. So we are just giving us a multiple of 10. Now, again, I still am unsure if it's because it runs for a very specific number of frames, because in theory, it could be that it takes 100 frames for something to clear properly. And it should be 100 frames every time, I think. Okay. The question is the score actually going up by 100? I don't know how to test that outside of just getting it to print the score. Now, what did I fuck up? Score .0.toString. Yeah, we don't need that. Good point. Dot into. Correct. Now, it could be that it's trying to print 2 blank spaces, wouldn't make any sense. So board, when I'm clearing the board, found is greater than 0. So clear lines is called every frame, isn't it? Little bastard. When do I... Clear lines is called post update. Yes. Now, does clear lines immediately clear lines? Because it appears that it's 100 times it runs, but it runs exactly 100 times, which seems a bit odd. 3 times a second. But that wouldn't be 100 frames. So I don't actually know. Because it... Have I got found in the wrong spot? Increasing found in the wrong spot. So you are found X for X. So where am I incrementing found? I'm incrementing found here, which is incorrect, because that means I'm doing it once per Y. Okay, board. So basically, if you get there, you should have found it. I think the issue was that I was running it every 100 still doesn't make sense. I was adding it 10 times. Because I was adding it 10 times. So when it found a line, it was adding to found 10 times. And then obviously 10 times 10 is 100. So it was squaring it. That doesn't make sense why it was 1600 though, because I don't think... Is 40 times 40 1600? Is that how that works? Probably. It is 1600, okay. For some reason I thought squares grew faster than that. But I guess it makes sense, something. Because if you multiply it both by 10, then the result is still times by 100. Should have probably filled that gap with this one. It's going to be really hard to fill it now. Yep, real hard to fucking fill it. There we go. Put you over here. Put you over here. Put you over here. Okay, we have a Tetris ready to go. Tetris. 16 points. Oh boy. Alright. I fulfilled the poll. You have a score now. I'm going to post it to Git. And you guys can just send me your stupidly high Tetris scores. $20. Who knows how high of a score I can actually get. It also definitely needs to like kill you if it can't spot the spawn. So what it should do, I guess, and this would just be like, again, yeah, a bit of brute force there. Hopefully you don't make some stupid ass block with when I add like block modifying. That the idea being that it should check sort of like every rotation of a block with at least one block touching the top. And if it can spawn it, then it will. Oops. That's really bad. Anyway, we're going to go that way. Fill in that. Okay, that's a bit weird. Why did you take a frame longer to fall? Sure, we'll fill it there. We're going to go over here, put that one there. Fill that one there. Fill that one there. Sure. Let's just continue making it worse for myself by constantly covering up the pieces that I need to uncover. Yeah, stack more shit over the piece that I need to uncover. Okay, put you there. You're not the right one. Fuck. You're not the right one. Oh, fuck. I am not very good at this. Again, I think it's because something's not quite right. Like, there's something about like the order that it rotates the ordering in or something like that that's not correct. It definitely needs to like check more than just one rotation before it says no. Failed to spawn shape. Yep, okay. Failed to find a valid shape. 24 is the high score. Okay. I'm gonna have to call that the stream for today because it is like 8:15 and I need to like do shit. So I'm gonna, so everyone can
like play around with it, we're going to say end stream 2, and we're going to commit and push that. So if anyone wants to play around with that, you know, fix the font or anything, I need to add a license as well. So why don't we do that now? MIT license. Hello, yes. I think that's the MIT license. So we just go back to here. Where the fuck here? I lost my mind there. New folder. No, not a folder. The fuck? New file. License? Is that how you spell it? I don't know. Yeah, it's the year of our 2025 copyright holder. PHAESTUS. Okay, that should be right. Is it supposed to be spelled differently? Because I'm sure it's supposed to look like a key when it's done right. There we go. License. Okay. So if anyone wants to fuck around with it, there's a added MIT. I think that's how you do the MIT license. I'm not actually sure. Commit. Thank you. Push that. Bevy Tetris. All right. So thank you all for tuning into the stream. I might stream again tomorrow. I am unsure about how my schedule looks. And anyway, yeah, I gotta wait for make sure that the actual fucking stream gets to finish properly. Okay, cool. Should be done.